The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 23. Havoc in the Jin Palace. Hong Qigong, Zhou Baodong, Huang Rong, and Guo Jing took a small boat towards the west. Guo Jing sat rowing at the stern, while Huang Rong continuously pestered Zhou Baodong with questions about riding sharks on the sea. Zhou Baodong would think of ways to catch sharks in order to amuse Huang Rong. Guo Jing, seeing his master's pale complexion, asked Master, "What are you thinking about?" Hong Qigong did not reply, he just panted hoarsely again and again. The strike he received from Ouyang Feng had penetrated to the bone, although the vital point had already been released, the internal injury had actually worsened. Huang Rong fed him 9 of her 9-flower jade dew pills. Although the pain lessened somewhat, the asthma was still just as bad. Old urchin, completely disregarding the suffering of others, continued to make a racket, shouting that they must catch the fish. Huang Rong knew his behavior was inappropriate, and tried to signal him with her eyes that he should be quiet so as not to disturb Hong Qigong. Zhou Baodong, not in the least understanding, simply continued to cause trouble. Huang Rong knit her brows and said, "You want to catch sharks, but you don't have any bait to attract them with, so what are you going on about?" The old urchin never acts like a respected senior. When juniors drink and swear in front of him, he's never offended in the least. He suddenly said, "Got it. Brother Guo, I'll hold your hands while you dip the lower half of your body into the sea." Guo Jing respected his sworn brother, even though he did not know his intention, he immediately agreed. Huang Rong immediately called out, "Big brother Jing. Don't listen to him. He wants to use you as bait in order to catch sharks." Zhou Baodong clapped his hands and shouted delightedly, "Exactly. When a shark comes, I'll immediately beat it and pull it up. Otherwise, you hold my hands, and I'll attract the shark." Huang Rong replied, "You two deliberately caused so much trouble on this small boat, if it capsizes, we'll only have you to blame." Zhou Baodong replied, "If this boat capsizes, that will be great. We can all play in the ocean." Huang Rong replied, "Then what about our master? Do you want him to live or not?" Zhou Baodong held his head, at a loss for words. After a short time, he mentioned it was strange that Hong Qigong should be injured by Ouyang Feng's attack. Huang Rong shouted, "If you talk nonsense again, we 3 will not speak with you for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhou Baodong stuck out his tongue and did not dare to say another word. He grabbed an oar to help Guo Jing with the rowing. Although the land appeared to be close by, it was already dusk by the time they finally disembarked. That night the 4 of them slept on the sandy beach. The next morning, Hong Qigong's illness had worsened considerably, and Guo Jing's tears began to flow. Hong Qigong said with a smile, "Even if I were to live for another 100 years, I'd still have to die in the end. Good child, I only have one wish left. Using this old beggar's last breath, I would ask that the 3 of you do something for me." Huang Rong replied tearfully, "Master, please speak." Zhou Baodong interrupted, "That old poison I am always seeking is an eyesore. Now my senior is on the point of death. For the sake of old poison you have already played dead once before. For a person to die twice, wouldn't you say that is delightful? Old beggar, you go right ahead and die, don't worry about anything, I will go and kill him in order to get revenge for you." Hong Qigong replied with a smile, "Avenging a grievance still cannot be considered a final wish, what I want is to eat a bowl of minced 5-treasure mandarin duck from the imperial palace kitchen." Out of the 3 of them, who would have thought that his final wish was to eat a bowl of food? Huang Rong replied, "Master, that's easy, here is not far from Linen, I'll steal several large pots from the imperial palace so that you can eat to your heart's content." Zhou Baodong interrupted again, "I also want to eat." Huang Rong gave him a displeased look and replied, "You also understand how to differentiate between good and bad food?" Hong Qigong said, "This minced 5-treasure mandarin duck is hard to come by. Back in the day I hid in the imperial palace for 3 months, and only managed to try a tiny bit. Just recalling the flavor is enough to make one drool." Zhou Batong said, I have an idea, well grab the old emperor's chef, and make him prepare it. Huang Rong replied, old urchin, this idea is not bad. Zhou Batong, hearing Huang Rong supporting him, was very pleased with himself. Hong Qigong, shaking his head in disapproval, replied, no way, to make this flavorful mince 5 treasure mandarin duck, the kitchen implements, charcoal fire, and dishes all must form a complete set. If even one is missing, the taste will be off. We still need to go to the imperial palace. Seeing that the three still had some scruples, he said it will be really excellent, if we go, you will all gain valuable experience. Immediately Guojing carried Hong Qigong on his back and set off towards the north. Upon reaching a small town, Huang Rong exchanged some of her jewelry and purchased a small mule cart in order to let Hong Qigong relax and recover from his wound. Eventually they passed the Qiangtang River, and arrived at the outskirts of Linan, seeing nothing but the vast misty sunset, and hearing the intermittent cawing of a crow. By nightfall they still had not reached the city, and were forced to seek lodgings for the night. Looking around, they saw only a small village of several households by the riverbank. Huang Rong called out, this village is good, we can rest here. Zhou Batong replied sullenly, what's so good about it? Huang Rong replied, you look, doesn't this scenery look sort of like a painting? Zhou Batong replied, how does it resemble a painting then? Huang Rong stared blankly, having difficulty coming up with a response. Zhou Batong said, this painting must be very ugly, what scenery would it have if similar to old urchin's painting, I'm afraid it must be inferior. Huang Rong said with a smile, want heaven to create a landscape, just like old urchin's random scribbling of a painting, heaven also has this ability. Zhou Batong, extremely pleased with himself, replied, are you certain? If you don't believe, then he'll make a painting right now, and you can call heaven to look. Huang Rong replied, of course I believe it, you already said this place is not good, so don't rest here, us three won't leave. Zhou Batong replied, the three of you won't go, why on earth would I want to go? In the midst of this chatter, they arrived at the village. The village center looked very desolate and dilapidated, with only a wine shop banner hanging off a pole at the eastern corner of the village, looking approximately like the village inn. The three people arrived in front of the inn, and saw 2 desks under the eaves, on top of which lay an extremely thick layer of dust. Zhou Batong yelled hey! Loudly several times, and a young girl of indeterminate age with disheveled hair and clothing came out from the inner hall. She opened her eyes and gave the three a blank, lifeless stare. Huang Rong ordered wine and food, but the girl just shook her head continuously. Zhou Batong said, here you have neither wine nor food, what kind of shop are you running? The girl shook her head and replied, I don't know. Zhou Batong replied, you really are a silly girl. The girl grinned and laughed, saying, that's right, I'm called silly girl. The three of them laughed and understood. Huang Rong went to take a look at the inner hall and the kitchen, finding it full of dust and cobwebs, with a few pots and other old stuff. On the bed was a torn mat. One couldn't help but feel sympathy and sorrow. She returned outside and inquired, is it just you living here? Silly girl smiled and nodded. Huang Rong asked again, what about your mother? Silly girl replied, dead. And wiped her hands across her eyes in imitation of somebody grieving. Huang Rong asked again, what about your father? Silly girl shook her head, indicating she didn't know. They saw her face and hands were filthy, with long fingernails filled up with black crud. Who knows how long it had been since she had washed her face and hands. Huang Rong said sadly, even if she were to cook, we wouldn't be able to eat it. She asked, do you have any rice? Silly girl smiled and nodded, producing half a jar of unpolished rice. Huang Rong immediately washed the rice and began preparing the meal. Guojing returned to the west side of the village and bought 2 fish and a chicken. By the time everything was prepared, it was already dark. Huang Rong brought out the food and placed it on one of the tables, and searched for an oil lamp, but silly girl again shook her head, indicating there was none. Huang Rong took some firewood and lighted a fire in the furnace, then tried to find some bowls and chopsticks in the cupboard. She opened the cupboard's door and a foul stench attacked her nostrils. She took a lighted wood and saw there were about 7, 8 tattered bowls. Inside and around the bowls were dozens of dyed insects of all kinds. Guo Jing helped her fetch the bowls. Wash them thoroughly, then get some tree branches to use as chopsticks, Huang Rong said. Guo Jing mumbled his compliance and took the bowls outside. Huang Rong stretched her hand to pick the last bowl, and immediately she felt a difference. This bowl was cold, colder than regular porcelain bowls. She tried to pick it up, but the bowl did not budge, like it was nailed to the cupboard. Huang Rong was astonished. She was afraid she might break the bowl, so she did not dare to use too much strength. She tried it one more time, the bowl still refused to move. Could it be that it has been too long that the dirt made the bowl stuck to the cupboard? She wondered in her heart. She took a closer look and saw the bowl was covered with layers of rust. Turned out it was an iron bowl. Huang Rong let out a soft laugh. She thought, I have seen rice bowl made of gold, silver and jade, but I have never even heard of rice bowl made of iron. She exerted her strength and lifted the bowl up, but still the bowl did not move. She was more surprised. She thought that with her strength, even if the bowl was nailed down to the shelf would be cracked. Then she had another thought, could it be that the shelf is also made of iron? She stretched her middle finger to tap the shelf. She heard a metallic sound. The shelf was indeed made of iron. Her curiosity was piqued and she tried lifting the bowl again, but the bowl was still motionless. She tried turning the bowl to the left, still she did not perceive any movement. She tried turning it to the right, and felt some looseness. She tried turning it harder, the bowl moved. Suddenly she heard a cracking sound. The cupboard opened to both sides, revealing a dark hole behind it. An even fouler stench came out of the hole, making her almost throw up. Huang Rong let out an ah, and quickly leaped to the side. Guo Jing and Zhou Baodong heard her cry and immediately came in to see the dark hole. Huang Rong thought out loud, is it possible that this is a clandestine inn? That Shagu could be just pretending to be insane. She handed over the lighted branch to Guo Jing, then walked to Shagu, trying to grab her hand. Shagu waved her hand trying to avoid her grab, and counterattacked by sending her palm toward Huang Rong's shoulder. Even though Huang Rong had guessed she did not have a good intention, but she had never expected this incoming palm carried a powerful technique. She could not help but feeling slightly startled. Her left hand formed a hook and her right hand grabbed forward. She launched 2 strikes in succession. Ever since she mastered the Yi Jin Duan Gu Bian, chapter on changing muscle forging bone, from the 9-yin manual, her speed and strength increased tremendously. With a loud slap Shagu cried out for her right arm was hit, but her attack did not slow down. She counterattacked with 2 stances one after another. After several more stances Huang Rong was secretly astonished. Shagu's movements were actually the Peach Blossom Island's basic skill of Bai Bo Zhang Fa, Jade Green Waves palm technique. Although it was somewhat shallow, but it was actually the foundation of all Peach Blossom Island's martial arts. Every disciple had to learn it. Huang Rong intensified her attacks in an attempt to identify Shagu's martial arts school. But Shagu came and went and was able to resist her for 6, 7 stances. The situation was almost like when Guo Jing fought Liang Ziwen with only 1 stance, namely the proud dragon repents, but actually her strength was greatly inferior to Guo Jing. Moreover, her palm technique was so straightforward and did not have the simplest variation. It was beyond everybody's expectation that in this remote village there was a clandestine wine shop with a filthy and poor girl who could fight Huang Rong for more than 10 stances. Zhou Baodong found all these things were very amusing. He saw the gust of wind from Huang Rong's palm was swift and fierce, while Shagu repeatedly cried out, "Io!" While resisting Huang Rong's attack, Zhou Baodong shouted, "Hey! Renjie, don't harm her life, let me fight her." Ever since he heard Hong Qigong and Guo Jing were calling her Renjie along the way, while Renjie herself did not seem to mind. He thought he did not need to be polite by calling her Huang Gunyang or Huang Xiaojie, both mean miss, or lady, Huang. Guo Jing was afraid Shagu had other companions waiting in the dark ready to ambush. He stayed close to Hong Qigong and did not dare to leave. Several moves later Shaga's left shoulder was hit, which made her left arm limp. She was unable to move. If Huang Rong wanted to injure her, all she needed to do was continue her attack, but she showed mercy and called out, "Quickly kneel down, it'll spare your life." "You kneel down too," replied Shagu as she sent out two palms, the jade green wave palm technique, toward Huang Rong. However, only the first two stances were executed repeatedly and the technique was clumsy. This incomplete jade green wave palm attack lacked sending power but is continuous like a wave flowing in water, truly the martial art style of the Peach Blossom Island. Huang Rong's suspicion of Shaga's martial art route became deeper. She called out, "How did you learn the jade green wave palms? Who is your master?" Shagu responded with a smile, "You can't hit me no more, haha." Huang Rong raised her left hand, sent on her right hand to the side, feigned an attack with her left elbow, and slanted her right shoulder forward. These four moves were fake attacks. Huang Rong followed with the fifth move, sending both hands curving inward. This fifth attack was still false. The next move, a kick, however, was real. Shagu was unable to stand still. She fell to the ground and called out, "You used a trick, that does not count, let's fight again," as she was crawling up. Huang Rong would not allow her to stand up. She pounced and pushed her down, tearing her clothes down and bind her hands behind her back. "My palm technique is clearly better than yours," she said. Shagu turned around and shouted in dissent, "You tricked me, unacceptable, you tricked me, unacceptable." Guo Jing saw that Huang Rong was able to control Shagu. He walked out from the inn and jumped on the roof. He looked around for any trace of people but found none. He went back down and walked around the building and noticed that this desolate inn was a stand-alone building, a few zhangs apart from other houses in the area. There were no other people hiding around. Now at last he felt relieved. When he walked inside the inn, he saw Huang Rong held a dagger in front of Shaga's eyes, threatening her, "Who taught you martial arts? Quickly tell me or else I will kill you." While saying that, she made two stabbing moves with the dagger. With the light from the candle, Shaga's smile can be seen. But looking at her expression, it was not like either she was brave or mad. It was more like a stupid smile, completely oblivious of the danger, like she was thinking Huang Rong and she were just playing around. Huang Rong asked her again. Shagu laughed and said, "You kill me, I also will kill you." Huang Rong raised her eyebrow and said, "This stupid girl is not telling us anything. We should take a look inside the room. Big brother Zhou, please take care of master and keep an eye on this girl. Brother Jing, let's go in." Zhou Badong shook his hands and said, "No, I am going in with you." Huang Rong told him, "I don't want you to come in with me." Although Zhou Badong was a senior with higher level of martial arts, for some reason he did not dare to defy Huang Rong's order. He could only beg, "Good miss, next time I won't argue with you." Huang Rong smiled slightly and nodded her head. Zhou Batong was very happy. He found two pine branches, lighted them up and fumigated the dark hole for a long time. The fumigated hole emitted a very foul odor. Huang Rong picked up a pinewood torch and threw it into the hole. There was a clatter as the torch hit the far side wall and fell to the ground. Turned out the hole was not deep at all. With the light from the torch she looked inside. The room was quiet, there was no trace of people. At that moment, Zhou Badong became impatient and sneaked past Huang Rong inside the room. Huang Rong followed Zhou Badong cautiously. The size of the room was not large. In fact, it was quite small. Zhou Badong cried out, we are fooled, this is no good." Huang Rong then let out an ah sound as she spotted a skeleton of a dead person lying on the ground. The skeleton lied upward and the clothes had already decayed. 2 rows of ribs of the skeleton were broken. There was another skeleton on the east corner of the room. This skeleton lied on top of an iron chest. There was a long blade penetrating the skeleton in between the ribs and pierced through the iron chest's lid. Zhou Batong saw the room was small and dirty. He thought those two dead corpses were not that interesting. While Huang Rong carefully examined the two skeletons, Zhou Batong got really impatient and wanted to interrupt her inspection, only to fear that Huang Rong might get angry. He did not dare to say anything and behaved normally, while, inside, his mind was going crazy. He tried asking her, "Renjir, good miss, I can go out now, can't I?" Huang Rong said, "Fine, you can go, get Brother Jing for me." Zhou Batong happily ran out and said to Guo Jing, "Come in quickly, it's very interesting here." He was afraid Huang Rong might call him back to accompany him, so he found a scapegoat. Guo Jing went in. Huang Rong raised her torch to show Guo Jing the skeletons and asked, "How do you think these two people died?" Guo Jing pointed to the skeleton on the iron chest. "Looks like this person died while trying to open the iron tank, died of sneak attack in one stab, while another person had 2 rows of ribs shattered, so he probably was attacked by a palm of great internal strength." Huang Rong said, "I think so too, but there are some things I don't quite understand." Guo Jing replied, "What things?" Shagu obviously used the Peach Blossoming Islands technique Jade Green Wave Palm, although she only knew 6-7 moves and was not proficient, her technique was good and correct, said Huang Rong. "The two dead people here, I wonder what is their relation to Shagu." Guo Jing responded, "I will ask the girl." Oftentimes he was called stupid kid by others, so he was not willing to call that girl Shagu, meaning stupid ant. "I think that girl is truly retarded, it would be difficult to get any information from her, perhaps we can investigate on our own with the small evidences we have here," Huang Rong suggested. She lifted her torch and slowly examined the skeleton and noticed a shiny object by the iron chest. She picked it up and looked carefully. It was a gold emblem. In the middle, there is a marking of a gate engraved into the gold. On the back side of the emblem, there are several engraved characters that read by royal decree bestowed to loyal martial art master responsible to defend the state, Special Guard Shi Yanming. Huang Rong said, "If this emblem is his, this government officer's rank was not low." Guo Jing replied, "A high-ranking official died in here, this is strange." Huang Rong checked the skeleton on the ground again and she noticed something sticking out around the rib area. She used the torch end to push on it. The object fell, dispersing the dust and revealing a sheet made of iron. She called out in a shocked low voice and picked up the object. Guo Jing also saw the object in her hand. "Ah!" He also exclaimed. "Do you recognize this?" Huang Rong asked. "Certainly," Guo Jing replied, "this is the Iron Ba Gua 8 diagram, of Village Master Lu of the Cloud Village. It is an Iron Ba Gua alright, but it doesn't necessarily belong to Martial Brother Lu," Huang Rong said. "That's right." Guo Jing said, "Certainly not. These two men's clothes and flesh have been decomposed clean, they have been here for at least 10 years. Huang Rong was silent for half a day, suddenly a thought came into her heart. She pulled out the blade stuck on the iron chest's lid and brought it close to the fire. She saw a character Chu was engraved on the blade. She could not help blurting, "The one lying on the ground was my martial brother, Chu Shige, older martial brother Chu." "Ah!" Guo Jing exclaimed in surprise. Martial Brother Lu said that Martial Brother Lu was still alive. Who would have thought he had already died in this place? Brother Jing, look at his legs' bones, Huang Rong said. Guo Jing stooped down and looked, both of his legs were broken. "Ah, it was your father who broke them," he said. Huang Rong nodded her head. He was indeed Chu Lingfeng. "My father once said that among his disciples, Martial Brother Chu had the strongest martial art. He was also my father's favorite." Speaking to this point, she suddenly dashed out the room. Guo Jing followed. Huang Rong quickly went over to Shagu and asked, "Your surname is Chu, isn't it?" Shagu giggled but did not answer. Guo Jing gently asked, "Miss, what is your surname?" "Surname?" "Giggle, surname. Xiaogu said. Two people wanted to ask further, but Zhou Baodong had already called out, I am starving. I am starving. Right. Huang Rong said, we need to eat first. She untied Xiaogu and invited her to eat together. Xiaogu was not bashful, she smiled, held out her hands to take the bowl and ate. Huang Rong told Hong Qigong everything she found in the secret room. Hong Qigong also thought it was peculiar. It seems like that government officer surnamed Shi had killed your martial brother Chu. Who would have thought your martial brother Chu had not breathed his last? He threw the blade and killed him. Most probably so, Huang Rong concurred. She took the blade and the iron ba gua and showed them to Xiaogu. Whose are these? She asked. Xiaogu's countenance suddenly changed, she leaned her head sideways to think, looked like she recalled something, but after a while her face turned indifferent. She shook her head and took the blade, not willing to let it go. Apparently she has seen this blade before, Huang Rong said, but it must be a long time ago and she can't remember it anymore. After eating she took care of Hong Qigong and let him sleep, then Guojing and she went back to the room to take a further look. They thought the key to this mystery must be hidden inside the iron chest, therefore, they removed the skeleton crouching on top of the chest and opened the lid up. Turned out the lid could be easily opened since it was unlocked. Under the torchlight their eyes were dazzled by the gleaming of a chest full of pearl, jade, and all kinds of treasures and antiques. Guojing only felt surprised, but Huang Rong knew each article was a very rare and precious treasure. Her father's collection was not as extensive as the content of this chest. She grabbed a handful of pearls and let her finger loosen. The pearl made nice clinking sounds as they fell back into the chest and hit the other pearls and jades. She sighed, there must be history behind all these treasures, if father were here he would tell us the origin of each. She took them one by one and explained what it was to Guojing. This one was a jade bracelet, this one rhino skin case, that one was cornelian cup, that one was emerald dish, and so on. Guojing grew up in the desert. Not only he had never seen this kind of treasures, he had never even heard of them. He thought, people spent so much effort to collect these gadgets, don't know what they are going to do with them. While speaking Huang Rong continued to grope around in the box, and her hand touched a piece of hardboard, she knew there must be another layer underneath. She moved the jewelry aside and saw rings around the board. She inserted her little fingers inside the rings and lifted the board up. Underneath were a bunch of greenish copper-colored antiques. She had heard her father illustrated to her some antique copperwares, and she recognized some to be Long Wen Ding, Imperial Culture Tripod, Shang Yi, an article from the Shang Dynasty, 16th to 11th century BC, Zhou Pan, plate from Zhou Dynasty, 1027 BC, Zhou Dun, an article from Zhou Dynasty, Zhou Julei, tableware from Zhou Dynasty, and such. In the end she had to admit she did not know much about these articles. If the pearls and jades were considered treasures worth a fortune, then these bronze antiques were priceless. The more Huang Rong looked at them, the more marveled she became. She lifted another board underneath the antiques and discovered rolls and rolls of paintings. She asked for Guojing's help and together they opened up the paintings one by one. She was shocked. The first painting was Wu Daozi's Song Zi Tian Wang Tu, Send Off a Child Heavenward. The next painting was Han Ganhua's Mu Ma Tu, Herding Horse. The other was Southern Tang Dynasty's Li Haozu's Lin Quan Du Zhui Ren Wu, Crossing the Forest Spring. Altogether there were more than 20 scrolls and not even a single one of them did not originate from the pen of a famous artist. Several scrolls were calligraphy and paintings from Huizong, several others were from the penmanship of contemporary artists, but each one of them was of the most exquisite and highest quality art. Among them were the handiworks of Imperial Court's artist Liang Kai's unique two rolls splashing ink characters, with a very vivid image. A part of it reminded her of Zhou Baodong. Huang Rong only looked at about half of them and did not feel like continuing. She returned everything into the chest, closed the lid and sat on top of the chest, hugging her knees. She thought, father had amassed all kinds of treasures all his life, but the value of his collection may be only 1/10 of the content of this chest. How did Marshal Brother Chu have this kind of ability to obtain these many rare and priceless treasures? No matter how hard she racked her brain, she could not think of any good explanation. Every time Huang Rong was thinking hard, Guo Jing had never dared to disturb her train of thoughts. He stayed quiet until he heard Zhou Batong called out from outside, "Hey! Get out of there quick, we need to visit the old emperor's house for some yuan yang wuzhen kuai, minced 5 treasure mandarin duck." "Tonight?" Guo Jing asked. Hong Qigong replied, "The earlier the better. I am afraid I can't hold on much longer." "Shifu, don't listen to the old urchin speaking a whole bunch of nonsense," Huang Rong said. "We can't go tonight, we will enter the city gate early morning tomorrow. If the old urchin has any more weird ideas, we won't let him come to the palace with us." "Humph." Zhou Batong snorted, "Once again I am to be blamed." He sulked and refused to talk. That night 4 people slept on the straw beds strewn on the ground. Early the next morning Huang Rong and Guo Jing prepared some breakfast. 4 people plus Shagu ate together. Huang Rong turned the iron bowl and closed the cabinet walls, and then put all chipped bowls and broken utensils back inside the cabinet. Shagu was indifferent to what was going on around her. She held the handle of the blade in her hand and played with it. Huang Rong took a small ingot of silver from her pocket and gave it to her. Shagu took it and casually tossed it on the table. "If you are hungry you can take the money to buy rice and meat," Huang Rong said. It was hard to say if Shagu understood, since she only giggled foolishly. Huang Rong felt sadness creeping into her heart, knowing this girl must have had some relation with Qi Lingfeng. If not his family member then she must be his disciple. Her 6-7 stances of Bai Bo Zhang Fa, Jade Green Waves Palm technique, definitely came from Qi Lingfeng, even though she learned it carelessly. What Huang Rong did not know was whether she was retarded since birth, or did she experience some horrifying experience which gave her a shock and damaged her brain. She wanted to find some information in the village, but Zhou Batong kept urging them to move forward. Thereupon 4 people and 1 cart went straight entering the city of Linen. Linen was originally the world's most bustling city. When the Song government moved south it was established as the new capital. All kinds of people converged into the city, and it became increasingly flourishing. 4 people entering the city via the east gate and went straight to the front of Li Qingmen, beautiful portal gate, of the imperial palace. Hong Qigong stayed inside the cart, while Zhou Batong and the others looked around. They saw the golden nails on scarlet doors, painted beams and engraved railings, and copper tiles covering the roof, with sculptures of flying dragon and phoenix all in magnificent splendor, dazzling their eyes. "Interesting." Zhou Batong called out loudly. He took a step to enter in. The palace guards stationed in front of the gate had noticed these 3 people, 1 old and 2 young, with a mule cart making noise in front of the imperial palace gate, for guards with axes in their hands had already stepped forward with a menacing look on their faces. Zhou Batong loved to make disturbance very much. Seeing the guards with their distinctive armor, tall and powerfully built, he was itchy to have an interesting fight. "Quickly go!" Huang Rong called out. Zhou Batong stared at her. "What are you afraid of? Do you think these babies can eat the old urchin?" he asked. Huang Rong quickly said, "Brother Jing, let's go and play someplace else. The old urchin is not obedient, well just ignore him." She lashed her whip and the cart sped along to the west. Guo Jing followed behind. Zhou Batong was afraid he would be left behind while they were going someplace more interesting. He ignored the guards and ran to catch up. The guards thought they were simple villagers looking around the city. They laughed out loud but did not pursue. Huang Rong drove the cart to a desolate place. Seeing nobody chased them, they stopped at last. "Why didn't we break into the palace? Can those wine bags and rice sacks stop us?" Zhou Batong asked. "Certainly breaking in is not difficult, but let me ask you, are we here to fight or to go to the kitchen and steal some food?" Huang Rong said, "If you break in, the palace will be chaotic. do you think the chef will nicely make some yuan yang wuzhen kwai for Shifu to eat? Fighting and capturing people is the guard's business, it has nothing to do with the chef, Zhou Batong reasoned. Actually what he said did make some sense, so that Huang Rong momentarily was at a loss, but she did not want to yield to him, so she argued, the imperial chef can both prepare food and capture people. Zhou Batong stared but did not know how to respond. Half a day later he conceded, fine, just consider I was wrong. What do you mean consider? You were wrong from the start, Huang Rong said. Fine, Zhou Batong said, don't consider anything, don't consider anything. Turning his head to Guojing he said, brother, all women in the world are very ferocious, that's why the old urchin said don't take a wife. Huang Rong laughed, brother Jing is a good man, others won't be ferocious toward him. Are you saying I am not a good man? Zhou Batong asked. Huang Rong smiled, are you? You don't want to take a wife, but other people don't like the way you handle anything, only creating trouble and disturbance. Tell me, why don't you want to take a wife? Zhou Batong leaned his head sideways to think, unable to answer. His face turned red, and then white, seemed like his mind was heavy with anxieties. Huang Rong very seldom saw him this serious, she was astonished. Let's find an inn to stay, well come back to the palace tonight, Guojing said. That's right. Huang Rong agreed, Shifu, as soon as we find an inn, I am going to prepare a couple of simple dishes to be your appetizers, we will have a feast later on tonight. Hong Qigong was delighted, he cheered repeatedly. 4 people stayed at the Jinhua Hotel on the street west of the Imperial Palace. True to her words, Huang Rong prepared 3 dishes and a soup for Hong Qigong to eat. The aroma spread around the inn that the guests inquired with the innkeeper which famous chef cooked this kind of fine cuisine. Zhou Batong was still mad at Huang Rong's words that he could not find a wife, he sulked and did not want to eat. 3 people knew his childish behavior, they only laughed and did not give him any attention. After eating Hong Qigong laid down to rest. Guojing asked Zhou Batong to go out and play, but in his anger he ignored Guojing. Huang Rong chuckled, then you'd better look after my Shifu nicely, when I return, I will buy some fun things for you to play with. You are not lying. Zhou Batong delightfully asked. Huang Rong smiled, Yen Ji Chu, Si Ma Nan Jui, lit. When a word already leaves, it is difficult for 4 horses to chase. During the spring when Huang Rong left home to go north, she visited Hangzhou for 1 day, but this city was too close to the Peach Blossom Island. She was afraid her father might find her here, hence she did not dare to stay too long, and so her visit was a quick one. This time the day was long and nothing burdened her mind. Hand in hand with Guojing they went to the West Lake, 11 Hu. She noticed Guojing's countenance was dark, she knew he worried about their master's injury. Shifu said there is one person in this world who can heal his injury, Huang Rong said, only he did not allow me to ask. From the way he talked, it must be that Emperor Duan, but we don't know where he is. We must find a way to ask him to treat and heal Shifu. That's great, Guojing happily said, Renjir, do you think we can ask him? Huang Rong replied, I am still thinking of how we can ask. During our meal today I tried to fish out some information from Shifu's mouth. He was just about to say, too bad he realized it and stopped talking immediately. Eventually I must find this information from him. Guojing knew her ability very well, he was greatly relieved. While talking they arrived at the broken bridge by the lakeside. That Duan Xiao Can Shui, the broken bridge where people can see the remnant of the snow, was one of the West Lake's famous scenery, only it was summer so what they saw was the lotus under the bridge. Huang Rong saw a neat little wine shop by the lakeside. Let's drink a cup of wine while enjoying the lotus, she said. Very good, Guojing agreed. 2 people went in and sat down. The shopkeeper delivered some wine and dishes of meat which tasted very good. 2 people drank wine while enjoying the scenery, they were in a good mood. Huang Rong saw a screen by the eastern window, covered with jade-green muslin. Obviously the shop owner regarded the screen as a very precious object. Her curiosity was piqued, she went over to take a closer look. Turned out underneath the muslin there was a poem inscribed on the screen. It was the Feng Ru song, Wind Entering the Pine, which read, "Springtime is always spent wasting money, drinking daily by the lakeside." Riding a buckskin horse along the road toward the West Lake, proudly passing in front of a tavern. Singing and dancing amidst the sweet fragrance of red apricots, swinging in the shadow of green willows. Warm wind embraced 10 leagues of beautiful women and sky, crushed flowers adorned the side of their temples. Picturesque boats carrying incense going back and forth are like smoke covering the water. Come back tomorrow carrying the remnant of drunkenness, coming to seek the fancy golden inlaid on the pathway. Huang Rong said, "This poem is a good one." Guo Jing asked her to explain the meaning of the poem. The more he listened, the more upset he became, said, "This is the capital of the great Song dynasty. These government officials spend their days drinking wine and enjoying flowers, don't they care nor even pay attention to the affair of the country?" Huang Rong replied, "Exactly, these people talk shamelessly." Suddenly someone behind them said, "Humph. What do you two know enough to talk nonsense here?" They turned around and saw a man dressed as a scholar, roughly 40 years of age, sneering at them. Guo Jing greeted the scholar by cupping his hand and said, "Junior does not understand and would like to ask Mr. for advice." That man replied, "This is the most splendid work of Yu Guobao in the year of Chun Shi. That year Emperor Gao Zong Tai Shang came to drink wine, he saw the work and praised it greatly. That very same day the emperor granted Yu Guobao a government position. This is a scholar's lifelong dream, and the two of you absurdly ridicule it. So because the emperor saw this screen that the innkeeper covers it with a jade-green muslin?" Huang Rong asked. That man coldly laughed and said, "How can it be so? Look at the sentence, come back tomorrow carrying the remnant of drunkenness on the screen. Do you see that this one sentence has 2 corrected characters?" Huang Rong and Guo Jing examined closer and found the character fu, carrying up or supporting somebody up, was formerly xia, bringing/carrying along, and the character zui, drunkenness, was actually jiu, wine. The man then said, "Yu Gaobao originally intended to write come back tomorrow bringing the remnant of the wine." The Tai Shang emperor smiled and said, "Although this phrase is good, it is rather simple-minded." Hence he took a brush to correct these 2 characters. That was truly heaven-sent wisdom and farsightedness, purifying iron into gold. He swayed his head and sighed as if he was enjoying incessantly. Guo Jing listened and became angry. He loudly yelled, "This Emperor Gao Zong put Qin Gui in an important position, to harm and kill Master Yu, General Yu Fei." His leg flew and kicked the screen, smashing it. He grabbed backward to catch the scholar and push him forward. With a splashing sound the wine spilled everywhere. That man, head up feet down, sank into the wine vat. Huang Rong loudly applauded and laughed, "I too will make correction on these 2 sentences. They are, today standing upright spoiling the wine, the gentleman sank into the vat drunk." The scholar emerged from the wine jar, as wine was dripping from his head, he said, "The oblique tone of drunk does not rhyme well." Huang Rong replied, "Wind entering the pine does not rhyme well. My poem man entering the jar rhymes better." She extended her hand and firmly pressed his head down inside the wine jar, then flipped the table over, causing a disorderly burst. Both the customers and the wine shopkeeper scrambled out the shop. Guo Jing and Huang Rong rose up, they pounded and smashed all the wine vats, pots and cauldrons. Finally using the 18 dragon subduing palms, Guo Jing exerted all his strength to strike the main pillar of the inn, causing the roof to collapse. For a brief moment, a large restaurant transformed into a ruin made of wood, hardly resembling anything. Guo Jing and Huang Rong laughed loudly. Holding each other's hand, they walked to the north. Nobody knew where did these couple of mad young man and young woman come from, who dared to pursue. Guo Jing laughed, "That was a good beating, all the bad air in my chest went away completely." Huang Rong happily replied, whenever we see anything unsightly, we will break it. Guo Jing replied, good. Since leaving the Peach Blossom Island, two people went through many unfavorable situations. Although they were reunited, their teacher suffered a serious and difficult-to-heal injury, making their hearts constantly heavy. This time unexpectedly they had a chance to break up a restaurant. It had helped to vent their frustration. The couple leisurely walked along the lakeshore and saw poems everywhere, on the rocks, on the trees, on the pavilions and on the walls. They were either leisure travelers bidding their farewell, or young men expressing their love. Guo Jing did not understand the poems, but when he saw the words wind, flower, snow and moon he sighed and said, even if we have 1,000 pairs of fists, we can't break them all. Renjie, you have learned literature and art, what are all these for? Huang Rong smiled, there were some good ones among these poems, she said. Guo Jing shook his head, I still think fists and kicks are more useful, he said. While walking and talking they reached the Fei Lai Feng, Flew-in Peak. There was a pavilion built on that peak. Above the gateway there were 3 characters Cui Wei Ting, Jade Green Small Pavilion, in Han Shizong's handwriting. Guo Jing knew Han Shizong's reputation, seeing the handwriting of the general who resisted the Jin army he was delighted. He quickly walked into the pavilion. There was a stone monument inside the pavilion, with a poem engraved on it, with the passing years dust has settled on the battle uniforms, especially seeking some fragrant jade green wine, not enough to only see good mountain and good river, taking advantage of the bright moonlight the return of horse hoofs. This seemed to be the handwriting of Han Shizong as well. This is a good poem, Guo Jing praised. Actually, he did not know a good poem from the bad, but he thought this poem was Han Shizong's, also it contained words like Zheng Yi, battle uniforms, and Ma Ti, horse hoofs, so it must be good. Huang Rong said, that was Master Yu Fei's work. Guo Jing was surprised, he asked, how do you know? Huang Rong replied, I listened to father's story. In the winter of the 11th year of Shaoxing, Master Yu died under the hand of Qin Gui. In the spring of the following year, remembering him Han Shizong built this pavilion and engraved this poem as a memorial. Unfortunately, Qin Gui was highly influential during that period, so he could not openly commensurate Master Yu. Remembering the previous dynasty's general Guo Jing stretched out his hand and ran his finger along the inscription on the stone. While he was lost in thought suddenly Huang Rong pulled his sleeve and jumped toward the bushes behind the pavilion, pressing his head down. As they were crouching, they heard footsteps of people entering the pavilion. A moment later they heard someone said, Han Shizong was naturally a hero. His lady, Liang Hongyu, although came from prostitution, had helped her husband achieve victory by beating drums during the battle. She could be considered a heroine. Guo Jing found this voice to be somewhat familiar but could not remember who it was. Again another man said, Yu Fei and Han Shizong were heroes, but the emperor wanted their deaths and stripped their military leadership. Both Han and Yu must follow the order, obviously the emperor held the power that even heroes like them cannot defy. Guo Jing listened to the accent and recognized this person as Yang Kong. Guo Jing was unconsciously startled, thinking what was Yang Kong doing here. While still surprised, another broken symbol-like voice confounded him even more. It was the Western poison Ouyang Feng. He heard Ouyang Feng said, correct, with muddle-headed ruler in reign just like the previous dynasty, it doesn't matter how great a hero is, he is useless. The first person then said, but if a wise ruler is on the throne, a great hero like Mr. Ouyang could greatly help him unfold his aspiration. Listening to these two speaking suddenly Guo Jing remembered that the other one was the enemy who killed his father, the sixth prince of the great Jin, Wanyan Honglai. Even though he had seen Wanyan Honglai's face before, but it was not often he heard his voice, therefore, he was unable to remember for a moment. The three people talking and laughing, then they left the pavilion. Guo Jing waited until they were gone far, then he asked no one in particular, what do they do in linen? How come Brother Kong is with them? Humph, Huang Rong snorted, early on I have seen this brother of yours is not a good thing. You still said that he is a descendant of a hero. You have been deceived. Now you understand his real intention. If he is really a good man, how could he fool around with those two scoundrels? Guo Jing was very much bewildered. I don't understand, he said. Thereupon Huang Rong told him everything she heard at the fragrant snow hall of the Zhao Palace. She said, Wanyan Honglai gathered Peng Lianhu and the other fellows, his intention is to steal the Master Yu Wuma's legacy. They suddenly came over here, so perhaps this legacy is in linen. If they succeed, then our great Song's common people will suffer great calamity. Guo Jing shivered with fear. We simply cannot let them succeed, he said. Huang Rong said, the problem is that the Western poison is traveling with them. Are you scared? Guo Jing asked. Aren't you? Huang Rong asked back. Guo Jing replied, naturally I am scared of the Western poison, but this is not a small matter. Even if we are scared, we simply cannot overlook it. Huang Rong smiled, if you must take care of it, then naturally I will follow you. Very well, Guo Jing said, let's go after them. Leaving the pavilion, they did not see tracks of Wanyan Honglai's three-people group and were forced to look around the city randomly. Hangzhou was a big city, how could they find what they were looking for in a short period of time? After walking for half a day, the sky was turning dark. Two people arrived in front of the Wu Lin Yuan, martial art garden, at Zhonghuazi, lit. The middle of a tile, I think it is a place. Huang Rong saw a shop that hung a lot of masks in the entrance, with their features drawn vividly. She was amused and remembered her promise to buy something fun for Zhou Baodong. Thereupon she spent 5 silver coins and bought Zhong Kuei, I think it's the king of ghosts, Pan Guan, the judge of hell, Zhao Jun, kitchen god, 2D, earth god, Shen Bing, soldier of heaven, and other ghosts/supernatural beings, more than a dozen masks. While the shopkeeper was wrapping the masks with paper, there came the sweet-smelling fragrance of food and wine from a restaurant next door. Two people had been walking for half a day and by that time they were already starving. What restaurant is that? Huang Rong asked. The shopkeeper smiled and said, turned out you two are new to the capital, no wonder you don't know. This San Yuan Lu, 3 primary tavern, Lu refers to the second floor of a building or a multi-story building, is very well known in our linen. The wine, the food and the utensils are number 1 under the heaven. You two cannot not go and try it. Huang Rong's heart was moved by what he said. She took the masks and then pulled Guo Jing to the front of San Yuan Lu. They saw the building was decorated with colorful paints and a row of red and green fence. Underneath the second floor roof hung flower-patterned lanterns. The interior was inlaid with luxuriant wood. The pavilion looked elegant and unconventional. It was truly an exquisite tavern. As two people walked in, they were welcomed by the waiter with a face full of smiles and were led through a corridor to a chamber already set with bowls and chopsticks. Huang Rong immediately placed her order and the waiter left to prepare the food. Under the candlelight Guo Jing saw in the nearby porch more than a dozen of women, G4 knew 3 courtesan, courtesy of Ren Wuxing, lit. Prostitute or hooker, with heavy makeup sitting in a row. He wondered who they were. He was about to ask when suddenly from the next door chamber he heard Wanyan Honglai's voice called out, that's fine. Let's have somebody sing to accompany us drinking the wine. Guo Jing and Huang Rong looked at each other. They thought, just like the saying goes, wearing out the iron shoes to look around, finding the result without any effort. A call was heard, and a woman gracefully stood up and walked toward the next door chamber with a pair of ivory planks in her hand. A short moment later the woman started to sing. Huang Rong inclined her ears to listen to her song. The southeast appears victorious, the rivers and lakes, Jianghu, convene, Qiantang River always flourishes from the ancient times. The bridge looks like a painting of smoking willow, the wind blow the wine shop sign and the jade green curtain, amidst 100,000 people. Cloudy trees wind around the sandy dike, angry waves roll up like frosty snow, the sky and the moat around the city are boundless. Rows of pearls line up in the market, the homes compete with each other to show their extravagance. The clear water lake surrounded by 3 autumn cassia buds and 10 leaves of lotuses. Along the clear alleys the water chestnut songs floating through the night, enticing old gentlemen to the lotus-like dolls. 1,000 riders gather around the ivory tower, intoxicated by the sound of flute and drum, enjoying the rosy cloud smoke. A particular day to paint fine scenery, as the phoenix returns to the pond of praise. Guojing did not understand the yada, yada, yada of her singing, but he did enjoy the gentle tapping of her ivory planks and the melodious flute sound. As the song finished, both Wanyan Honglai and Yang Kong exclaimed their praise, "You sing very well." The woman repeatedly expressed her gratitude, and jubilantly went out with the musicians, wishing Wanyan Honglai many enjoyments. Wanyan Honglai said, "Son, do you know that this Lu Yong, eternal willow, I think it is a person's name, poem Wang Hai Chao, gazing the ocean tide, has a close relationship with our great Jin?" "Your child does not know," Yang Kong replied, "would father please explain?" Listening to him calling Wanyan Honglai father, Tai Tai daddy/papa, in an affectionate tone Guojing and Huang Rong looked at each other. Guojing was angry and broken-hearted, he wished he could go over and clutch him, asking for explanation. He heard Wanyan Honglai replied, "During the prosperous years of our great Jin, the Jin's Lord Liang saw this poem by Lu Yong, which praised the beauty of the West Lake scenery. Thereupon he sent an emissary to go down south and at the same time dispatching a famous painter to paint the scenery around the city of linen. The painter inserted the Jin Lord image in the painting, sitting on a horseback standing on the peak of Wushan, Hill Wu. The Jin Lord wrote this poem on the painting, 10,000s of Lis riding on a chariot, how can there be another border to the Jiangnan? Dispatching soldiers by the million to the West Lake, on a horseback standing on Wushan's first peak. What a grand and heroic spirit!" Yang Kong praised. Guojing was so angry hearing him that he clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles made cracking sounds. Wanyan Honglai sighed, Jin's Lord Liang's desire to dispatch soldiers to the south and on a horseback standing on Wushan did not come true, but his heroic spirit to cross the river is actually inherited by us, his descendants. Once he inscribed this poem on a folding fan, with a great fan in the hand, bringing cool breeze all over the world. That's the kind of ambition he had. Yang Kong repeated that poem, with a great fan in the hand, bringing cool breeze all over the world. He sounded like he was really impressed by it. Ouyang Feng let out some laughter and said, "Someday princes dream of having a great authority and standing on Wushan will come true." Translator's note, the words great fan in the poem, the original text was de bing. Bing can be translated handle or hilt referring to the handle of the fan, but can also translate it to authority. Ouyang Feng was referring to the other meaning of the word. Wanyan Honglai quietly said, "Do hope sir's words will come true. There are too many ears and eyes around here, let us just drink some wine." And so 3 people changed the topic of their conversation immediately. They talked about the sceneries, what they saw and heard, about local conditions and social customs. Huang Rong whispered into Guojing's ear, "They are having a good time drinking wine, I don't want them to have a good time." 2 people slipped away from their chamber and went to the backyard. Huang Rong took out her flint and ignited the firewood in the shed and spread the fire around. In a short moment the flame arose and the people shouted in confusions, "Fire!" Then they heard copper gongs were struck noisily. "Quick, we must go to the front, otherwise we'll lose track of them again," Huang Rong said. Guojing was full of hatred, "Tonight I must kill that traitor Wanyan Honglai," he said. Huang Rong said, "First we must take Shifu to the palace to eat, afterwards we entreat the old urchin to face the western poison, only then can we deal with the other 2 traitors." "That's right," Guojing said. Amidst the commotion 2 people walked to the front of the restaurant, just as Wanyan Honglai, Ouyang Feng and Yang Kong 3 people emerged from the building. Guojing and Huang Rong followed them from a distance, along the streets and alleys towards the West Market, entering Hotel Guangai. 2 people waited outside the hotel for a long time without seeing Wanyan Honglai and the others coming back outside, so they concluded that they must be staying in this hotel. "Let's return to our place, we fetch the old urchin and come back here to deal with them," Huang Rong said. They went back to Hotel Jinhua immediately. Approaching the hotel they heard Zhou Batong's voice shouting in loud clamor. Guo Jing was scared, he thought his Shifus injury was getting worse. He rushed forward anxiously only to see Zhou Batong was squatting on the ground, squabbling with about 6-7 boys. Turned out he was betting against these kids in front of the hotel's gate and he lost. He argued with the kids, but the kids argued back, hence it was so noisy. Seeing Huang Rong was back, he was afraid she would scold him. He turned around and went back into the hotel. Huang Rong smiled, she took the masks out. Zhou Batong was delighted, squealing again and again. He put on the mask and become the judge of hell, and then turned into a little demon. Huang Rong expressed their desire to take him to help them fight the Western poison. Zhou Batong readily agreed. "Don't worry," he said, "my 2 hands can use 2 different fist techniques to fight him." Huang Rong remembered the other day on the Peach Blossom Island Zhou Batong was afraid he might involuntarily use the martial art from the 9-in manual. He tied his own hands and as a result was injured by her father. "The Western poison is very bad," she said, "you can't be considered disobeying your martial brother's death wish if you injure him with the martial art from the manual." Zhou Batong stared hard at her. "No, I can't do it," he said, "I have trained hard, I don't need to use the technique from the manual." By that time Hong Qigong's heart was already inside the imperial palace's kitchen. With a great difficulty he waited until the 2nd hour that night. Guo Jing carried Hong Qigong on his back, for people walked on roofs toward the imperial palace. The palace was taller than everybody else's houses, the roof glittered with gold inlaid, very easy to identify, so before long quietly, without making any noise 4 people had leaped over the palace's wall. The security inside the palace was tight, with guards patrolling everywhere, but with the kind of lightness Kung Fu Zhou, Guo and Huang possess, how could they let themselves to be caught by the guards? Hong Qigong knew where the kitchen was, with a low voice he showed the way. In a short moment they had arrived at the imperial kitchen, located behind the Lu Biyu Shan, 6 Ministry Hill. The kitchen was to the east of Jiaming Dian, fine bright hall, where the imperial meals were being prepared. These places were adjacent to the imperial sleeping chamber and the imperial personal office, all around were tightly guarded with alarms everywhere. But by then the emperor had already gone to bed, the imperial kitchen staff had been adjourned. 4 people arrived at the well-lit kitchen, with several young court eunuchs slumbered inside. Guo Jing helped Hong Qigong sitting on the beam while Huang Rong and Zhou Batong looked for cooked meals in the kitchen cabinets. Very soon 4 people started chewing. Zhou Batong shook his head, "Old beggar, how can the food here be compared to Rengier's culinary skill? I don't understand why you earnestly desire to come here." Hong Qigong replied, "I wanted to eat the Yuan Yang Wuzhen Kuai, Mandarin duck 5 treasured mincemeat. I don't know where the chef is. Tomorrow we shall catch him and tell him to prepare something to your taste. I don't believe his culinary skill is superior to Rengier," Zhou Batong said. Huang Rong smiled, she knew he wanted to thank her for the masks, that was why he praised her repeatedly. "I want to stay here and wait for the chef," Hong Qigong said, "since you are bored, why don't you and Jinger go out the palace and let Rengier stay here to accompany me? Tomorrow night you can come back here again." Zhou Batong put on the city god mask and laughed. "No," he said, "I want to accompany you in here. Tomorrow I am going to wear this mask to scare the old emperor. Brother Guo, Rengier, you keep your eyes on the old poison, don't let him steal the Yu Fei's legacy." What the old urchin said was very reasonable, Hong Qigong said, "Go quickly, just be careful." 2 people gave their promise. "Don't fight the old poison tonight, look for me tomorrow," Zhou Batong said. "We can't beat him, naturally we want fight," Huang Rong said. Along with Guo Jing she slipped away from the imperial kitchen, with the intention of going back to Hotel Guangai to watch Wanyan Honglai and the others' activity. They tiptoed in the dark through 2 halls. Suddenly they felt a cool breeze and faintly heard the sound of water. In the stillness of the night they could also smell a faint delicate fragrance, deep from the palace courtyard. Unexpectedly they saw a wooded hill place inside the palace. Huang Rong sniffed at this fragrance. She knew there must be a flower garden nearby. She thought in the imperial palace garden there must be many wonderful flowers and excellent plants. While she was there, certainly she could not pass this rare opportunity to take a look. Therefore, she pulled Guo Jing's hand. Following the flower fragrance they looked for the garden. Gradually the sound of water intensified. Two people walked around flower-strewn path and saw pine and bamboo trees covering the deep blue sky above, with beautiful hills quietly stood on the background. Huang Rong was secretly impressed of this place. Even though the arrangement was inferior to the Peach Blossom Island, the flowers and trees were exquisitely beautiful. They walked several zhangs further and saw a sheet of water like a silver waterfall coming out from the side of a hill. The water came down to a pond, and in turn, a stream of water coming out of the pond so that it would not overflow. There were countless red lotuses strewn across the surface of the pond. Right in front of the pond there was a hall dense with flowers. Just above the entrance was written Cui Han Tang, Jade Green Cold Hall, 3 characters. Huang Rong walked to the front of the hall. She saw under the porch were some the steps going up surrounded with all kinds of flowers, mo li, jasmine, su xin, fragrant vegetable, shi xiang ting, musk deer fragrant rattan, shu jin, vermilion hibiscus, yu gui, jade cassia, hong jiao, red banana, all kinds of fragrant plants that bloom in summer. Towards the back of the hall orchids and other scented plants were hung. The sweet-smelling incense was burning, filling the hall and attacking their nostrils. On the table inside the hall there were several bowls of lotus root, sweet melon, loquat, and all kinds of wild fruits from the forest. Several round fans were strewn on the chairs. Looked like this hall was where the emperor enjoyed the cool evening breeze before going to bed. Guo Jing sighed. This emperor really knows how to enjoy life, he said. Huang Rong laughed. You can be one now, she said, pulling Guo Jing to sit on a couch. She offered the bowl of fruits and knelt down. Long live master, please enjoy some fresh fruits, she said. Guo Jing smiled and picked up a loquat. Please rise, he said. Huang Rong laughed. Emperor never says please, that is too polite, she said. While two people were talking and laughing in low voice, suddenly they heard someone shout out from a distant, "Who's there?" They were startled and leaped out, hiding behind a fake hill. They heard some heavy footsteps. 2 men came loudly shouting to see. Guo Jing and Huang Rong listened to these people and knew their martial arts skills were low and there was nothing to worry about. The guards brandished their sabers, rushing toward the front of the hall. They looked around but did not see anything out of ordinary. You saw a ghost, one guard said, laughing. The other one was also laughing. I am seeing things these past few days, he said. They walked away talking and laughing. Huang Rong was amused inwardly. She pulled Guo Jing's hand to go out, but suddenly heard those 2 guards' grunts, hey, hey. Although the noise was deep and muffled, they knew it was the sound of one's exhaling because their acupoints were sealed. Guo Jing and Huang Rong both thought, is it Big Brother Zhou who got bored and came out to play? They heard someone speak in a low voice. According to the Imperial Palace map, the building next to the waterfall is the Cui Han Tang. We are going there. This voice belonged to Wanyan Honglai. Guo Jing and Huang Rong were very shocked. They grabbed each other's hand and hid even deeper behind the fake hill, did not dare to make any noise. Under the glimmering sparse starlight they saw shadows moving in front of the hall. They vaguely recognized that other than Wanyan Honglai there were Ouyang Feng, Peng Lianhu, Sha Tong Tian, Venerable Lingji, Liang Ziwen and Ho Tonghai. Guo Jing and Huang Rong were puzzled. What are these people doing in the imperial palace? They thought, could it be they also want to steal some food from the imperial kitchen? They heard Wanyan Honglai spoke again, still in low voice. Little Prince had carefully examined the secret letter Yu Fei left behind, also examined the documents from 2 dynasties emperors Gao Zong and Xiao Zong. I concluded that the Wumu legacy is hidden 15 steps east of the Cui Han Tang. Everybody's eyes automatically followed the direction of his hand. 15 steps east of the hall was the waterfall, nothing else. Wanyan Honglai said, how the book could be hidden in the waterfall. Little Prince found it hard to guess, but according to the documents, this is the correct place. Sha Tongtian was known as the Gui Men Long Wang, Dragon King of Gui Men, Demon Sect/Devil's Gate. His water skill was excellent. "I'll go to take a look at the waterfall," he said. Without waiting further he stepped forward and jumped into the water. Not long afterward he re-emerged from the water. Everybody rushed forward to welcome him, only to listen to him saying, "The prince can really see clearly, behind the waterfall there is a cave with closed iron door." Wanyan Honglai was ecstatic. "The Wumu legacy must be inside the cave," he said. "I am afraid I'll have to inconvenience gentlemen to open that iron gate." Everybody unsheathed their precious sabers and sharp blades. Complying with his request, everybody wanted to render meritorious service. They raced to the waterfall. Ouyang Feng only laughed coldly. He merely stood by Wanyan Honglai's side. He felt his reputation was different. He was not willing to fetch the book together with the others. Sha Tongtian was the first to duck under the water stream, suddenly a gust of wind assaulting his face. He just came in to take a look and saw nothing. How could he guess an enemy would suddenly attack him? Hurriedly he avoided the attack, but his left wrist was suddenly grabbed by the enemy and he was pushed hard. Against its master's wish his body flew out and hit Liang Ziwang hard. Luckily both men's martial arts skills were quite high and they were not injured. Everybody was taken by surprise. In the meantime Sha Tongtian had entered the waterfall again. This time he was ready. He lifted both palms in front of his face, and sure enough, from behind the waterfall a fist came flying out. He used his left hand to parry while launched a counterattack with his right. All this time he has not seen clearly who the enemy was. Liang Ziwang had also jumped into the waterfall. Suddenly a stick came sweeping close to the ground. Liang Ziwang tried to evade, but he was too late. The lower part of his leg were squarely hit. He could not maintain his stand and fell backward. His chest was hit by the waterfall, while his leg was again hit by the stick. Against its master's wish his body fell outside the waterfall. By this time Sha Tongtian was also pushed outside the waterfall by a swift and fierce palm. Three-headed dragon Ho Tonghai did not think about what kind of martial arts skill his martial brother had, and what kind of skill he had. If his martial brother was easily defeated, how could he hope to achieve success? Relying on his superb water skill, his ability to open his eyes and see underwater, he charged into the waterfall. Looking at the adverse situation, Peng Lianhu rushed forward to join the battle, but suddenly a dark and rather shiny shadow flew above his head. Bang! That shadow fell to the ground, and then he heard Ho Tonghai cried out loudly out of pain. Quickly Peng Lianhu came over and said in a low voice, "Ho Xiong, brother Ho, be quiet." "What happened?" "His granny." Ho Tonghai cursed, "My butts are broken into 4 pieces from the fall." Peng Lianhu was confounded and amused at the same time. "Is there such a thing?" he whispered. He stretched his hand to trace Ho Tonghai's buttocks, seemingly to see if they were still 2 pieces, but he saw nothing was injured. He knew something was amiss, so he did not want to rashly face the danger. "Who's inside?" he asked. From pain Ho Tonghai became angry. "How would I know?" he snapped. "As soon as I went in I was thrown back outside." "That bastard scoundrel." Under the starlight they saw Venerable Lingzi's red robe fluttered. He entered the waterfall in big strides. Amidst the gurgling water they could hear his loud shouts in Tibetan. Looked like he was fighting an intense battle with the man inside. Everybody looked at each other in surprise. Sha Tongtian and Liang Ziwang were thrown outside, but in the darkness they vaguely saw behind the curtain of water there were 1 man and 1 woman. The man was bare-handed, and the woman had a stick in her hand. By this time they heard Venerable Lingzi's loud roar. It looked like he had suffered hardship as well. Wanyan Honglai knitted his brows. Why is this venerable so reckless? He called out earth-shatteringly loud, "If the palace guards hear and come over, how can we get the book?" he said. He had just finished speaking when they saw Venerable Lingzi's red Kasaya fly out from the waterfall and float on the red lotus pond, followed by two clanking noise. Two copper symbols that he used as weapons also flew out of the waterfall. Peng Lianhu was afraid the symbols would make loud noise if they fell to the ground, thus alerting the palace guards, so he stretched out his hands and caught the symbols. They heard from the waterfall loud shouts, which nobody could understand, of Tibetan curse words, followed by a huge body flying out of the water. Luckily Venerable Lingzi's martial art was different from Ho Tonghai's. He fell backward, but was able to land steadily. His buttocks were not injured at all. He cursed aloud, "It's the boy and the girl we met at the boat." When Guojing and Huang Rong were hiding behind the fake hill, they heard Wanyan Honglai's order to the people to come into the cave and steal the book. They thought if the Wumu legacy were obtained by him, the Jin army could follow Wuma's military strategy to invade the south, then it would be disastrous. They realized that Ouyang Feng was around and that they were not his match, but if they did not bravely step forward, how could they bear it if the common people of the world suffer a disaster? At first Huang Rong wanted to find a way to scare these people away, but Guo Jing saw the situation was critical. They did not have time to hesitate. Immediately he pulled Huang Rong's hand and slipped behind the waterfall. They were hoping for an opportunity to set up an ambush and attack Ouyang Feng by surprise. Luckily the waterfall's rumbling noise was so loud that nobody noticed their movements. Two people did all they can to repel Sha Tongtian and the others. They were pleasantly surprised with the result, did not expect the manual's changing muscles forging bones to be that marvelous. Huang Rong's dog-beating stick had infinite variations, almost fantastical, that even men of Sha Tongtian and Venerable Lingzi's caliber were thrown into confusion and helplessness. Guo Jing would take advantage of the situation to send out his palm. As a result they managed to throw everybody out of the waterfall. Guo Jing and Huang Rong knew that as Sha Tongtian and the others were defeated, Ouyang Feng would go into action, and that they absolutely could not fight against him. "Let us get out of here quick," Huang Rong said. "We have to raise the alarm. Let the palace guards come over and prevent these people to act further." "That's right," Guo Jing said. "You go out and raise the alarm. I am staying here to guard." "You must not fight the old poison," Huang Rong said. "Yes. Now go." "Go," Guo Jing said. Huang Rong just about to go out through the hole behind the waterfall when suddenly they heard a loud grunt. A great burst of energy came through the waterfall from the outside. Two people did not dare to block, they leaped sideways to evade. With a loud sound the Ouyang Feng's toad stance energy penetrated the waterfall and hit the iron gate. The water splashed everywhere, the momentum was astonishing. Although Huang Rong managed to leap sideways, but her back was still hit by the toad stance's lateral force, she felt her blood was rushing and her vision blurred. She tried to focus her attention and then dashing outside and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Seize the assassin! Seize the assassin!" She ran away while repeatedly shouting. As she shouted, the palace guards all around Cui Han Tang were startled awake. Immediately there came shouting everywhere, raising the alarm. Huang Rong jumped up the roof, picked up the roof tiles and bing! Bing! Bang! Bang! Threw the tiles randomly. "Kill this little girl first, then we'll talk," Peng Lianhu cursed. Launching his lightness kung fu he gave a chase. Liang Ziwang jumped to the left, trying to surround her. Wanyan Honglai was still calm. He said to Yang Kong, "Conger, go with Mr. Ouyang to get the book." By that time Ouyang Feng had already squatted on the ground in front of the waterfall. With another grunt he sent another burst of energy and the double iron gate on the cave mouth flew in. He was about to enter the cave when suddenly from the side a shadow came attacking. Before the person even arrived, his palm had already come, launching the dangerous stance of Fei Long Zai Tian, dragon flies to the sky. Although in that dark cave he could not clearly see that person's appearance, as soon as he saw the stance he knew it must be Guo Jing. He was delighted, that 9 manual is exceptionally difficult to understand, I only understand 2 out of 10 sentences. If I can capture this kid today, I can force him to explain it. He leaned sideways to evade the attack, then swiftly stretched out his hand trying to snatch Guo Jing's back. Guo Jing determined that no matter what he had to do guard the entrance, he could not let the enemy enter. As long as he could hold for a moment, the palace guards would come over. Although this group of traitors' martial arts was high, eventually they have to run away. He was slightly puzzled to see Ouyang Feng did not try to kill him but just want to capture him. His left hand swept the attacking hand away and his right hand counterattacked with the vacant fist technique. Even though in term of strength this technique was inferior to the 18 dragon subduing palms, using vacant fist his palms were floating with tricky movements. Good! Ouyang Feng exclaimed. He dropped his shoulder and withdrew his hand, trying to catch Guo Jing's right arm. His hand did not carry the gust of wind that came with his swift and ferocious force. When he was on the desolate island, Ouyang Feng studied the manual Guo Jing wrote. The more he practiced it, the more he felt something was wrong. It never crossed his mind that the manual in his hand was scrambled to the point of intelligible. He thought that the manual carried a very deep and profound meaning, which could not be deciphered in a short period of time. Later on he heard Hong Qigong mumbling some gibberish on the raft. He thought that was the key to understanding the manual. Every time he met Guo Jing he noticed that his martial art was always progressing. He was startled yet delighted at the same time, startled that if this kid's skill made this kind of advancement, then the power contained in the manual was truly something to be feared, delighted because the manual was in his hand. By strengthening his own background, his advancement in the future would be limitless. Previously on the raft he fought a life and death battle against 2 enemies. This time he felt that he had gained an upper hand. He wanted to fight leisurely. He thought he would be able to tear apart the manual by watching Guo Jing's every single move. He did not care whether the Wumu legacy could be stolen or not. In his heart the only important matter right now was the martial art in the manual. By now the light from the lanterns all around had made the Cui Han Tang bright as daylight as more and more palace guards arrived. Wanyan Honglai saw Ouyang Feng and Yang Kong had entered the water curtain for a very long time without coming back out, while the palace guards had gathered around them. He was getting increasingly anxious. Fortunately the guards' attention was absorbed by Peng Lianhu and Liang Ziwang on the roof chasing after Huang Rong, oblivious that there was a bigger fight going on inside the waterfall. He realized, however, that sooner or later the guards would detect their presence there. He stomped his feet and waved his hands incessantly, while urgently called out, "Quick! Quick! Don't worry Prince, little monk will go in again," Venerable Lingji said. Shaking his left palm in front of his body he entered the waterfall again. By now the light outside had penetrated the water curtain. He was able to see Ouyang Feng exchanged stances against Guo Jing in front of the cave entrance, while Yang Kong on the side was trying to get into the cave. But how could he pass through these 2 people's ferocious gust of winds from their palms? Venerable Lingji watched for several stances and he could not endure it anymore. He thought presently the situation was very urgent, but this Ouyang Feng was leisurely sparring martial art in here with this kid. Truly he was a bastard. "Mr. Ouyang, let me help you," he shouted. "Don't go near me," Ouyang Feng replied. Venerable Lingji thought, in a situation like this you still flaunt yourself as a hero, displaying your reputation as a grandmaster of a martial arts school. He bent his knees and attacked Guo Jing's left side. His de shou yin, big hand stamp / imprint, slapped Guo Jing's Tai Yang, sun, acupoint. Ouyang Feng was angry. His right hand stretched out to grab the back of Lingzi's neck and flung him out. As his neck was grabbed, Venerable Lingji was very angry. He shouted a series of most obscene cuss words he could think of. Unfortunately he was using Tibetan, so naturally Ouyang Feng did not understand a word he was saying. All he heard was "Bai and I mi hong," half a sentence, because water started to get into his mouth that his curse was drowned. What happened was, he fell backward with his face facing the sky, so when he fell into the pond water started filling up his mouth. Wanyan Honglai saw Venerable Lingji came out and fell like he was mounting the clouds and riding the mist. and then he heard a loud clamoring noise as the big flower pot in front of the Cui Han Tang was crushed. He groaned inwardly. He also saw the palace guards came in succession. Busily he tucked his robe and went inside the waterfall. Although he had learned martial arts, his skill was only a so-so. As soon as he was inside the waterfall he stepped on slippery floor and fell down. Yang Kong rushed forward to hold him up. It took a while for Wanyan Honglai to scan the cave, looking at what was going on. "Mr. Ouyang, can you expel this youngster?" he called out. He knew that no matter how he begged or entreated, Ouyang Feng might not necessarily pay any attention to him, hence he resorted to subtlety by asking if Ouyang Feng was capable of expelling Guojing. It was called dispatching a general is not as good as inciting a general. Sure enough, as soon as Ouyang Feng heard that, he replied, "Why not?" He squatted and produced a loud grunt, sending his toad stance energy forward through his palms. This one push was backed by his lifelong cultivation of energy. Even if Hong Qigong or Huang Yaoshi were here, they would not be able to resist this attack head-on. How could Guojing block? Ouyang Feng had just exchanged some stances with Guojing, compelling him to use the vacant fist technique. He noticed that Guojing's movement was subtle with marvelous variations. In his heart he was secretly pleased, thinking this must be the 9E manual's martial art. He wanted to watch Guojing to use up this technique so that he could steal as much as he could. Unfortunately Wanyan Honglai barged in and questioned his ability. He still thought that Guojing would be useful, and he knew the ferociousness of his own strength, therefore, voluntarily he withdrew his push. Unexpectedly Guojing had determined to guard the Wumu legacy with his life. He knew that if he evaded to the side, the cave entrance would be defenseless and the Wumu legacy would fall into the enemy's hand. Although there were numerous palace guards outside, how could they defend against Ouyang Feng and the others? He knew this incoming force was ferocious. He could not block, and he could not evade, so his feet kicked and he jumped about 4 feet upward to escape the attack and then landed back in front of the entrance. He heard a loud noise behind his back. Sand and rocks fell down since Ouyang Feng's force hit the cave wall. "Good!" Ouyang Feng called out, and with an exceptional speed sent out the second attack. The previous force had not diminished when the next force had arrived. Guojing felt a sudden gust of wind blowing to his upper body. He groaned inwardly, and launched both of his palms forward using the Zhen Jing Bai Li, shocking 100 lis, immediately. It was one of the most powerful moves of the 18 dragon subduing palms. This time he blocked hard with hard. In an instant both of them stayed motionless. Guojing realized his strength was not a match of the enemy's. He knew he would suffer defeat, but there was no other way. Wanyan Honglai saw these two men were fighting, leaping and eluding. One rose up, the other fell down, and suddenly they were stiff like corpses. Not even a finger was stirred. They did not even seem to breathe. He was greatly astonished. A short moment later sweat started to drip from Guojing's body. Ouyang Feng knew that if this fight continued his opponent would suffer serious injury. He had a mind of yielding for half a stance, but as soon as he let down his power his chest tightened because the opponent's power come pressing in. If not of his profound strength he would certainly be injured. Ouyang Feng was startled. He had never expected that in such a young age Guojing's strength could be so fierce. He took a deep breath and counterattacked immediately, pushing the incoming force back out. If only he added a little bit strength to his push, he would be able to overthrow Guojing easily. But this time both parties' palm strength was equal. If he wanted to score victory he would have to inflict heavy injury to his opponent. It would not be difficult if he really wanted to kill Guojing. But this kid was the key to understanding the manual. How could he destroy his own resource? Therefore, he wanted to wait for Guojing's strength to be depleted and then he would capture him. Not too long afterwards it became obvious that as one's strength declined, the other's increased, but Wanyan Honglai and Yang Kong who watched from the side did not know how much longer this condition would last. They became very anxious. Actually 2 people were in this deadlock for only a short time, but because the light from the outside was getting brighter and the noise getting louder, in Wanyan Honglai and Yang Kang's mind they have been motionless for a very long time. Suddenly a loud noise was heard, 2 palace guards came barging into the waterfall. Yang Kong swiftly pounced forward. With ta sound both of his hands penetrated the guard's body. It was the deathly Jiao In by Zhua Gong, 9 In White Claw power. A whiff of reeking blood smell attacked everybody's nostrils, those guards died instantly. Yang Kong then drew a dagger from his boot and jumped to stab Guo Jing's waist. Guo Jing was resisting Ouyang Feng's palm with all his strength. How could he avoid this incoming stab? He knew if he moved even a little bit he would die violently under the Western Poison's toad stance, therefore, even when he knew the dagger would penetrate his body soon, he was forced to ignore it. Suddenly he felt a severe pain on his waist, his breath was immediately shut. Instinctively he swung his fist and hit Yang Kang's hand. By this time the martial art levels between these two was very far apart. Guo Jing's fist struck Yang Kang's bone like it was about to crack. Hastily Yang Kong withdrew his hand that the dagger only went halfway into Guo Jing's waist. Right at that moment the toad stance's force came surging into Guo Jing's chest. He made a noiseless grunt, bent his body and tumbled down. Realizing that in the end he still inflicted injury, Ouyang Feng waved his hand and shook his head. What a pity! What a pity! He called out. He was dejected but knew that this kid could not be revived, so there was no reason why he should linger around, he had to get the Wumu legacy. He stared at Yang Kong angrily, he thought, this kid has spoiled my big business. He turned around and entered the cave in big strides. Wan Yen Honglai and Yang Kong followed behind. By that time there were a lot of palace guards gathered around the place. Without turning his body Ouyang Feng grabbed backward and one by one he flung the guards away, until finally no guard was able to enter the cave anymore. Yang Kong lighted up his torch to see the cave situation, he saw thick dust everywhere, a sign that nobody had ever entered in for a very long time. There was a stone table in the middle of the cave, and a stone box on top of it, measuring about 2 feet square. The box was sealed closed. Other than this, no other object could be seen inside the cave. Yang Kong brought his torch closer to take a look. The writing on the seal looked very old, the characters were not recognizable. The book must be inside this box, Wan Yen Honglai called out. Yang Kong was delighted, he held out his hand to take the box. Ouyang Feng's left arm gently pushed his shoulder away. Yang Kong staggered back several steps before he fell down. He was startled, but saw Ouyang Feng took the box. Great work accomplished, everybody draws back. Wan Yen Honglai called out. With Ouyang Feng on the front leading the way, 3 people went out the cave. Yang Kong saw Guo Jing with his body full of blood was lying motionless among several guards on the cave entrance. He felt a slight remorse and muttered under his breath, "You don't know good from bad, always meddle in other people's business. You can't blame me in spite of our sworn brotherhood." Remembering his dagger was still in Guo Jing's body he stooped down to pick it up, but then suddenly a shadow appeared from outside. "Brother Jing, where are you?" The shadow called out. Yang Kong recognized Huang Rong's voice. He was startled and without taking his dagger out he jumped over Guo Jing's body and ran outside the water curtain to follow Ouyang Feng and the others. Previously Huang Rong was rushing to the east and running to the west with Peng Lianhu and Liang Ziweng chasing after her on the rooftop. Not long afterwards the palace guards started to gather around the area. Peng and Liang were scared, they did not dare to chase Huang Rong much longer and so they went back to join Shatong Tian and the others waiting for Wan Yen Honglai by the waterfall side. They killed several other guards outside the cave until Ouyang Feng went out. Huang Rong was concerned about Guo Jing, she went back inside the cave and called out several times without answer. She started to get nervous, so she lighted up her flint only to see Guo Jing with his body soaked in blood was lying next to her own foot. Huang Rong was scared to death, her hands trembled, her flint fell down and the fire went out. Outside the cave the guards were still shouting loudly, calling each other to capture the assassin. More than a dozen guards were grabbed and tossed away by Ouyang Feng with broken necks, nobody dared to even go near them anymore. But palace guards carried a heavy responsibility. Presently there was an assassin in the palace. If they did not shout loudly and appear bold by not running away, how could they show their loyalties? Huang Rong stooped down to hold Guojing. She felt his hand was still warm. She felt relieved. She called out several times without getting any answer. She decided to carry him on her back and quietly slipped away from the waterfall toward the back of the fake hill. By that time the area around the Cui Han Tang was bright as daylight from the lanterns. Guards from other parts of the palace had heard the news and came over in abundance. Even though Huang Rong's movement was quick, it was impossible to avoid being seen by several guards. They shouted loudly and came to chase her. Huang Rong silently cursed, "You are a bunch of scumbags, you don't pursue after the bad people but chase after the good people." She gritted her teeth and flew away. Several guards with higher martial arts managed to get close to her, forcing her to launch several steel needles. "Io!" She heard several guards cry out and fell down. The rest of the guards did not dare to pursue and could only helplessly look at her leaping over the palace wall and disappear without a trace. These people were so noisy that the whole palace was frightened. In the dark of the night nobody knew if it was a coup, somebody was trying to usurp the emperor's throne, or some government officers incited a rebellion. The palace guards, the imperial army, all armed force personnel were alarmed, but not a single high-ranking military officer knew what was going on for sure. They were confused for the rest of the night. Came daybreak, the cavalry was dispatched. The city was turned upside down in search of the rebels or the assassin. Quite a number of people were arrested. Unfortunately, later investigation proved that these people were nothing but petty thieves and local ruffians. The officials were forced to fabricate oral confession and randomly executed some people in order to appease the throne and to assure their own safety and position. After leaving the palace that night, Huang Rong ran without looking where she was heading. She randomly picked her way and only slowed down after seeing nobody was pursuing them. She entered a small alley and stretched her finger to feel Guojing's breath. She was relieved to find Guojing was still breathing, only her flint was lost in the palace so that in the darkness she could not examine where the injury was. She knew if she waited for the dawn, it would be more difficult to find a shelter inside the city wall with this kind of bloody person with her, hence she decided to leave the city that very same night, heading toward Shagus wine shop. Huang Rong's martial arts skill was high, but after running fast for half the night, carrying Guojing on her back with a nervous heart, as she shoved open the door of Shagus shop, she was out of breath, her body felt weak. She sat down to calm herself down, catching her breath, then found a piece of firewood and lighted it to look at Guojing's face and examine his wound. She was shocked even more than when they were still at the palace. Guojing's eyes were tightly shut, his face was white as a sheet, he looked more dead than alive. Huang Rong had seen him injured several times before, but never seen him in this kind of critical condition. She felt like her own heart was about to jump out of her throat. She stood lost in thought with a torch in her hand. Suddenly a hand stretched out from the side and touched the torch. Huang Rong slowly turned her head and saw that it was Shagu. Huang Rong sucked a deep breath. Now that there was someone beside her, she felt somewhat better. She remembered she was going to examine Guojing's injury. Under the bright light of the torch she could see a blackish object protruding from Guojing's waist. It looked like an ebony hilt of a dagger. She lowered her head to look closer and found out that it was indeed a dagger with the blade stuck inside Guojing's left waist. At this time Huang Rong's panic had reached its limit, her mind turned calm instead. She gently tore the clothes around his waist, exposing bare skin and muscle, only to see blood coagulated around the blade, which penetrated the muscle several cun deep. 1 cun is approximately 1 inch. She was afraid if she pulled the dagger Guojing would die immediately, but if she waited too long it would be also more difficult to save his life. Biting her lips she stretched out her hand to grab the dagger's hilt, but then suddenly doubt came creeping into her heart, she withdrew her hand. This happened several times, she just could not make up her mind. Shagu became impatient, The fourth time Huang Rong withdrew her hand, she suddenly stretched out her hand, grabbed the hilt and pulled the dagger out abruptly. Guo Jing and Huang Rong both shouted in shock, but Xiaogu thought it was really fun. She happily laughed out loud. Huang Rong saw blood gushing out from Guo Jing's wound like a spring, while Xiaogu was still laughing foolishly. From shock she became angry, her palm struck backward, sending Xiaogu rolling down on the floor. And immediately she stooped down to press the wound with a handkerchief. When Xiaogu fell down, she brought the torch with her, the fire was extinguished and the room became pitch black. Xiaogu was angry, she jumped out and kicked Huang Rong on her leg. Huang Rong did not evade the kick. Xiaogu was afraid Huang Rong would retaliate, she jumped back immediately after kicking. But after a while she heard Huang Rong was sobbing softly. She was surprised. Busily she relighted the torch and came asking, "Did I hurt you bad?" Actually, when the dagger was pulled out, the pain was so severe that it woke Guo Jing up. Under the torch light he saw Huang Rong was kneeling beside him. "Master Yu's book, was it stolen?" he quickly asked. Huang Rong was delighted to hear him speak. Knowing he was very concerned about this matter, she felt like it was not the right time to add to his anxiety. "Don't worry," she said, "those traitors were not able to get their hands on the book." She wanted to ask how he was feeling, but her hands were actually warm from his blood. "Why are you crying?" Guo Jing asked with a low voice. Huang Rong forced a smile and said, "I am not crying." Xiaogu suddenly opened her mouth. "She is too, isn't she? Look, there are still tears on her face." "Renjie, don't worry," Guo Jing said, "there is a section about injury treatment in the 9E manual. I won't die." Hearing this, Huang Rong was like someone in the dark suddenly saw a beacon of light, her eyes shone brightly, her delight was unspeakable, nothing could dampen her spirit. She wanted to ask the details but was afraid she would make him weary. She turned around to hold Xiaogu's hand. "Sister, did I hurt you just now?" she asked, with smile on her face. Xiaogu's mind was still set on seeing her cry. She ignored her question and asked, "You are crying, don't you admit it?" Huang Rong smiled, "Fine, I was crying. But you were not, you are a good girl." Xiaogu was delighted to hear her praise. Guo Jing slowly circulated his qi, the pain was unbearable. By this time Huang Rong had cleared her mind. She took out a steel needle and punctured the acupoints around his left waist, both to slow down the flow of blood, also to reduce the pain. Then she washed up his wound clean, applied some medicine and rewrapped the wound with clean cloth. She also gave him a 9-flower jade dew pill to help stop the pain. Guo Jing said, "Although this dagger went in pretty deep, but luckily it did not hit any vital organs, it won't be life-threatening. I suffer more dangerous injury from the old poison's toad stance. Fortunately it seemed like he did not use all his strength, so looks like I may be healed, only I will have to make you suffer for 7 days and 7 nights. Huang Rong sighed. "You know that even if I have to suffer 70 years for you, I will still be willing," she said. Guo Jing felt sweetness creep into his heart, at the same time he also felt dizzy. After waiting for a moment his mind cleared up a little bit, he said, "It was a pity when Shifu was injured I missed several days of opportunity to treat him. Otherwise, even though the snake venom was fierce, it won't be too hard for him to fully recover. He won't be disabled like he is today." Huang replied, "When we were on that island, even if we could heal Shifu's injury, would the old poison uncle and nephew let us? Please don't think that way. Just tell me your method and set my mind at ease." "First we must find a peace and quiet place," Guo Jing said, "then following the manual's instruction we circulate our qi together. Each of us will hold the other's palm. Using your internal energy you are helping me healing my injury." Speaking to this point he closed his eyes to catch his breath before continuing, "The only difficulty is that for 7 whole days and nights our palms cannot be separated even for a second. Your breathing will be closely linked to mine. We can talk to each other, but definitely we can't have a third person interrupting us even for a half sentence. Also, we must not walk away even for half a step. If there is someone else disturbing us, we may. Huang Rong realized this kind of treatment was similar with meditation to cultivate someone's martial art. Before reaching satisfactory result, one could not experience any external intervention. Otherwise, the mind would be either disturbed with bad thoughts or would be out of control. Unavoidably, the result would be fire deviation. Not only the whole energy cultivation would be wasted, in the least the person would suffer injury, at the most, dead. That was the reason warriors who cultivate internal energy would always find a secluded and inhabited mountain or field, or closing their doors without coming out, or have a skilled and powerful master or friend protecting on the sideline to avoid their training going astray. She thought, in this short moment it's difficult to find a peace and quiet place, while I am the only one who can help him treating his injury. It's impossible to rely on this Shagu to guard against external disturbance. She could come and create an endless disturbance herself. If only Big Brother Zhou came back. But then I don't think he will be able to set his mind to guard us for 7 days and 7 nights, success won't be guaranteed, messed up things will be more likely. So what should I do? She mused over this matter for a long time, then she glanced over to the bowl in the cabinet. An idea came into her mind. I got it. We can hide inside this secret room. In the past Mei Chaofeng practiced martial art without anybody protecting her. Didn't she hide herself up in a cave? It was now dawn. Shagu went to the kitchen and cooked some rice porridge for these 2 people to eat. Brother Jing, Huang Rong said, wait here for a moment, I am going to buy some food, and then we can start your treatment immediately. She thought presently the weather was blisteringly hot. If she cooked some rice and dishes, they would definitely rot if left in the room for 7 days and nights. Thereupon she went to the village market to buy a pickle, approximately 50 kilograms or 100 pounds, of watermelon. The farmer who sold the watermelon brought everything back to Shagus Inn and heaped them on the ground. After receiving the money, on the way out he said, our Ox Village's watermelon is sweet and crispy, once mistaste it you will agree with me. Hearing the 3 characters Niu Jia Cun, Ox Village, Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. Turned out this is the Ox Village, she said in her heart, this is Brother Jing's hometown. She was afraid if Guo Jing found out his mind would be disturbed, therefore, she replied perfunctorily. She waited until that villager went out to go into the inner chamber to take a look. Guo Jing was asleep, blood no longer seeped out through the cotton cloth wrapped around his waist. Huang Rong opened up the cabinet and turned the iron bowl to open the secret chamber door, and then she brought the watermelons one by one inside. At last the only thing remained outside was Shagu. Huang Rong repeatedly warned Shagu not to tell anybody they would be staying inside the chamber, that no matter what kind of earth-shattering things happened, she was not supposed to call out from outside. Shagu did not understand her intention, but seeing Huang Rong's serious expression, she said she understood, repeatedly nodded her head to give her promise. You want to eat watermelon inside, you don't want anybody to know. After you finish eating watermelon, you will come back out again. Shagu will not tell. Huang Rong was happy. Shagu won't tell. Shagu is a good girl, she said. If Shagu tell, Shagu is a bad girl. Shagu won't tell. Shagu is a good girl, Shagu repeatedly said. Huang Rong fed Guo Jing another big bowl of rice porridge. She also ate 1 bowl, and then she helped him entering the secret chamber. When she was closing the door from inside, she saw Shagu's simple expression showing a smile. Shagu said, Shagu won't tell. Suddenly Huang Rong's heart was moved. This girl is so dumb. What if every time she meets someone she say, those 2 eat watermelon inside the cabinet, Shagu won't tell. The only way to ensure our safety is to kill her. She grew up under her father's way of life. Benevolence and justice, differences between good and evil don't matter to them. Although she knew this Shagu had a very close relationship with Chu Lingfeng, right at that moment she presented a danger to Guo Jing's life. Even if there were a dozen more Shagus, she would kill them all. She took the dagger that was in Guo Jing's waist and walked out to leave the room. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 24. Recuperating in a Secret Chamber. Huang Rong had just walked 2 steps when she turned her head and saw Guo Jing's suspicious look, as if he could see the murderous look on her own face. She thought, I don't have any problem killing Shagu, but later on Jing Gij might ask me about it. She further thought, he might not ask me about it, he might not even raise this matter, ever. But in his heart he might harbor hatred to me, that won't be good. Alright, well just have to take this big risk. She closed the door immediately and looked around the room carefully. On the western corner near the roof of that small room there was a small ventilation window about 1 foot square, where the sunlight entered the room through a sheet of clamshell curtain. By this light they were able to see everything inside the room. The ventilation hole was dusty. Huang Rong took out her dagger and cleaned up the ventilation hole. The bad smell in the room still lingered, but they seemed unable to think about it. In light of the life and death experience they faced earlier, the smelly and dusty room felt like paradise to them. Guo Jing leaned on the wall, he smiled slightly and said, there is no better place for us to treat my injury than in this room. Only we are accompanied by 2 dead people. Are you afraid? In her heart Huang Rong was actually scared, but she determined not to think about it. She said with a smile, one was my Shige, martial brother, he certainly won't harm me, the other was a rice bucket government official. Alive he wouldn't scare me, become a ghost he could scare me even less by becoming a ghost. Immediately she kicked 2 sets of skeletons towards the northern corner of the room. She took the straw mat of the watermelon and spread it out on the ground, then she piled up the several dozens of watermelon around it within arm's reach. What do you think? She asked. Very good, Guo Jing replied, now we can start. Huang Rong helped him to sit on the straw, she also sat cross-legged on his left. When she lifted her head, she saw a small whole eyelet the size of a coin on the wall right in front of her. She looked through it and to her delight she saw a mirror on which she could see the entire room outside. Apparently the people who built this secret room had planned it thoroughly, so when they were hiding inside this room from the enemies, they could still observe the activity outside through the mirror. Only it had been a long time and the mirror was covered with thick dust. She took out a handkerchief and wrapped her index finger with it, then she poked inside the hole to clean the mirror. She saw Shagu was sitting on the ground throwing pebbles around, her mouth humming some tune, but Huang Rong could not hear clearly what she was singing. Huang Rong pressed her ear to the hole to listen. Turned out Shagu was humming a lullaby, swing, 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 swing to the grandmother's bridge, grandmother calls me the precious baby. At first Huang Rong felt funny, but then the more she listened, the more she felt the touching emotion that song brought. Her heart overflowed with tender affection. She could not help but think, could it be this song was the one her mother sang to her when she was little? If my mother did not die, would she sing like this to me? Thinking of this her eyes turned moist. Guo Jing saw her sad expression and said, what are you thinking? My injury is not that bad, don't feel so sad. Huang Rong put out her hand to wipe her tears and said, quickly teach me the internal energy cultivation technique. Thereupon Guo Jing started to slowly recite the treating injury chapter of the 9-yin manual. There was a saying among the martial art practitioners, learn how to take a beating first before learning how to beat someone, so the most basic lesson in martial art was how to take a beating without getting seriously injured. When the martial art became more profound, the practitioner must learn how to protect their own body and defend their own lives, sealing acupoints to treat an injury, setting up broken bones and curing poison wound, and all kinds of advanced techniques. Better techniques would result in better skill. It did not matter if one's martial arts skill was unmatched, there would come a day when he would fall. The treating injury of the 9-yin manual explained how a highly skilled martial artist would use his own internal energy to treat the injury, how to circulate the energy in internal injury treatment. As for the broken bones or weapon-inflicted wounds or other external injury treatment, it was assumed that the person who practiced the manual did not need further instructions. Huang Rong needed to listen only once and she would remember forever. There were several unclear passages in the manual, which they needed to discuss in detail. One had a strong foundation in Qiranjin sect's internal energy cultivation, the other had an extraordinary intelligence. With some deliberations they were able to understand almost everything. And so Huang Rong held out her right hand, clasping Guo Jing's left. They started to train diligently according to the technique from the manual. After training for 4 hours they took a short break. Huang Rong's left hand grabbed a knife and cut a watermelon, which she divided into parts and fed some to Guo Jing, all the while their hands were clasping each other. Training for several hours more, the tightness in Guo Jing's chest gradually lessened, the warm energy from Huang Rong's palms slowly dispersed into his bodice hundreds of bones, the soreness on his waist was indeed gradually reduced. He thought the technique contained in this manual was truly incomparable, he did not dare to be negligent and proceeded diligently. When the time came for them to take the third break, the light streaming from the ventilation window gradually dimmed. It was near dusk. Not only did Guo Jing feel his chest a lot less constricted, but Huang Rong also felt invigorated. Two people chatted before continuing their training. Suddenly they heard footsteps running quickly and stop in front of the inn, then several people came in. An insolent voice shouted, "Quickly get some dishes out, your masters here are starving." They recognized that the voice belonged to San Tu Jiao, three-headed scaly dragon, Ho Tong Hai. Guo Jing and Huang Rong looked at each other in surprise. Huang Rong quickly looked into the small hole, and to her surprise she saw on the mirror not only Ho Tong Hai, but Wanyan Honglai, Ouyang Feng, Yang Kong, Peng Lianhu, and the others. Huang Rong did not know where Shagu went to play. Ho Tong Hai slapped the table and made quite a racket, but nobody came out. Liang Ziwen went out and walked around the building. He frowned and said, "Nobody lives here." Ho Tong Hai volunteered to go to the village and buy some wine and dishes. Ouyang Feng found a spot protected from the blowing wind and spread some straw, then he carried his nephew and gently placed him on the straw, let him calmly lie down to heal from his broken legs. Peng Lianhu said with a laugh, "Those palace guards, although they are useless, they are everywhere like a ghost haunting us, so for the whole day we did not have time to even stop and eat." Wang Ye, Prince, lit. King Master, you are a northerner, yet you know that by the Qiantang River there is a desolate village and led all of us here. Truly nothing is hidden from your knowledgeable mind. Although he heard the flattering tone in Peng Lianhu's voice, Wanyan Honglai's face did not show the slightest satisfaction. He merely sighed softly and said, "I came to this place 19 years ago." Everybody could see that his expression had changed. They felt a little strange, but of course nobody knew he was thinking about how Bai Shiro saved his life in this village. The desolate village still existed, but that gentle lady with a hairpin in her head, wearing green robe, the one fed him warm chicken soup, was no longer in this world. Meanwhile Ho Tong Hai had returned from the village with wine and food. Peng Lianhu poured wine for everybody and said to Wanyan Honglai, "Wang Ye, today you succeeded in attaining the marvelous military strategy book, the sign that the great Jin's prestige will soon inspire the world, your army will dominate tens of thousands of lands. Let us all congratulate you." He raised his cup and gulped his wine. His voice was loud and clear. Guo Jing on the other side of the wall could still hear him clearly. He was shocked. "You yes, master, you, lit. Grandfather, you, legacy has fallen into his hand." He bitterly thought. As soon as his mind was anxious, the flow of energy in his chest reversed. Huang Rong could feel her palm shaking. She knew he heard everything and it had affected his dantian, pubic region. If it was not controlled quickly his life might be in danger. Busily she pressed her mouth to his ear and whispered, "If he can steal the book, can't we do the same? As long as your heir Shifu, second master, Miao Shou Shu Sheng, magic hand scholar, makes his move, he can easily steal even 10 books." Guo Jing thought she was right. Immediately he closed his eyes and his mind no longer listened to the conversation behind the wall. Huang Rong looked into the hole again, and she saw Wanyan Honglai raise the cup and drank the wine, and then with a delight he said, "In this battle everybody has worked hard to help, Mr. Ouyang rendered the most service. If he did not get rid of that kid surnamed Guo, we would have to spend a lot more effort. Ouyang Feng let out a dry laugh. It sounded like a broken cymbal. As Guo Jing heard his laughter, his heart was shaken yet again. Huang Rong secretly thought, heaven bless us, let this old poison not pluck his devilish zither here, otherwise Jing Gija's life will be difficult to retain. She heard Ouyang Feng say, this place is so remote. Song's army would not find us here. I wonder what kind of thing this Yu Fei Yishu, legacy, something left behind, is, let us all take a look. He took the stone box from his bosom and placed it on the table. His thought was that if Wuma's legacy contained an exquisite martial art method, then without regard of everybody else he would take it for himself. However, if the book only contained marching technique and military strategy, it would be useless to him, then he would gladly let others enjoy it, he would let Wanyan Honglai take it. In the meantime everybody was gazing at the stone box. Huang Rong thought, what can I do to destroy the book? It would be better than let it fall into the hands of these traitors. She heard Wanyan Honglai say, Xiao Wang, lit. Little King, has performed a comprehensive analysis on Yu Fei's riddle in the form of a poem. I also studied carefully the official history record of all previous dynasties on the construction of the imperial palace. I believe this book was concealed 15 steps east of the Cui Han Tang, Green Jade Cold Hall. Today my deduction was proved to be correct. I believe nobody in the Song dynasty knew that in their palace was hidden such a treasure. The commotion we made last night, I don't think anybody knew what that commotion was all about. He sounded very proud of himself. Everybody immediately seized the opportunity to heap praises on him. Wanyan Honglai twirled his mustache and laughed. Konger, he said, go ahead, open the box. Yang Kong responded and stepped forward. First he removed the seal, then he lifted the lid. Everybody's eyes were on the box. Suddenly their countenances changed, they were confounded, nobody made any sound. The box was completely empty, not only there wasn't any military strategy book, not even a sheet of blank paper was to be found inside. Although Huang Rong could not see the box, judging from everybody's expression, she could deduce that the box was empty. She was delighted and also found it amusing. Wanyan Honglai was very disappointed. He held on the table to sit down. His hand propped his cheek and he was thinking deeply. My thousands of calculations, tens of thousands of iterations, all point out that Yu Fei's legacy is in this box. How can suddenly not even a trace of it is in the box? He thought. Suddenly he had an idea, his face lighted up. He took the stone box and brought it outside toward the well, then with all his might he smashed the box against the flagstone. Bang! The box broke into pieces. As Huang Rong heard that broken stone sound she immediately thought, ah, there is a secret compartment in the box. She was anxious to see if the legacy was inside the secret compartment, but no matter what, she could not go out. After a moment however, she saw Wanyan Honglai dejectedly return to the room and sit down. I knew there was a secret compartment in that box, who would have thought it was also empty, Wanyan Honglai said. One after another everybody tried to offer their opinions. Huang Rong was amused listening to their wild imaginations, one was more weird than the other, she immediately told Guo Jing. As he learned that the Wuma's legacy had not been stolen, Guo Jing was greatly comforted. Huang Rong deliberated further, these traitors will not possibly give up just like that, they must be thinking of going back to the palace tonight. She was thinking of her Shifu who was still inside the palace, she was afraid he might be implicated. There was Zhou Badong to protect him, but Huang Rong could not help but feel worried, since the old urchin behaved like a madman, he could not properly take care of important matters. Sure enough, she heard Ouyang Feng say, that's not a big deal. Well, go back to the palace tonight and search some more. We can't go tonight, Wanyan Honglai objected, we made quite a disturbance last night, that I am sure they will strictly guard the palace tonight. We can't avoid the guards, Ouyang Feng said, but why worry over it? Wangya and Xiao Wangya, young prince, do not need to go. You and my nephew may stay here to take some rest. Wan Yen Honglai cupped his fists in front of his chest. Then I will bother Mr. to work for me. Xiao Wang will wait for your good news with a peaceful heart. Straight away everybody spread some straw in the room and lay down to sleep. After they slept for more than 2 hours, Ouyang Feng woke everybody up and they went to the city once again. Wan Yen Honglai tossed and turned without being able to get some sleep. Around midnight he could hear the sound of the rising tide on the river. He could also hear a dog barking at the other end of the village. The dog kept barking intermittently throughout the night, as if it was weeping. In the quiet night it brought sorrow to the heart, adding to the anxiety he already felt inside. After a long while suddenly there were footsteps outside the door. There was someone coming in. Wan Yen Honglai quickly sat up and drew his sword. Yang Kong had early on jumped behind the door to set an ambush. Under the moonlight they saw a woman with disheveled hair, humming a children's song, shoved the door and came in. She was none other than Shagu. She had just got back from playing in the woods all day. She thought little of seeing people sleeping in her room. She kept walking toward the pile of firewood, lied down next to it, and not too long afterwards she was snoring. As Yang Kong saw it was only a stupid country girl, he smiled and went back to sleep. Wan Yen Honglai's mind, however, was filled with thoughts of past and present. He could not sleep for a long time. He got up, took a candle from his backpack and lit it, and then he took a book and started flipping the pages over. Huang Rong saw the bright light through the small hole. She took a peek and saw a moth circling the candle, then suddenly it threw itself to the fire. Its wings were immediately scorched and it fell on the table. Wan Yen Honglai took the moth up. He could not help but feel distressed. He thought, if my Madame Bao were here, she would certainly take care of you. From his bosom he took out a small silver knife and a small medicine bottle, and he stroked those objects affectionately. Huang Rong lightly tapped Guo Jing's shoulder and moved aside so Guo Jing could take a look through the small hole. As Guo Jing saw with his own eyes, he was enraged. He vaguely recognized the silver knife and medicine bottle belonged to Yang Kang's mother, Bao Shiruo. He saw her using these items at the Zhao Palace when she was tending a wounded little rabbit. He heard Wan Yen Honglai softly murmur, 19 years ago, in this very village, I met you for the first time. I wonder what happened to your former residence. While saying that he rose up, took the candle along and went out the door. Guo Jing was startled. Could it be that this is my parents' hometown, the Ox Village? He wondered. He pressed his mouth to Huang Rong's ear to inquire. Huang Rong nodded. Guo Jing's blood surged up, his body shook. Huang Rong's right palm was holding Guo Jing's left palm. She realized his breathing flow was excited because his mind was agitated, which was very dangerous. Immediately she stretched out her left palm to grab Guo Jing's right palm and together they synchronized their energy so Guo Jing slowly focused his own breathing. After a long time they saw a moving light and they heard Wan Yen Honglai heaved a long sigh while he came back to the room. By this time Guo Jing had been able to control his emotions, but his left palm still held Huang Rong's right palm. He looked through the small hole again and saw that Wan Yen Honglai was holding several small pieces of broken bricks and tiles, sitting in daze by the candlelight. Guo Jing thought, this traitor is less than 10 steps away from me. All I need to do is throw the dagger to him and I will be able to take his life. His right hand drew the golden blade Genghis Khan gave him and he whispered to Huang Rong, turn the door open. Don't. Huang Rong hastily said, killing him is easy, but then our hiding place will be discovered. With a trembling voice Guo Jing said, 6 more days and nights I don't know where he will be. Huang Rong knew it would not be easy to persuade him, so she whispered in his ear, your mother and Renjir want you alive. Guo Jing's heart shivered with cold, he nodded. He put the golden blade back to its sheath on his waist and again looked out through the small hole. He saw Wan Yen Honglai sprawled on the table, asleep. Suddenly he saw somebody got up from the straw. This person's face was illuminated by the candlelight, but in the mirror it was not clear whose face it was. Guo Jing only saw he quietly stood up and walked over to Wanyan Honglai. He took the silver knife and the small medicine bottle from the table, looked at them for a while, then gently put them back down on the table. He then turned his head around and Guo Jing saw that it was Yang Kong. Guo Jing said in his heart, "That's right, you must avenge your parents. This is a very good opportunity. With a stab of the dagger the enemy, with whom you cannot live together under the same sky, will certainly lose his life. You won't have the same opportunity once the old poison and the others come back." His heart was very anxious, he was hoping Yang Kong would immediately make his move. But after putting down the silver knife and the medicine bottle, Yang Kong blew the candle light. Then for a moment the room looked dark to him, and then he saw Yang Kong took out his long robe and gently draped it over Wanyan Honglai's shoulders to protect him from the cold night. Guo Jing was very angry, he turned his head around, not willing to look outside anymore. He did not understand how Yang Kong could treat the enemy who killed his parents with such a loving and tender care. Huang Rong comforted him by saying, "Do not be impatient. After your injury is healed, even if this traitor runs away into the horizon we will catch him. He is not the old poison, don't you think killing him is easy?" Guo Jing nodded and went back into circulating his internal energy. Soon the dawn arrived, from the village came the noise of roosters crowing in all kinds of morning clatters. Inside their bodies the qi had been circulating 7 times, they felt relieved and comfortable. Huang Rong raised her index finger up and said with a smile, "One day has passed. And it was very dangerous." Guo Jing replied in low voice, "If not for you, I could not keep my mind peaceful and steady, I nearly made things worse." "There are 6 more days and 6 more nights," Huang Rong said, "you promise to listen to what I say." Guo Jing laughed, "When did I ever not listen to what you say?" he said. Huang Rong leaned her head to the side and said, Let me think." At this moment a single ray of sunlight came slanting down the ventilation window, her white skin and beautiful rosy cheeks looked like red clouds at dawn. Guo Jing suddenly felt her palm was exceptionally warm and soft. Something stirred in his chest, hastily he chased that thought away, but already his face blushed all over. Ever since they had been together Guo Jing never had this kind of feeling toward her, he could not help but be shocked and he silently rebuked himself. Huang Rong saw him blushing, she felt strange. "Jing Gij," she asked, "what happened?" With a low voice Guo Jing replied, "I have been bad. I suddenly thought of what is it?" Huang Rong asked. "I am not thinking about it anymore," Guo Jing answered. "Then what did you think of?" Huang Rong pressed. Unable to dodge away Guo Jing confessed, "I was thinking of hugging you, kissing you." Huang Rong felt warm and sweet all of a sudden, her face also blushed, she looked shy and even lovelier. Seeing her lowering her head without saying anything Guo Jing asked, "Rinjie, are you angry? I was as bad as Ouyang Ku to have such a bad thought." Huang Rong gave him one of her captivating smiles, "I am not angry," she said with a tender voice, "I was thinking in the future you will hug me and kiss me, for I will certainly be your wife." Guo Jing was very happy, he stammered but could not say anything. "You wanted to hug and kiss me, was it bad?" Huang Rong asked. Guo Jing was about to reply, but suddenly from outside the door came the noise of rushing footsteps, 2 men burst into the inn. He heard Ho Tonghai's voice say, "His granny, I told you earlier that there are ghosts in the world," but Shige, Marshal, older brother, did not believe me. He was so agitated that he could not say clearly what was in his raging mind. Then Sha Tongshan's voice replied, "What ghost?" "I told you, we met a martial art master." Huang Rong looked out through the hole and saw that Ho Tonghai's face was full of blood, while Sha Tongshan's clothes were ripped into pieces. It seemed like these 2 martial brothers had been in an extremely difficult situation. Wanyan Honglai and Yang Kong were confounded to see their conditions, they busily inquired. Ho Tonghai replied, "We were very unfortunate, we met a ghost at the imperial palace last night. Damn it! Old house ears were cut off by the ghost. Wan Yen Honglai did indeed see that both sides of his face were covered with blood and looked somewhat unusual. It turned out, his ears were missing. Wan Yen Honglai was astonished. Sha Tongtian scolded, "Still talking strange ghost story, haven't you disgraced us enough?" Ho Tonghai was afraid of his shige, but he still tried to argue. "I saw it clearly, his eyes were blue, he was the red-bearded judge of hell, pouncing over me with a scary wah. Wah. Voice. All I did was to turn my head around and he grabbed my neck and my ears were gone. This judge of hell looked exactly like the one in the temple, how could it not be him?" Sha Tongtian only fought the judge for 3 stances and his clothes were ripped into pieces. That judge was definitely a highly skilled martial artist, not some strange ghost, only Sha Tongtian did not have any clue on how did he have the appearance of a judge of hell. 4 people offered their guesses, they even asked Ouyang Ku who was lying down because of his injury, but nobody came out with a plausible answer. While they were still talking, Lingji Shangren, lit. Upper/above person, a respectful term to address a Buddhist monk, Peng Lianhu and Liang Ziwen had also arrived one after another. Lingji Shangren's hands were bound by iron chain behind his back, Peng Lianhu's cheeks were swollen red and blue, Liang Ziweng's condition was the funniest, the white hair on his head were pulled clean so that he looked like a Buddhist monk. Standing and talking opposite to Sha Tongtian, they looked alike, their bald heads shining, reflecting the light. It turned out those 3 entered the imperial palace and spread out in order to find the Wuma's legacy. All of them had met some ghosts. Only each met different ghost, one met with a Wu Chang Gui, the ghost supposed to take soul after death, the other Huang Ling Guan, yellow spirit officer, and the last was 2DPUSA, earth god. Liang Ziweng stroked his own bad head and opened his mouth to curse using all dirty words he knew, including some mother-in-law of the earth grew some fungi. Peng Lianhu endured silently and did not say a single word, he worked hard trying to take the iron chain from Lingji Shangren's hands. The chain went deep into the flesh, with hooks on either end connected tightly to each other. Peng Lianhu had to exert a lot of strength until his hands were bruised and bloody before he could untie the chain. Everybody looked at each other in blank dismay, nobody made any sound. They knew in their hearts that last night they met a highly skilled martial artist and were greatly insulted, so they all felt ashamed. Ho Tonghai still believed it was a ghost, and nobody bothered to argue with him. After a long time Wan Yen Honglai opened his mouth, "I wonder why Mr. Ouyang has not come back yet. Perhaps he also met a ghost." "Mr. Ouyang's martial arts skill is unmatched," Yang Kong said, "even if he met a ghost, he won't suffer defeat." Peng Lianhu and the others were indifferent. Huang Rong saw everything, how these people met extremely difficult situations and were talking about ghosts. She was very pleased, she thought, the masks I bought for Zhou Dage, Big Brother, have unexpectedly boosted his power and prestige, it was truly beyond my expectation. I wonder if he met and fought the old poison yet. At that moment she felt Guo Jing's internal energy starting to flow into her palm, so she went back to join him immediately. Peng Lianhu and the others had been busy all night, they were starving. Working hand in hand they started chopping firewood, buying rice and vegetables, and preparing their food. When the food was ready Ho Tonghai went to the cupboard to get some bowls. He saw the iron bowl and tried to take it, naturally it would not budge. He felt strange and shouted, "A ghost." He pulled the bowl with all his strength, but of course the bowl did not move. Huang Rong heard his voice and was shocked, she knew their hiding place must not be seen by them. Not to mention the fact that they would not necessarily win if a fight broke, but if they moved even so slightly, Guo Jing's life would be in danger, that must not happen. Inside the secret room she was frightened and did not know what to do. Outside the room Sha Tongtian heard his martial brothers shout and reprimanded him not to make such a big thing over nothing. Ho Tonghai was not angry, he said, "All right, then come and take this bowl out." Sha Tongtian held out his hand to pick the bowl, but the bowl stayed. "Ah!" he exclaimed. Peng Lianhu heard him and came over. "Sha Xiong, "Brother Shah," he said, "there must be a secret mechanism connected to it. Try turning it to the left or right." Huang Rong saw the situation was pressing, she knew they were forced to stake it all. She handed the dagger over to Guojing and held out her hand to take the bamboo stick given by Hong Qigong. Inwardly she was sorrowful to think their lives would end this way. In the last moment she turned her head and saw the skeletons at the corner of the room. Suddenly an idea came to her mind. Hurriedly she took the skulls and made an effort to lift a big watermelon, then she placed the skulls on the watermelon. With some creaking noise the iron door revolved, revealing a hole behind it. Huang Rong placed the watermelon on top of her head and spread out her long hair over her face. As Sha Tongtian opened the door, he saw inside the cabinet there was a monster with 2 heads, letting out a scary wah. Wah! Sound. The monster's 2 heads were skulls, side by side on top of a blue and green striped sphere, with a cluster of long black beard underneath it. Everybody had suffered a lot the previous night, they were still shaken, and now they suddenly saw a ghost inside the cabinet, they were really scared. Ho Tonghai screamed and ran away. Without thinking everybody else followed. The only one left was Ouyang Ku. Since his legs were broken he was lying on a straw bed and was unable to run. Huang Rong heaved a long sigh, busily she closed the cabinet door. She could not help but smile, considering they had barely escaped trouble for the moment, for she knew those traitors were Jiang's top veterans, surely they would come back. They were running away because they were frightened by the old urchin, otherwise, how could she fool them so easily? Once they calmed themselves down, they would come back and would not be scared away so easily. Huang Rong's dimples had not disappeared, she was still undecided on the next course of action to take, when she heard a noise from the door, someone was coming. Huang Rong grabbed a steel butterfly tightly in her hand, while the bamboo stick was close by her side. As soon as the door was opened, she would throw the projectile first and talk about it later. But after waiting for a moment she heard a beautiful voice calling out, "Innkeeper! Innkeeper!" Huang Rong was really surprised to hear this call. Busily she looked out through the small hole and saw a lady wearing embroidered gown sitting in the inn. Her clothes and adornments were gorgeous, indicating she came from a wealthy family. She was sitting with her back facing the mirror, so Huang Rong could not see her face. That lady waited for half a day, and then she called out again, "Innkeeper! Innkeeper!" Huang Rong thought, this voice sounds familiar, tender yet strong, she sounds like the Cheng de Xiaojie, eldest Miss Cheng, of Baoying. At that moment the lady turned around and who was it but the Cheng de Xiaojie, Cheng Yaojia? Huang Rong was pleasantly surprised, why does she come this place? Shagu was not awakened by the commotion made by Ho Tonghai and the others. But now she had enough sleep, so she crawled up from the straw bed. "Innkeeper," Cheng Yaojia said, "would you please prepare some food for me? I would be much obliged." Shagu shook her head, meaning she did not have any food. But suddenly she sniffed around and smelled cooked rice. She rushed to open the lid and saw the pot was full of plain white rice, the one Peng Lianhu and the others had prepared. Shagu was delighted, without wondering where the food came from she took 2 bowls and gave one to Cheng Yaojia, while she gobbled the other. Cheng Yaojia saw there was no dish, only plain rice, she ate a few bites, then put the bowl down. Shagu ate 3 full bowls quickly, then she patted her belly, looked satisfied. "Miss," Cheng Yaojia said, "may I ask you a question? Do you know how far the Ox village is from this place?" "Ox village?" Shagu said, "This is Ox village. How far it is from this place, I don't know." Cheng Yaojia blushed. She lowered her head and played with the end of her belt. After half a day she said, "It turned out this is the Ox village. Then I am wondering if you knew someone. I wonder if you knew someone." Shagu did not wait for her to finish, she shook her head impatiently and then rushed out the door. Huang Rong wondered in her heart, who is she looking for at the Ox village? Ah, that's right. She is the disciple of Sun Buer. Most likely she received an order from her master and martial uncles to find Qiu Chuji's disciple, Yang Kang. Huang Rong saw Qing Yaojia was sitting up straight, her clothes were proper, she was gently stroking the pearl head ornament by her temple, her face blushing, with a slight smile on the corner of her lips, did not know what she was thinking. Huang Rong thought it was interesting. Suddenly she heard footsteps, someone was coming in from outside. This person was tall and handsome, his steps lively. As soon as he came in he also called out for the innkeeper. Huang Rong thought, coincidentally the people I know in this world have all gathered together in this cow village. The feng shui, lit. Wind and water geomancy, but since the term feng shui is already well known, I decided to keep it as is. Of Jing Gija's ox village must be very good, if not for the wealth then for the person. Turned out the incoming person was the young master of the cloud village, Lu Guanyin. As he saw Qing Yaojia, he was startled, then he called again, innkeeper. As Qing Yaojia saw this young man, she felt shy and hurriedly turned her body around. Lu Guanyin also felt strange, how come there is a beautiful young girl sitting alone in this place? He thought. He walked around the kitchen and did not see anybody else. He was very hungry, while there was rice in the pot, so he turned to Qing Yaojia and said, Shao Ren, lit. Little/lowly person, the term he used to refer himself, is very hungry, I wish miss would give me a bowl to eat. Qing Yaojia hung her head lower and smiled slightly, she said, the rice is not mine. Xiang Gong, honorable master, please help yourself. Lu Guanyin ate 2 bowls full, then he cupped his fists to express his gratitude. He said, Shaoren wishes to ask miss about a certain place. I wonder how far is the ox village from this place. Qing Yaojia and Huang Rong were both delighted. Ha, it turns out he is also looking for the ox village, they both thought. Qing Yaojia stood up to return his respects and said, this is the ox village. Lu Guanyin was delighted, that's wonderful. He said, Shaoren also wonders if miss knew about a certain man. Qing Yaojia was about to say that she was not a local when suddenly she changed her mind, I wonder who is he looking for. She thought. Lu Guanyin said, I am looking for a gentleman surnamed Gua, Master Gua Jing. I was wondering where he lives, is he home right now? Qing Yaojia and Huang Rong were startled. Why does he look for him? Qing Yaojia was dumbstruck, she hung her head low and blushed to her ears. Looking at her expression, Huang Rong had guessed with 80% certainty, it turns out this miss secretly fell in love with Jing Gij because he saved her in Baoying. First of all, Huang Rong was still very young, secondly she was an open-minded person, thirdly she believed in her heart that Gua Jing would not have a different mind, therefore, her heart was free from jealousy. On the contrary, she was really glad to find that others liked Gua Jing. Huang Rong's speculation was right on target. When Qing Yaojia was held captive by Ouyang Ku, it was true that it was the beggar clan's Li Sheng and his men who helped her, but they were not Ouyang Ke's match. If Gua Jing and Huang Rong did not go into action, she would have suffered disgrace. She saw Gua Jing was still young. Not only his skill was superb, but also his manner was sincere. A strand of love thread unexpectedly floated from her and stuck on Gua Jing. She was the young lady of a very rich family, she had never left home before, and she had reached the age where she started to have interest in the opposite sex. As she saw an attractive young man, she unexpectedly fell in love. Even after Gua Jing left, he was always in this Qing de Xiaojia's mind. Thinking left and right, she mustered up enough courage and left home in the middle of the night. She was a pugilist, but had never left home, she did not have the slightest idea about the way of the Jianghu people. She happened to hear Gua Jing was from the ox village of Linen Prefecture, thereupon she asked around the way to the ox village. Her appearance was elegant and her bearing was noble, along the way bad people did not dare to bully her. At the previous village she was told that the ox village was near, but when she suddenly heard Shagu say this was the ox village she had no idea what to do next. She had come thousands of leagues to find Gua Jing, but now she was hoping Gua Jing would not be home. Her thought was, I will go secretly to his home in the evening, take one look at him, and then go home. I can't let him know I came for him, I would die of embarrassment if he finds out. Right at that moment Lu Guining arrived and inquired about Guojing. Qing Yaojia was afraid he had found out her heart's contents. She was at a loss for a moment, then decided she would stand up and leave. But suddenly from outside the door an ugly face appeared, then vanished. Qing Yaojia was startled, she drew back 2 steps. That ugly face reappeared and called out, double-headed ghost. Come out in the sun if you have the ability. San Tu Jiao Master Ho challenges you to fight. I have one more head than you do. Under the bright sun, Master Ho does not fear you. His meaning was clear, as soon as it was dark, Master Ho would candidly admit defeat although he had more heads. Lu and Qing, 2 people obviously did not understand. Humph. Huang Rong snorted. All right, finally they come back, she murmured. She believed Lu's and Cheng's martial arts skills were not too high, it would be difficult for them to fight Peng Lianhu and the others. If she and Guojing wanted to help, all they did would be delivering 2 more lives. The best way would be telling them to get out of the way quickly. But how could she let them know? She went over other possibilities, but after thinking back and forth she still could not produce any good idea. All they had was each other and their courage. When Peng Lianhu and the others saw the double-headed ghost, they all thought it was the same expert, dressed as a ghost, who humiliated them the previous night. Therefore, they all ran away as far as possible from the village. Nobody dared to come back, with the exception of Ho Tonghai. He was a simple man, and actually believed it was a real ghost. He felt the blazing sun on his head, hurting his scalp. While everybody else had disappeared, he cursed, ghosts will meet their dooms under the sun. They did not know that, yet they dared to roam the Jianghu. I, Lao Ho, the old Ho, am not afraid. I am going back to face the ghost. Let them respect me. Thereupon he came back in big strides to the inn, albeit with trepidation in his heart. When he stuck his head on the door, he saw Qing Yaojia and Lu Guining sat in the middle of the room. Not good. He said to himself, the double-headed ghost has transformed itself into a man and a woman. Old Ho, oh, old Ho, you have to be very careful. Lu Guining and Qing Yaojia heard his challenge, but they did not understand the reason. They looked at each other and decided he was a madman, hence they ignored him. Ho Tonghai kept cursing, but the ghost did not come out to fight. He believed the ghost was afraid of the sun. But to barge in and capture the ghost inside, the old Ho did not have any nerve. They were in a stalemate situation for half a day. He was waiting for the 2 ghosts to transform themselves to other forms, who would have thought that the ghosts did not show any activities at all. Suddenly he remembered an old saying that ghosts were afraid of filthy things. So he left at once to find some dung. There were several outhouses in the village, there was one big one next to the inn. In his effort to capture the ghost he was not afraid of filth, so he took out his outer garment and scooped out a large bundle of dung, then he returned to the inn. He saw Lu and Qing, 2 people were still sitting in the inn. The secret weapon in his hands boosted his courage considerably. He called out loudly, all right, daring ghost. Master Ho wants you to return to your original form. With a 3-pronged fork in his left hand and a bundle of dung in his right hand, he boldly entered the room. As Lu and Qing, 2 people saw this lunatic come back, they were slightly startled. But before the man arrived they had already caught the bad smell he was bringing. Ho Tonghai pondered, I heard people say that men are more vicious than women, but female ghost is more dangerous than the male one. Therefore, he lifted the bundle and threw it toward Qing Yaojia. Qing Yaojia called out in alarm, she moved sideways to evade. Lu Guining had already lifted up a long bench to strike the bundle. It fell to the ground and broke, dung flew everywhere, bad smell attacked their nostrils making them want to throw up. Ho Tonghai shouted loudly, double-headed ghost, quickly go back to your original form. Lifting his fork he attacked Cheng Yaojia ferociously. He was simple-minded, but his martial arts skill was not bad. His fork attack was both rapid and fierce. Lu and Cheng, two people, were alarmed. They both thought, this man is obviously a Wulin expert, he is by no means a lunatic. Lu Guining saw Cheng Yaojia as a lady from a renowned family. She looked so frail and tender that a whiff of wind might blow her away. He was afraid this mad man might hurt her, so he lifted the long bench to parry the three-pronged steel fork. "Who are you, sir?" he asked. Ho Tonghai ignored his question and stabbed him 3 times with his fork. Lu Guining kept using the bench as his weapon and repeatedly asked his name. Ho Tonghai noticed that although the ghost's martial arts skill was not weak, but actually it was entirely different from the mysteriously appearing and disappearing ghost of last night. He concluded it was the result of his dung attack earlier. He was very smug and called out, "You, the enchanting ghost, want to know my name so that you can put a curse on me, don't you? Your master won't fall into your trick." Initially he called himself Master Ho, but now that he got a sudden inspiration he omitted the word Ho and only used the word Master to avoid the ghost from throwing up a curse on him. The steel rings on his fork made a ding-dong noise as he intensified his attack. Lu Guining's martial art was inferior to his opponent to begin with, and now he was using a bench as a weapon. He wanted to draw the saber on his waist but did not have any chance to do so. He was forced to step back so that after a while his back was already against the wall, covering the small hole through which Huang Rong was looking out. Ho Tonghai stabbed with his steel fork. Lu Guining hastily moved sideways to evade. Bang! The fork pricked the wall, less than a foot away from Huang Rong's hole. Before he pulled his fork back, the bench in Lu Guining's hand struck vertically toward the top of his head. Ho Tonghai's foot flew to kick Lu Guining's hand, while his left fist attacked Lu Guining's face. The bench fell from Lu Guining's hands, while he was forced to duck to avoid the blow. Meanwhile Ho Tonghai had withdrawn his steel fork from the wall. Cheng Yaojia saw the critical situation. She jumped forward and pulled the saber from Lu Guining's waist, then handed it over to him. "Many thanks," Lu Guining said. He had never imagined that in this critical moment this polite and charming girl would have the courage to enter such a fierce battle and draw the saber to help him. He saw a bright flickering light from the steel fork coming into his chest. Immediately his saber went up horizontally in front of his chest and clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The steel fork was forced sideways, but he felt a chest pain. It seemed like this lunatic's strength was not small, but with a saber in his hand he was greatly encouraged. After exchanging several stances both men's feet had stepped over the dung and brought it everywhere they treaded. In the beginning Ho Tonghai was fighting with trepidation. He always thought about darting out the door to escape. He did not dare to use all his strength. But the longer they fought, he saw the ghost was unable to defeat him. Obviously his enchantment was restrained by the dung. He became bolder and his attacks became fiercer. In the end Lu Guining was having a hard time blocking his attacks. At first Cheng Yaojia was afraid of the dung on the ground. She stood up in a corner watching the fight. But then she saw this handsome young man would lose his life under the lunatic's steel fork. She hesitated for a moment. Finally she made up her mind and drew a sword from her bundle. She called out to Lu Guining, "Xiang Gong, I am going to help you. Please pardon me." Her manner was truly thorough. She was apologizing before helping someone to fight. Her sword flashed toward Ho Tonghai's chest. She was the Qing Jing Sanren, Sage of Tranquility, Sun Bu'er's disciple. Naturally she was well versed in the Chuanjin sect's sword technique. Ho Tonghai had anticipated her move. He thought that the double-headed ghost had transformed itself into two, and the female ghost would attack him soon as an evil spirit, so he was not surprised. But Lu Guining was pleasantly surprised. He saw her movement was quick, her sword technique exquisite. His heart was full of admiration. His own saber was starting to be chaotic. He was sweating profusely. Now suddenly someone came to help. His spirit rose. At first Ho Tonghai was quite worried by the female ghost's fierceness, but after a few stances he noticed that although her sword technique was proficient, but her strength was just ordinary. Moreover, she looked nervous. Probably she had not been a ghost for long, she had not reached the old ghost level yet. Thereupon he gradually felt relieved. His three-pronged fork created strong gusts of wind. 1 against 2, he still was able to attack more than his opponents. Watching from the other room, Huang Rong was very anxious. She knew Lu and Qing, two people, would eventually fall under their enemy. She wanted to lend them a hand, but she must not leave Guojing even for half a step. Otherwise, with her intelligence and abundant experience, it would be very easy for her to play tricks on this three-headed scaly dragon. She heard Lu Guining call out, "Miss, go away, you don't have to entangle yourself with him." Qing Yaojia knew he was worried that she might be injured and wanted to fight this madman alone. She was very grateful, but she also knew fighting alone he would not be able to resist the enemy. She shook her head, unwilling to draw back. Lu Guining fought furiously. He shouted to Ho Tonghai, "As a real man you are making things difficult for a young girl. What kind of hero are you? Just deal with me, a man surnamed Lu, and let this miss go." Although Ho Tonghai was muddle-headed, he knew by now that these two were not ghosts, but seeing Qing Yaojia was beautiful, while he had gained an upper hand, how could he let her go? With laughter he said, "I want to capture the male ghost, I also want to take the female ghost." His steel fork went straight horizontally with a violent thrust. He was being 30% lenient toward Qing Yaojia, otherwise he would have already stabbed her. "Miss, quickly go." Lu Guining anxiously said, "The man surnamed Lu is grateful for your kindness. Xiang Gong's honorable surname is Lu, isn't it?" In a low voice Qing Yaojia asked. "Exactly," Lu Guining replied. "Miss, what is your name? What school do you belong to?" "My Shifa's surname is Sun, people call her the Sage of Tranquility," Qing Yaojia said. She was going to say her name, but suddenly felt shy and closed her mouth. "Miss, I'll block him, you run quickly," Lu Guining said. "As long as the man surnamed Lu is still alive, I will look for you. I thank you for your help today." Qing Yaojia was blushing. She stammered, I don't." Xiang Gong, turning her head to Ho Tonghai, she said, "Hey, mad man. Don't you dare injuring this Xiang Gong. My Shifu is the Sun Jinren, lit. True/real person, a respectful term to address a Taoist priest, from Chuanjin sect. She will arrive shortly." The names of Chuanjin 7 masters were well known throughout the world. That day Ho Tonghai had seen it with his own eyes when the Tai Jiao Xian, Iron Feet Immortal, Yu Yang, Jade Sun, Zi, Wang Qi intimidated the group of pugilists at the Zhao Palace. Now hearing what Qing Xiaojia said, he was somewhat afraid. But after a slight shock he cursed, "Even if the Chuanjin 7 masters come together, your master here will butcher them all one by one." Suddenly from outside the door came someone's clear voice saying, "Who in here doesn't want to live by speaking nonsense?" 3 people were engaged in a fierce battle, but as they heard this voice they all leaped backward. Lu Guining was afraid Ho Tonghai would launch a sneak attack. He pulled Qing Yaojia behind him and stood wielding his saber in front of her. Only then he did raise his head to take a look. He saw a young Taoist priest standing at the doorstep, wearing a feather robe and a star crown, his face handsome and his eyes bright. He was holding a Taoist whisk in his hand. "Who said he wants to butcher the Chuanjin 7 masters?" he coldly asked. With the fork in his right hand Ho Tonghai inserted his left hand to his waist. With glaring eyes he said loudly, "It's me, your master." "So what?" "All right," the young priest said, "go ahead and try." Swaying his body forward he swept the whisk toward Ho Tonghai's face. By now Guojing had finished 1 round of exercise. Hearing the clamor of battle outside he looked out through the small hole. Huang Rong asked, "Is this young priest also one of the Chuanjin 7 masters?" Guojing recognized the young priest as Yin Jiping, Zhou Chuji's disciple. 2 years ago he received an order from his master to deliver a letter to the Jiangnan 6 heroes and had a martial art contest with Guojing at night, in which Guojing was defeated. Quietly Guojing told Huang Rong everything. Huang Rong saw he had exchanged a few stances with Ho Tonghai. She shook her head and said, "He won't defeat the three-headed scaly dragon." Yin Jiping slightly fell under Ho Tonghai's attacks. With a saber in his hand, Lu Guanying immediately stepped forward to help him. Compared to the time he fought Guojing at night, he had made some progress, but fighting side by side with Lu Guanying they only managed to face Ho Tonghai evenly. Just a moment ago Cheng Yaojia's left hand was grabbed by Lu Guanying for a short moment, yet her heart was still pitter-pattering madly. 3 people were fighting furiously right next to her, but she was actually daydreaming, gently stroking her hand. Suddenly she was awakened with a startled from her daze-like condition by a clanking noise and Lu Guanying's urgent voice, "Miss, watch out." It turned out that Ho Tonghai noticed her condition and thrust his fork to her. Lu Guanying busily fended off the attack while shouting to her. Cheng Yaojia's face turned completely red. She gathered her thoughts and entered the battle. Cheng Yaojia's martial arts skill was not too high, but with 1 against 3 Ho Tonghai had a hard time blocking the enemies. He brandished his fork ferociously, trying to open up an opportunity to escape and find some help, but Yin Ziping's whisk was dancing around in front of his face, making his vision blurry. He was negligent for a split second and Lu Guanying's saber cut his leg. "Your 18 ancestors be damned!" Ho Tonghai cursed. But because of this wound he gradually became sluggish. He thrust the steel fork forward, Yin Jiping parried with his whisk, and the whisk coiled around it. They both pulled their respective weapons back in a tug-of-war game, but because Ho Tonghai was stronger, Yin Jiping was forced to let his whisk go. Cheng Yaojia thrust her sword with Do Yao Xing He, fighting and shaking Star and River, and stabbed his right shoulder. Ho Tonghai could not hold his steel fork, it fell to the ground. Yin Jiping took this opportunity to sweep his leg and Ho Tonghai tumbled to the ground. Lu Guanying immediately pounced on him. Taking the leather belt on his waist he bound Ho Tonghai's hands behind his back. Yin Jiping laughed and said, "You can't even defeat the Chuanjin 7 Masters' disciple, how would you butcher the Chuanjin 7 Masters?" Ho Tonghai opened his mouth and shouted cursing words, said that it was 3 against 1, that it was not a real hero's deed. Yin Jiping tore up a piece of his clothes and stuffed it into his mouth. Ho Tonghai's face looked so angry, but he could not say anything. Yin Jiping bowed to Cheng Yaojia. "Shiji, elder martial sister, is the disciple of Sun Shishu, martial, younger, uncle Sun. You little brother Yin Jiping greets you." Cheng Yaojia hurriedly returned his bow and said, "I don't deserve it. I wonder Shi Xiang, martial brother Xiong is brother in a general term, which Shirbas, martial, older, uncle, disciple. Little sister pays my respect to Yin Shi Xiang. Little brother is a disciple of Changchun, perpetual/eternal spring," Yin Jiping replied. Since taking apprenticeship under her master, Cheng Yaojia had never left her house, so among the Chuanjin 7 masters, she had never met 6 of them. However, her master had taught her about all of her martial uncles, and that Changchun Zi, Qiu Shibua was the most heroic and possessed the highest martial arts skill. Learning that Yin Jiping was Qiu Chuji's disciple she regarded him with respect. Lowering her head she said, "Yin Shi Xiang is my older martial brother. I am surnamed Cheng. Just call me Shimi, younger martial sister." Yin Jiping had been under his master tutelage for quite a long time. He had also inherited his master's broad-minded and heroic disposition. He saw this martial sister as girlish and shy. She did not look like a heroic person at all. He was secretly amused. He chatted with her about their school for a while, then he turned toward Lu Guanying to introduce himself. Lu Guanying introduced himself, but did not mention his father's name or his title. Yin Jiping turned his attention to Ho Tonghai. "This lunatic's martial art is actually very good, I wonder where he came from. We must not release him," he said. Lu Guanying said, "Let little brother hack my saber and finish him off." He was the leader of a band of robbers at the Lake Tai, so killing was not a big deal to him. Qing Yaojia, on the other hand, was tender-hearted. "Ah! Don't kill him," she said. Yin Jiping smiled. "It's all right not to kill him," he said. "Qing Shimi, have you been here long?" Qing Yaojia blushed. "Little sister has just arrived," she said. Yin Jiping looked at the couple and thought, "Looks like these two are in love with one another, I must not interfere. They'll just talk for a while and then he'll go." He said, "I received an order from Shifu to go to the Ox village to find someone and convey a message to him. Little brother must take my leave, we'll meet again later." He cupped his hands and turned around to leave. Qing Yaojia's blush had not faded, but hearing him, it seemed like a layer of redness crept back onto her face. Hanging her head low she asked timidly, "Yin Shixiang, whom are you seeking?" Yin Jiping hesitated slightly. He thought, "Qing Shimi is my school's disciple, this surnamed Lu fellow is her travel companion, so he is not an outsider. I think there is no harm in telling them." Thereupon he said, "I am looking for a friend by the surname of Gua." At his words, 4 people at either sides of the wall were stunned. Lu Guining asked, "Could it be that friend has a single character Jing as his name?" "That's right," Yin Jiping said. "Brother Lu also know this Gua friend?" he asked. Lu Guining replied, "The one little brother is looking for is exactly this Gua Shishu, martial uncle." Yin Jiping and Qing Yaojia were both surprised. "You call him Shishu?" "My father is of the same generation as he is," Lu Guining said, "that's why little brother calls him Shishu." Lu Qingfeng and Huang Rong were of the same generation. Gua Jing and Huang Rong were engaged to each other. Therefore, Lu Guining referred to Gua Jing as martial uncle. Qing Yaojia did not say anything, but her heart was troubled. Yin Jiping busily asked, "Have you seen him? Where is he?" "Little brother had just arrived. I was about to inquire when this lunatic attacked without any reason," Lu Guining replied. "Good." Yin Jiping said, "Then let us look for him together." 3 people went out the door together. Huang Rong and Gua Jing looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. "They will come back," Gua Jing said. "Renjir, open the door and call them." Huang Rong sighed and said, "How can I do that? These people are looking for you, must be over some important matters. You are still trying to heal your injury, how can your attention be diverted?" "That's right," Gua Jing agreed, "must be a very important matter. Can you think of something?" Huang Rong said, "I will not open the door even if the sky is falling." Sure enough, not too long afterwards, Yin Jiping 3 people came back to the inn. Lu Guining said, "Even in his hometown nobody can shed a light on his whereabouts. This is not good." Yin Jiping said, "I wonder over what important matter do Brother Lu try to find him, may we know?" Initially Lu Guining was unwilling to say, but after seeing Qing Yaojia's hopeful look, for some unknown reason he found it hard to resist. He said, "It is a long story. Let little brother sweep the filth from the floor first, then I will relate the story to you too." There was no broom or dustpan in this inn, so Yin and Lu 2 people had to use tree branches to clean up the filth, only then did they sat down to talk. Lu Guining was about to speak when Qing Yaojia suddenly said, "Wait a minute." She went to Ho Tong Hai, cut 2 pieces of her clothes and stopped his ears. "We can't let him listen," she said with a low voice. Lu Guining praised her, "Miss is very careful. We don't know where this lunatic came from, we must not let him listen to what we are discussing." On the other side of the wall Huang Rong laughed in her heart, "We are eavesdropping in here, so it is difficult for you to find out, but inside there is Ouyang Ku lying down and listening, and nobody notices. Yet you are still talking about carefulness." Qing de Xiaojia had never roamed Jianghu before. Yin Jiping took after his master's broad-mindedness, plus he was still young and inexperienced. Lu Guining was the leader of Lake Tai's robbers, he used to give orders and was not used to pay attention to the details. Thereupon 3 people talked about important matters without carefully investigating their surroundings. Qing Yaojia stooped down and saw that Ho Tonghai's ears were cut off. She was only startled for a moment before stuffing the pieces of cloth into his ears. She smiled slightly and to Lu Guaniying said, "Now you can talk." Lu Guaniying reluctantly said, I don't know where to start. I am looking for Guo. Reasonably speaking, I should not look for him, but I cannot but look for him. This is so strange, Yin Jiping commented. That's true, Lu Guaniying continued, I am looking for Guo and not because of him, but because of his 6 masters. Yin Jiping slapped the table and shouted, the 6 freaks of Jiangnan. Exactly, Lu Guaniying replied. Aha! Yin Jiping exclaimed, I think Lu Xiong came to this place over the same matter as little brother did. Why don't we write down a name and let Qing Shimi decide whether we are thinking of the same thing or not? Before Lu Guaniying could answer, Qing Yaojia had already smiled and said, that's good. You two turn your backs and write. Yin Jiping and Lu Guaniying both picked a twig and wrote down something on the ground. Yin Jiping said with a smile, Qing Shimi, see if what we wrote down are the same or not. Qing Yaojia looked at their writing and in a low voice said, Yin Shixiang, your guess was wrong. The two of you did not write the same thing. Ah! Yin Jiping exclaimed and stood up. Qing Yaojia smiled and said, you wrote Huang Yaoshi 3 characters, he actually drew a peach blossom. Huang Rong was shocked, both of them are looking for Jing Gij in relation to my father. She thought. She heard Lu Guaniying say, what Yin Shixiang wrote is the grandmaster of my school, little brother did not dare to write down his name. Yin Jiping was startled, your grandmaster. Looks like what we wrote down are the same after all. Isn't Huang Yaoshi the master of the Peach Blossom Island? Oh. So that's how it is, Qing Yaojia said. Yin Jiping said, since Lu Xiong is a Peach Blossom Island's disciple, then the reason you are looking for the 6 freaks of Jiangnan is certainly not in their favor. That's not true, Lu Guaniying said. Yin Jiping noticed Lu Guaniying spoke with reluctance, he was unhappy, he said, since Lu Xiong does not regard little brother as your friend, then it's useless for us to talk much longer. I'll take my leave now. He stood up and turned around to leave. Lu Guaniying busily said, Yin Shixiang, wait. Little brother has a difficulty and I wish for Shixiang's help. Yin Jiping just loved it when others came to him for help, he happily said, all right, then talk to me. Lu Guaniying said, Yin Shixiang, you are a disciple of the Chuanjin sect. If you know someone is in danger, you will certainly forewarn that person to guard against the danger, since that is part of your duty as a chivalrous person. But what if your own superior wanted to harm innocent people, would you still warn those innocent people to guard against your superior? Yin Jiping slapped his thigh and exclaimed, that's right. I know you are a Peach Blossom Island disciple, so you must have a great difficulty in this matter. All right, let us see what I can do. Lu Guaniying said, in this matter, if little brother does not do anything, I am not doing my duty in upholding righteousness, but if I do something, I am betraying my own school. Even though little brother wishes to ask Shixiang's help, in all honesty, I cannot open my mouth. Yin Jiping had more or less guessed what he wanted, but since he was not willing to say it out loud, Yin Jiping did not quite know what to do. He lifted his hand to scratch his head, his face looked awkward. Qing Yaojia remembered something, when a girl was too shy to say her heart's content, usually the mother or her sisters would ask her questions, and determine what she really wanted by her nodding or shaking her head. Although it was not the best method, it usually would reveal the content of the girl's heart in the end. For instance, the mother would ask, child, are you in love with Zhang Sange, 3rd brother surnamed Zhang? The girl would shake her head. Is it Li Xilang, 4th lad of Li family? The girl would shake her head again. Then it must be the Wang family's cousin. The girl would hang her head low without saying anything, that meant the guess was correct. Thereupon Qing Yaojia said to Yin Jiping, Yin Shige, martial brother Yin, you ask Lu Dage, big brother Lu, questions. If it is correct, he will nod, if wrong, he will shake his head. That way he won't say anything to betray his own school. Yin Jiping was delighted. Shimmy, that is a wonderful idea. Lu Xiong, let me tell you first about my business. My Shifu, Changchunjinren, happened to hear that the master of the Peach Blossom Island hates the 6 freaks of Jiangnan to his bones and that he is going to wipe out the entire 6 families from the face of the earth. My Shifu immediately set out to Jiaxing to deliver the warning, but the 6 freaks were actually not home, they were traveling somewhere. Thereupon my Shifu visited the 6 families one by one and told them to escape, so when the island master Huang arrived, he did not find a single person. He was livid and leashed out his anger to the air, then he went north. I don't know what happened afterwards. Do you know this matter? Lu Guanyin nodded. Yin Jiping continued, I think the island master Huang is pursuing the 6 freaks to the north. Initially there was a friction between my Shifu and the 6 freaks, but first of all this friction has been taken care of. Secondly, my Shifu greatly admires the 6 freaks' chivalrous deeds in helping others in distress, and finally my Shifu thinks this matter is not 6 freaks' fault at all. It just so happened that the Chuanjin 7 masters were having a meeting in Jiangnan, hence they spread out to find the 6 freaks, to warn them against this danger. It would be best if they could just go into hiding to faraway place so that your grandmaster won't be able to find them. Don't you agree that we are doing the right thing? Lu Guanyin repeatedly nodded his head. Huang Rong was puzzled. Jing Gij had already fulfilled his promise to come to the Peach Blossom Island, why would father still want to settle the debt with the 6 freaks? She did not know that her father heard Lingji Shangren's lie and believed that his daughter had died on the sea, therefore, in his grief he wanted to vent his anger on the 6 freaks. She heard Yin Jiping continue, since he could not find the 6 freaks, my Shifu then remembered the 6 freaks' disciple, Gua Jing. He is a native of the Ox village in the Linen Prefecture, and most likely had returned to his hometown, thereupon my Shifu sent little brother to find him here. Chances are he would know his 6 masters' whereabouts. Did you come to this place also over this business? Lu Guanyin again nodded his head. Yin Jiping said, who would have thought that Gua Xiong had not come home yet? My Shifu is very fond of the 6 freaks, but since he could not find them, he did not know what else he could do. But since that's the case, apparently the island master Huang might not be able to find them either. Lu Xiong wanted to ask for my help, is it concerning this matter also? Lu Guanyin nodded. Yin Jiping said, whatever order Lu Xiong might have, please tell me. Little brother will do my best to fulfill your wish. Lu Guanyin did not open his mouth, but his face looked quite awkward. Qing Yaojia said with a smile, Yin Shige, you forgot that Lu Xianggong cannot open his mouth to speak frankly. Yin Jiping smiled, that's right, he said, Lu Xiong, do you want me to wait for Gua Xiong in this place? Lu Guanyin shook his head. Do you want little brother to quickly find the 6 freaks and Gua Xiong then? Yin Jiping asked. Again Lu Guanyin shook his head. Ah, I get it, Yin Jiping said, Lu Xiong wants little brother to spread the news in the Jianghu. Those 6 freaks are natives of Jiangnan, once the word is out, sooner or later they will hear it. Lu Guanyin still shook his head. Yin Jiping presented 7, 8 more guesses, but Lu Guanyin kept shaking his head. Qing Yaojia also asked him twice, but none of her guesses was correct either. Not only Yin Jiping was confounded, Huang Rong at the adjacent room was also confounded. 3 people were in a deadlock situation for half a day. Finally Yin Jiping laughed and said, Qing Shimmy, you can slowly talk with him, I cannot play this riddle game anymore. I am going out for a walk, I will be back in a couple of hours. With that he went out the door and left. Other than Ho Tonghai, Lu, and Qing 2 people were left alone. Qing Yaojia hung her head low, she saw Lu Guanyin still had not made any move. She stole a glance toward him right when Lu Guanyin was also looking at her. Their eyes met and both hurriedly glanced away. Qing Yaojia blushed even redder and hung her head even lower so that her chin touched her chest. Her hands played with the silk sashes at the end of her sword's hilt. Lu Guaniying slowly stood up and walked to the nearby stove, above which there was a kitchen god idol. He stood in front of the kitchen god idol and said, Zao Wangye, kitchen god, master, lit. Kitchen stove king master, Shao Ren, little/lowly person, has a burden in my heart, but I cannot reveal it to anybody else. So I am going to bear it all to you, hoping that with your divine power you will bless this matter. Cheng Yaojia silently praised him, a smart man. She raised her head to listen carefully. Lu Guaniying said, Shao Ren is Lu Guaniying, the son of the village master Lu of Cloud Village by the Lake Tai. My father's name is Cheng Feng, he is a disciple of the island master Huang of the Peach Blossom Island. A few days ago my grandmaster came to the village, he said he wanted to kill the 6 freaks of Jiangnan and their entire families. He ordered my father and my Shibua, marshal, older, uncle, Mei Chaofeng to help find the 6 freaks' whereabouts. Mei Shibua has a deep enmity with the 6 freaks, so she accepted this order with gladness. Not so with my father, he knew the 6 freaks of Jiangnan as patriots and chivalrous heroes, so killing them would not be righteous. Moreover, my father has become friends with the 6 freaks' disciple, Guo Shu, marshal, younger, Uncle Guo, therefore, he could not ignore this matter. My father has received an order from my grandmaster, he was in a very difficult position. He had a mind to dispatch Shao Ren to deliver a warning to the 6 freaks of Jiangnan, telling them to go hiding and save their own lives, but he could not possibly betray his own master. That night my father looked up to the sky and heaved a deep sigh, softly talking to himself, revealing his concerns. Shao Ren was nearby and heard everything. Being a filial person I share my father's sorrow. Eventually my grandmaster left and Shao Ren left that very same night trying to find the 6 freaks and deliver the warning. Huang Rong and Cheng Yaojia both thought, it turned out he copied his father's method of telling others without betraying his own school. They heard Lu Guaniying continue, 6 freaks were nowhere to be found, I remember their disciple, Guo Shu, but he is also nowhere to be found. Guo Shu is my grandmaster's son-in-law, ah. Cheng Yaojia could not help but to exclaim softly, then hastily covered her mouth with her hand. Initially she was attracted to Guo Jing and thought she was in love with him. She did not realize it was only a young girl's infatuation and not a true love. Today she met Lu Guaniying, who looked distinguished, handsome and elegant, in all respects he looked superior to Guo Jing. When she heard that Guo Jing was Huang Yaoxi's son-in-law she was shocked, but not at all felt sad or heartbroken, on the contrary, she felt relieved. She also recalled at Baoying she saw Guo Jing and Huang Rong were very close to each other. All of a sudden anything did not matter to her anymore. Unconsciously the heart of this young woman had already gone to somebody else. Lu Guaniying heard her soft exclamation, he wanted to turn around and look at her face, but he forced himself to bear it. He thought, if I acknowledge someone is listening on the side, I must stop talking altogether. That day when father talked to the heaven, never once he looked at my direction. Right now I am talking to the kitchen god, if she is listening, that means she is eavesdropping, I have nothing to do with it. Thereupon he continued, I am hoping that when I find Guo Shu he and Huang Shigu, martial aunt, would beseech the grandmaster. My grandmaster is hot-tempered, but he loves his daughter and son-in-law, so it is possible that he would not kill his son-in-law's 6 masters. However, from the way my father talked, it sounds like Guo Shu and Huang Shigu had encountered some calamities, whatever it is, it was not convenient for me to inquire from my father. Listening to this point Huang Rong thought, did father know that Jing Gij is suffering a serious injury? No, he simply cannot know about it. Most probably he heard that we were stranded on that deserted island. Meanwhile Lu Guaniying continued, Yin Shixiang is straightforward and just, Miss Cheng is intelligent and friendly. Listening to him praising her in her face, Cheng Yaojia was happy and shy at the same time, but what's in my heart is like a fantasy, they cannot possibly guess it. I am thinking that the 6 freaks of Jiangnan are well-known heroes and real men, although their martial arts skills are inferior to my grandmaster, but isn't asking them to run away from danger the same as accusing them of afraid of death? They will certainly not do such a cowardly act. I am afraid if they hear the news instead of running away they will go and find the Grandmaster. Therefore, instead of helping them I would be bringing them to the disaster. Huang Rong secretly nodded. She thought Lu Guanying was worthy to be the leader of the Lake Tai's heroes. He had a profound understanding of the way of the Jianghu people. She heard him continue, I also think that the Quanzhen Seven Masters are chivalrous people with flourishing name and prestige, their martial arts skills are also high. If Yin Shixiang and Miss Cheng are willing to earnestly ask their masters to be the mediator, Grandmaster would most likely give them face. I don't think there is an irreconcilable deep animosity between Grandmaster and the 6 freaks of Jiangnan. Most likely the 6 freaks had said or done something that was offensive to the Grandmaster. What they need is a reputable character to act as the mediator, and surely forgiveness is not impossible. Kitchen God, Master, Xiao Ren's difficulty is that I have an idea in vain, since I cannot reveal it to anybody. I am asking you to handle this business for me. Having finished speaking, he repeatedly bowed to pay his respect to the kitchen god. As he finished speaking, Cheng Yaojia hastily turned around to find Yin Jiping, but as she walked to the door she heard Lu Guanying say something else. Kitchen god, if the Quanzhen Seven Masters are willing to mediate, they will render an enormously good deed. But when the 7 talk to my Grandmaster, I wish they will be courteous and respectful and not offend my Grandmaster in any way. Otherwise, when one wave has not yet subsided, another wave arises, then all efforts will be wasted. This is all I have to say to you. Cheng Yaojia smiled and said in her heart, you are done talking, now it's my turn to take care of your business. Then she left the inn to look for Yin Jiping. But after going around the village she had not seen neither his shadow nor his tracks. She was about to turn around and came back when suddenly she heard Yin Jiping call her in a subdued voice, Ching Shimi. He beckoned to her from the corner of a wall. Ah! Here you are, Cheng Yaojia happily said. Yin Jiping made a hand signal, telling her to be quiet. He pointed to the west and walked toward her. In a low voice he told her, there are some suspicious-looking people snooping around over there, they all carry weapons with them. Cheng Yaojia's mind was occupied with what Lu Guanying had just said. She said, I think they are just passers-by. Yin Jiping's face actually looked serious. With a low voice he said, those people's movements were agile, their martial arts skills must be very high. We must be very careful. Actually he saw Peng Lianhu and the others. They waited for Ho Tonghai for a long time and he did not come back. They thought he must be in some danger, but all of them remembered the expert who pretended to be the ghost the previous night in the imperial palace, who would dare to go and rescue him. All of a sudden they spotted Yin Jiping, so they withdrew and hid themselves. Yin Jiping waited for a while, but did not see any activity ahead, so he went over to take a look, but these people had already gone without a trace. Thereupon Cheng Yaojia told him everything she heard from Lu Guanying. Yin Jiping smiled and said, so that's what he was thinking about. How could anybody guess it? Ching Shimi, you go and ask Sun Shishu's, martial uncle, help, he'll go and tell Shifu. As long as the Quanzhen Seven Masters are willing to act, what matter under the sky they cannot solve. But we have to be careful not to mess this thing up, Cheng Yaojia said. Then she relayed what Lu Guanying said just before she left the inn. Humph, Yin Jiping sneered, who is Huang Yaoshi anyway? Is he stronger than the Quanzhen Seven Masters? Cheng Yaojia was about to remind him not to be too arrogant, but seeing his stern expression she swallowed back the word that was on her lips. 2 people went back to the inn together. Lu Guanying said, little brother will have to take my leave. Whenever you pass through the Lake Tai area, please pay me a visit at the Cloud Village for a few days. Cheng Yaojia was crushed to see him leave so soon, but how could she dare to reveal her deepest feelings? Yin Jiping turned around to face the kitchen god idol and said, Kitchen god, master, Quanzhen sect is most willing to help other people in distress. Whenever there is any injustice in the Jianghu and the Quanzhen disciples find out about it, there is no way we will not interfere. Lu Guanying knew these words were directed to him, thereupon he also said, Kitchen God, Master, I pray that you will give your blessing so that this matter will be resolved in peace. Disciple is forever grateful towards all these gentlemen who spend their energy to help. Yin Jiping said, Kitchen God, Master, please do not worry, the Chuanjin Seven Masters' power is shaking the world. As long as they are willing to act, there is nothing in this world they cannot deal with. Lu Guanyin was startled. He thought, how can my Grandmaster be convinced if the Chuanjin Seven Masters rely on power? He busily said, Kitchen God, Master, you know that my Grandmaster comes and goes as he wishes, he never pays attention to other people. Others speak as friends to him, he would certainly listen, but he loathes it if others try to speak reason with him. Yin Jiping said, Kitchen God, Master, how can the Chuanjin Seven Masters be afraid of others? Originally this matter had nothing to do with us, my Shifu only sent me to deliver the warning. But if anybody provokes us the Chuanjin disciples, I don't care whether he is Yellow Yaoshi, surname Huang literal translation is yellow, or He Yaoshi, Black Yaoshi, the Chuanjin sect will definitely teach him a lesson. Lu Guanyin felt anger rising on his chest. He said, Kitchen God, Master, what disciple had just said, please just consider it a talk in my sleep. If anybody belittles us, we don't want to accept anybody's favor anymore. These two were talking to each other, but they were facing the Kitchen God idol. One spoke and the other responded. Gradually this exchange of words became hotter and hotter. Qing Yaojia wanted to interfere, but those two men were young and hot-tempered, neither was willing to yield even for half a word. Finally Yin Jiping said, Kitchen God, Master, the Chuanjin sect's martial art is the purest of orthodox skill, while others are heretical skill. Even if they are good, how can they be measured up against the Chuanjin sect? Lu Guanyin responded, Kitchen God, Master, I have heard for a long time the reputation of Chuanjin sect's martial art. Certainly there are many martial art experts within the Chuanjin sect. But this doesn't mean that there are no arrogant blabbermouths among the disciples. Yin Jiping was angry, his palm struck and the corner of the kitchen stove collapsed. He stared hard and shouted loudly, Good kid, you curse people. Bang! Lu Guanyin also struck the other corner and it fell to the ground. He shouted, How do I dare to curse you? I am cursing those condescending conceited disciples. Yin Jiping had seen Lu Guanying's martial arts skill just now, he knew it was still inferior to his, so his confidence was boosted and with a cold laugh he said, Fine. Let us try, we'll see who is conceited in the end. Lu Guanying knew perfectly well that he was not Yin Jiping's match, but he hated it when others insulted his school. He was like one riding on a tiger's back, he could not continue riding, yet it is difficult to back down. He drew his saber, made a gesture of respect with his left hand and said, Little brother is ready to receive Chuanjin sect's excellent stances. Qing Yaojia was very anxious, tears streaming down from her eyes. She wanted to throw herself in between these two men, but each time did not have the courage to do so. She saw Yin Jiping sweep his whisk away and step forward to launch his attack and straightaway two people fight ferociously. Lu Guanying did not expect victory, he merely hoped he would avoid an embarrassing defeat. Immediately he launched the Luo Han Dao Fa, Buddhist Arhat saber technique, he learned from Reverend Kumu, Dead Wood, creating a tight defense around him. Yin Jiping assumed offensive position immediately, and to his surprise he found the opponent's saber power to be quite strong. He realized he had recklessly underestimated his opponent when his left arm was almost chopped down. His heart shivered and he hastily concentrated his attention to face the attack and respond accordingly, launching his school's special teaching of calming his mind and spirit, slow step but quick hand movements. Only by doing this did he gradually gain the upper hand. For the last several months Lu Guanying had received his father's instructions so that he enjoyed progress by leaps and bounds, but the days of his training were too short to be compared to Yin Jiping who was a main disciple of Changchun. Huang Rong was watching this fight through the small mirror, she saw Yin Jiping gradually take the lead, she cursed in her heart, this Xiao Zia Mao, little mixed up hair a derogatory term to Taoist priest, was scolding my father. If Jing Gij was not injured, I would certainly teach you some lessons on the heretical Peach Blossom Island's martial art. Io. Not good. She saw Lu Guaniying's saber strike down with a familiar stance. Yin Jiping intercepted it with his whisk and diverted the saber away, then turning his hand over his finger moved with an exceptional speed toward the crook of Lu Guaniying's elbow. Lu Guaniying felt his arm go numb and his saber fell down to the ground. Without showing any mercy, Yin Jiping swept his whisk toward Lu Guaniying's face while loudly shouted, "This is Chuanjin Sek's martial art, remember it well." His whisk was made of horse's tail mixed with strands of silver threads. Once Lu Guaniying's face got hit, it would certainly be slashed with countless cuts. Lu Guaniying understood the danger, he quickly ducked and the whisk followed by sweeping downward. Suddenly a tender voice was shouting, "Yin Shige." Cheng Yaojia thrust her sword to block the whisk. Lu Guaniying took that opportunity to leap back and pick his saber from the ground. Yin Jiping coldly laughed, "Good. Cheng Shimi, you are helping an outsider. Come. You two lovers can fight me together." Yu Cheng Yaojia stammered. Swish. 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 Yin Jiping swept his whisk 3 times, forcing her to move her hands and feet in a disorderly manner. Lu Guaniying saw her precarious situation. He raised his saber and joined the fight 2 against 1. But Cheng Yaojia did not want to fight her martial brother, so she jumped back. "Come." Yin Jiping said, "He cannot fight me alone. Otherwise, in a while you will come and help him anyway." Huang Rong watched these 3 people fighting each other in amusement. She was wondering how this matter could be resolved when suddenly she heard some noise from the door. She saw Peng Lianhu, Sha Tong Tian, along with Wan Yen Honglai, Yang Kong, and the others came in together. It turned out they had been waiting for Ho Tonghai for a long time and he did not come back. Sha Tong Tian was concerned over his martial brother, so gathering his courage he quietly came over to take a look. He saw inside the inn 2 people were fighting, their martial arts skills were only average. He waited for a long time but did not see anybody else. He was afraid to come in alone, so he went back and summoned the others, taking them back to the inn. Yin and Lu 2 people saw these people came in, they leaped back and stopped fighting. They asked these newcomers, but Sha Tong Tian swayed and stepped forward with arms open wide, grabbing both men's wrists. Meanwhile Peng Lianhu stooped down and untied Ho Tonghai's hands. Ho Tonghai had been suffering for half a day, he was really angry. Without taking out the cloths in his mouth he roared and threw himself at Cheng Yaojia, attacking her with his palms. Cheng Yaojia evaded by moving backward in a circle. Ho Tonghai's face was purple from the bruise, his fists went straight up and down fiercely attacking Cheng Yaojia. "Hold on." Peng Lianhu repeatedly said, "Let's talk first." But Ho Tonghai's mouth and ears were stopped with cloths, how could he have heard anything? The acupoint on Lu Guaniying's wrist was grabbed by Sha Tong Tian, he felt half of his body went numb, he could not move. But seeing Cheng Yaojia in danger and Ho Tonghai was like a mad tiger, he struggled hard and without knowing where the strength came from, he shook Sha Tongshan's grab loose and fiercely threw himself toward Ho Tonghai. Before he reached his target Peng Lianhu swept his leg and sent him tumbling down and immediately Peng Lianhu pounced on him. He grabbed Lu Guaniying by the back of his neck and lifted him up. "Who are you?" he asked. "Where is that fellow who played ghost?" Suddenly the door creaked and it opened slowly. Everybody turned their head at once, but nobody came in. Peng Lianhu and the others could not help but feel shivers of fear in their hearts. Suddenly a female head with disheveled hair sticking out was at the door. Liang Ziweng and Lingji Shangren jumped up in fright, they even shouted, "Not good. A female ghost." Peng Lianhu saw clearly that she was just an ordinary country girl. "Come in," he shouted. Shagu walked in with a giggle, sticking out her tongue she said, "So many people." Liang Ziweng was the one shouted, "Female ghost." Earlier, now he saw she was just a poor peasant girl with tattered clothes and silly demeanor. Out of shame he became angry. He jumped forward and shouted, "Who are you?" Stretching out his hand he grabbed her arm. Who would have thought that Shagu withdrew her arm and flipped her hand, then her palm struck with the Peach Blossom Islands by Bojang Fa, Jade Green Wave Palm Technique. Although her skill was not refined, the stance was subtle and wonderful. Liang Ziwen did not guard against her counterattack at all. Slap! Shagu's palm hit the back of his hand, hard. Liang Ziwen was stunned and angry at the same time. Good! He called out, "You are playing dumb." He rushed forward with both fists straight up. Shagu stepped back to evade. Suddenly she pointed toward his shiny bald head and burst out in laughter. This laughter caught everybody by surprise. Liang Ziwen was stunned and he stopped dead on his tracks for a few seconds, only then he ferociously resumed his attack. Shagu raised her hands to block, but she staggered back. She knew she was not his match, so she turned around, trying to run away. But Liang Ziwen would not let her escape. He stretched his left leg backward to block her, while his elbow struck backward, followed by his fist. Shagu's nose was hit hard until she felt her head spinning. She cried out, "Sister who eats the watermelon, come out quickly. Help me. Somebody is hitting me." Huang Rong was startled. She thought, not killing this dumb girl was a big mistake. She is bound to bring us disaster. Suddenly she heard a soft hump sound. It was so soft, almost inaudible, but Huang Rong's heart jumped in delight. Father is here. She thought. Hastily she looked through the small hole and saw Huang Yaoshe wearing a human skin mask, standing on the doorstep. Nobody saw him come, as if he had just arrived, but also as if he had been there before everybody else came. He stood motionless like a log of wood, without showing the least bit of emotion on his face. Everybody who saw him could not help but shudder. He did not have a green face nor did he have fierce teeth, he did not even look loathsome or ugly, but in all honesty nobody could say that his face belonged to a living person. Shagu only exchanged 3 stances with Liang Ziwen, but Huang Yaoshe could immediately tell that she was using the martial art of his school. With a heart full of questions he asked, "Miss, who is your master? Where is he?" Shagu simply shook her head. She stared at him blankly. Suddenly she clapped her hands and laughed. Huang Yaoshe frowned. He knew she must have had some relation with his disciples. If not their disciple, then she must be their family or relative. He was very fond and tended to be overprotective toward his disciples. In no way would he allow anybody to bully them. Mei Chaofeng was a renegade disciple of his. She had committed a great crime against her master. Yet when she was defeated by Guojing, Huang Yaoshe would still help her, much less Shagu, who was a naive and childlike young girl. Thereupon he said, "Dumb kid, others hit you, why don't you hit back?" The other day on the boat, when Huang Yaoshe was looking for his daughter, he did not wear any mask, so his appearance was not the same as today. Nobody recognized him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Wanyan Honglai, Yang Kong and Peng Lianhu, 3 people remembered his voice and vaguely guessed his identity. Peng Lianhu knew this evil man must not have good things in his mind. He also guessed that the ghost of the imperial palace last night might be this man. He knew there was no way he could fight this man, so while there was an opportunity, he was thinking of launching the 36th stance, namely, run away. Shagu said, "I can't hit him." "Who says you cannot hit him?" Huang Yaoshe said, "He hit your nose, you must hit his nose. He hit you once, you must pay him back 3 times. Shagu laughed. "All right," she said. Without thinking that Liang Ziwen's skill was way above hers, she walked over to him and said, "You hit my nose, I must hit your nose. You hit me once, I must pay you back 3 times. Her fist went straight up to his nose. Liang Ziwen raised up his hand to block. Suddenly the Chu Chi, crooked reservoir, acupoint on the bent of his arm was numb. His hand was already halfway up but could not go further. Bang! His nose was squarely hit by Shagu's fist. 2. Shagu called out and sent out another fist. Liang Ziwen bent his knees, keeping his back straight, left hand straight out with one of the highest chin na, grab and capture, techniques. He was sure he could turn Shagus' arm over and divert the attack. Who would have thought that as his fingers touched Shagus' arm, the Bai-Ru, arm scholar, acupoint on his arm was numb and he was unable to divert Shagus' hand. Bang! For the second time his nose was hit by Shagus' fist. It was such a violent blow that his head was thrown backward and he staggered, almost fell down. Liang Ziwang was really angry. Other people were astounded, but they did not see anything unusual. Peng Lianhu was an expert in secret projectile usage, he was the only one who noticed something. Each time Liang Ziwang blocked the attack, both times Peng Lianhu heard a very light swishing noise of secret projectiles. He knew Huang Yaoshi had launched some kind of tiny metal needles toward Liang Ziwang's acupoints. Only he did not see Huang Yaoshi's arm move, so he did not know how Huang Yaoshi did it. Actually Huang Yaoshi was flicking his finger inside his sleeve and sent the needles piercing through the fabric toward the enemy. Invisible and almost inaudible, the needles suddenly arrived. How could the enemy evade this kind of attack? 3. Shagu called out. Both of Liang Ziwang's arms did not obey their master's order. His eyes saw the fist coming straight toward his face, he did not have any choice but step backward to evade. Who would have thought that as he was about to step back the Bai-Hai, White Ocean, acupoint on the inside of his right leg suddenly turned numb. His shock had not subsided and a spark fluttered in the air and he felt tears brimming in his eyes. It turned out when his nose was hit the tears acupoint was also hit. He had always regarded defeat in martial art contests as nothing, but if tears streaming down his face, his lifelong reputation would be ruined. Hastily he lifted up his sleeve to wipe the tears away, but his arm did not follow his order. 2 big drops of tears finally came down his cheeks. Shagu saw his tears and busily said, "Please don't cry. Don't be afraid, I won't hit you anymore." Compared to the 3 blows on his nose, those 3 comforting sentences were more difficult for Liang Ziwang to bear. In his resentment, he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. He looked up to Huang Yaoshi and said, "Who are you, sire? You secretly harmed people, what kind of hero are you?" With a cold laugh Huang Yaoshi replied, "Are you worthy to ask my name?" Suddenly he raised his voice up, "Everybody roll out of my presence." Everybody standing on the side had early on felt their 4 limbs and hundreds of bones uncomfortable, nobody had the guts to fight, they just stood in that inn without knowing what to do. When they heard his shout, it was as if they had just received pardon on their lives. Peng Lianhu was the first one wanted to go out, but only after 2 steps he saw that Huang Yaoshi was standing on the doorstep, not allowing anybody to pass through, hence he stopped dead on his tracks. Huang Yaoshi sneered, "I told you to go, but you don't go. Do you want me to slaughter all of you one by one?" Peng Lianhu had heard about Huang Yaoshi's strange temperament, he would do what he said. Therefore, Peng Lianhu turned to the rest of them and said, "This senior master told us to leave. Let's just leave." By this time Ho Tonghai had pulled the cloth away from his mouth. He dashed toward Huang Yaoshi and glared at him menacingly. "Let me pass," he shouted. Huang Yaoshi did not pay him any attention. "You are not worthy to make me move aside," he said flatly, "if you want to live, crawl out underneath my legs." Everybody looked at each other in blank dismay, it was clear from their faces that they were angry. They thought that even though Huang Yaoshi might be highly skilled, there were currently many skilled pugilists gathered in that room, if they joined forces and staked it all, they might not necessarily lose. Ho Tonghai roared and pounced on Huang Yaoshi, but with a cold laugh Huang Yaoshi moved his left hand and Ho Tonghai was lifted up high in the air, and then his right hand pulled Ho Tonghai's left arm. Crack! Ho Tonghai's arm, flesh and bones, was severed from his body. Huang Yaoshi cast the severed arm and the man to the ground. He raised his head up looking at the sky, seemingly indifferent to his surrounding. Ho Tonghai passed out from severe pain, blood rushed forth like a fountain from the wound on his arm. Everybody's face changed color. Huang Yaoshi slowly turned his head, his eyes swept through everybody's face one by one. Sha Tongtian, Peng Lianhu, and the others were used to killing people without batting their eyelids, but seeing Huang Yaoshi's gaze on them, they shuddered in fear involuntarily, their hair standing on its end, goosebumps appeared on their skins. Suddenly Huang Yaoshi roared, "Are you going to crawl out or not?" Merely his voice was enough to scare the hell out of them. Nobody thought about joining forces and attacking him altogether. Peng Lianhu hung his head low and was the first to crawl out underneath his legs. Sha Tongtian released Yin and Lu, two people, carrying his martial brother in his arms. He followed. Yang Kong helped Wanyan Honglai, and finally Liang Ziweng and Lingji Shangren. One by one they crawled out underneath Huang Yaoshi's crotch. Once they were out of the door, they scurried away like a frightened cat. Who dared to turn around and look back? The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 25. In a deserted village. Huang Yaoshi laughed and said, "Guan Yin and this lady, stay." Lu Guanyin was aware that his grand teacher had arrived earlier, but when he saw Huang Yaoshi with his mask on, he was afraid that the former would not be willing to remove his identity and thus, didn't dare to address him properly. He decided to bow politely 4 times so as to greet Huang Yaoshi. When Yin Jiping saw how formidable Huang Yaoshi looked, he knew that his was of high status and bowed while saying, "Chuanjin Sect's Eternal Springs disciple, Yin Jiping greets senior." Huang Yaoshi retorted, "Everyone has gotten lost and I did not ask you to stay on. Why are you still here? Are you tired of living?" Yin Jiping was taken aback. "Disciple is a student of Eternal Spring of Chuanjin Sect. I am not a criminal." Huang Yaoshi answered, "So what if you're from Chuanjin Sect?" With that, he grabbed a corner of the table and removed a piece of wood before flinging it effortlessly at Yin Jiping. Yin Jiping quickly used his whisk to raise some dusts to block the attack, but the small piece of wood seemed to be made out of metal and he felt a strong force charge towards him. He could not defend the force and the piece of wood and whisk slapped onto his cheek. Yin Jiping felt a strong pain and there seemed to be some stuff in his mouth. He hurriedly spitted it out onto his palm before realizing that it was a few of his teeth, which laid on his bloody palm. He was shocked and frightened and didn't dare to make any sound. Huang Yaoshi continued coldly, "I am the so-called Huang Yaoshi, hey Yaoshi. What does Chuanjin Sect want, so show me." With these words, Yin Jiping and Chen Yaojia were taken aback. Lu Guanyin was also shaken and thought to himself, "Grand teacher must have heard me quarrel with that little Taoist quarrel just now. If he heard what I said to Prince Zhao, then I think father will also before breaking into cold sweat." Yin Jiping rubbed his cheek and said, "You are a senior in the Wulin world, but why do you behave so shrewdly? The 6 freaks of Jiangnan are heroic people, why must you force to them the corner? If not for my teacher spreading the news, won't the 6 of them be killed by you already?" Huang Yaoshi was furious, "No wonder I couldn't find them. So it's a bunch of rascals poking their noses into this matter." Yin Jiping was agitated and shouted, "If you want to kill me, then do so. I'm not afraid of you." Huang Yaoshi replied coldly, "Didn't you have fun scolding me behind my back?" Yin Jiping spared no thought for his life and shouted, "I'll scold in front of you as well. You demon, you weirdo." Ever since Huang Yaoshi became famous, no one, no matter good or bad, would dare to be offensive in front of him. He had never met someone as straightforward and disrespectful as Yin Jiping. The latter had seen how cruelly he dealt with Ho Tonghai just now and yet, was still not afraid to offend him. Huang Yaoshi was surprised and thought that the little Taoist had backbone and was bold, like him he was young. Huang Yaoshi could not help but compare Yin Jiping to his younger self while he stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "If you dare, scold some more." Yin Jiping said, "I'm not scared of you and yes I want to scold you demonic weirdo." Lu Guanyin thought secretly, "Oh no, the little Taoist is not going to be able to escape death." He yelled out, "Bold bastard! You dare offend my grand teacher." With that, he raised his saber and made an attack for his shoulder. Lu Guanyin was actually secretly trying to help Yin Jiping. He was sure that his Huang Yaoshe would show him no mercy after all the insults. If Huang Yaoshe attacked, even 10 Yin Zipings would not be able to escape alive. Lu Guanyin hoped that if he injured Yin Jiping, his grand teacher's anger would subside somewhat and let that little Taoist off. Yin Jiping evaded the attack with 2 steps and frowned angrily before shouting, "I don't want to live after today, so I'm going to scold until I'm happy." Lu Guanyin was bent on injuring him so as to save his life and thus, made another attack with his saber. At the same moment, Qing Yaojia unsheathed her sword and called out, "I'm also a disciple of Chuanjin sect. If you want to kill, then kill both of us." Yin Jiping did not expect this and shouted, "Good, apprentice Sister Cheng." Both of them stood shoulder to shoulder and stared at Huang Yaoshe. Lu Guanyin could not attack anymore. Huang Yaoshe laughed out, "Good, you have guts, have backbone. I, Huang Yaoshe, am in fact a heretic demon, you didn't scold wrongly. Your teacher is my junior, how can I fight with a little Taoist then? Go then." He suddenly stretched out his arm and grabbed Yin Ziping's chest before flinging him outside. Yin Jiping couldn't control himself and flew out of the door. He thought that he would fall badly, but who would have thought that both his feet landed on the ground and he was still standing normally. He thought that Huang Yaoshe must have grabbed him and dropped him gently onto the ground. Yin Jiping dazed for a second before thinking, close shave. No matter how brave he was, he did not dare go back into the inn to scold Huang Yaoshe. He stroked his swollen cheek and turned to leave. Qing Yaojia sheathed her sword and made to leave when Huang Yaoshe said, "Wait." He stretched out his hand to remove his mask and asked, "Are you willing to be his wife?" While pointing at Lu Guanyin. Qing Yaojia was shocked but her snow-white skin to turn red slowly. Huang Yaoshe said, "Your apprentice brother scolded right. I am a heretic weirdo. Who doesn't know about Eastern heretic Huang Yaoshe, the owner of Peach Blossom Island? The thing old heretic Huang hates most this life is rules and conventions, especially saints and whatnots. These are just things to cheat dumb people. It's such a joke that people have been blindly abiding to these rules and conventions for generations. I, Huang Yaoshe, don't believe in these nonsensical teachings. Everyone say I'm heretic, humph. At least a heretic is better than those jerks who talk about morals and principles but caused the deaths of so many." Qing Yaojia was silent but her heart beat wildly. She did not know how he was going to deal with her. But she only heard him say, "Tell me properly. Do you want to marry my grand disciple? I like people who are straightforward and have backbone. That little Taoist scolded me behind my back. If he didn't dare do that in front of me and kneel down to beg me just now, do you think I would have killed him? Humph, you dared to help that little Taoist even though you knew it was dangerous, so it shows that your character is good and compatible with my grand disciple. Hurry up and answer me." Qing Yaojia was willing with all her heart but she didn't even dare tell people like her parents, what more an outsider. Furthermore, Lu Guanyin was standing beside him. Huang Yaoshe saw that her pretty face was as red as a rose while Lu Guanyin also lowered his head and suddenly thought of his daughter. He let out a sigh and said, "If both of you love each other, I will give my blessings." Ah, even parents can't decide the marriage for their children for them. He knew that if he had agreed to his daughter and Guo Jing's marriage, his beloved daughter would not have died in the deep sea and was vexed. He raised his voice, "Guanyin, stop beating around the bush, do you want her to be your wife or not?" Lu Guanyin was stunned and answered hurriedly, "Grand teacher, grand disciple's afraid that I am not good enough for Huang Yaoshe cut in, good enough. You are my grand disciple, you are good enough even for a princess." Lu Guanyin saw Huang Yaoshe's eagerness and knew that if continued hesitating, the situation would turn worse. He answered hurriedly, "Grand disciple is willing." Huang Yaoshe smiled and said, "Good. What about you, miss?" Qing Yaojia felt a sweet sensation in her heart when she heard Lu Guanyin's words. When she heard Huang Yaoshe's question, she lowered her head and said softly, "I need father to help me decide." Huang Yaoshe replied, "What parent's decision? All nonsensical rubbish, I want to be the one to make the decision. If your father is unwilling, ask him to come and duel with me. Qing Yaojia smiled, father only knows how to calculate accounts and do calligraphy, he doesn't know any martial arts. Huang Yaoshi thought for a while, then well compete using calculation. Humph, talking about calculations, who on earth can win me? Hurry up, are you willing or not? Qing Yaojia kept quiet and Huang Yaoshi said, alright, so you aren't willing then, it's up to you. We keep to our words and old heretic Huang never allows anyone to regret their decisions. Qing Yaojia stole a glance at Lu Guanyin and saw that his expression had turned anxious. She thought to herself, father dotes on me the most. If I ask auntie to talk to father and you ask someone to seek my hand, father will agree. Why are you so anxious? Huang Yaoshi stood up and shouted, Guanyin, follow me to look for the 6 freaks of Jiangnan. If you ever speak to this lady again, I'll cut off both of your tongues. Lu Guanyin was shocked and knew that his grand teacher was capable of such acts. He walked in front of Qing Yaojia and cupped his palms into a greeting posture before saying, Miss, Lu Guanyin is lowly skilled in martial arts and is untalented and uneducated. I live a wandering life and am not good enough for you. But I think it is fate that we should meet today. Qing Yaojia answered softly, Mr. doesn't have to be humble. I am not, and she kept silent. Lu Guanyin's heart skipped a beat and he thought to make her answer by nodding or shaking her head, Miss, if you do not find me up to par with you, please shake your head. After he said this, he heart pumped frantically as he looked at her delicate face, worried that she would shake her head. After a while, Qing Yaojia still kept still and did not even move a finger. Lu Guanyin was delighted and said, since Miss is willing to marry me, please nod your head. But Qing Yaojia still did not move. Lu Guanyin was anxious and Huang Yaoshi was exasperated and said, you don't shake and you don't nod. What does that mean? Qing Yaojia said softly, if I don't shake my head, it means that I nod my head. These words were mumbled so softly such that only Huang Yaoshi, who had a high level of internal energy and sharp ears, could hear it. Had it been a few years earlier, he would not be able to hear anything but just see her lips moving slightly. Huang Yaoshi laughed loudly, Wang Chongyang has all along been a heroic and brave man. Who would have thought that his disciple would be so wishy-washy? That's just so funny. Alright, I will see through your marriage today. The couple was taken aback and stared at Huang Yaoshi speechlessly, who continued asking, where is that silly lady? I want to ask her who her teacher is. When the three of them were talking in the inn, Sha Gu had disappeared somewhere. Huang Yaoshi continues, anyway, there's no rush to find her now. Guanyin, you will marry Miss Qing here then. Lu Guanyin replied, Grand disciple is very grateful for grand teacher's love, but to marry here is somehow too plain. Huang Yaoshi retorted, you are a disciple of the Peach Blossom Island, do you want to abide to conventions as well? Come, stand side by side both of you, and bow to the sky. His tone was stern and serious and they did not dare disobey him. Qing Yaojia had reached this stage and knew that she could not do anything but carry on the rituals with Lu Guanyin. Huang Yaoshi continued, bow to the earth. Bow to your grand teacher Agud, good, happiness. Bow to each other. Huang Rong and Guo Jing watched Huang Yaoshi orchestrate the show and were surprised but delighted as well. They found it very funny while Huang Yaoshi continued, excellent. Guanyin, go and get a candle for your nuptial night. Lu Guanyin was stunned and said, Grand teacher. Huang Yaoshi replied, why? After completing the ceremony, isn't it time for your nuptial night? You and your wife are pugilists, so you don't need a glamorous room with beautiful blankets, right? Can't you also have your nuptial night in this broken inn? Lu Guanyin didn't dare answer back, but he was excited and delighted at the same time. He followed his grand teacher's instructions and went to the village to get a pair of red candles, some wine and chicken, and prepared a meal with Qing Yaojia in the kitchen before serving it to their grand teacher. After that, Huang Yaoshi was silent and raised his head, thinking about his daughter but hiding his sadness. Huang Rong saw his expressions and knew that he was thinking about her. She felt terrible and wanted to shout out but was afraid that once her father discovered her, would bring her back to Peach Blossom Island. Even if he did not kill Guojing would not be able to survive. When she thought about this, she took back her hand from the door. Lu Guanyin and Cheng Yaojia stole glances at Huang Yaoshi and looked at each other, while feeling happy but awkward. Their faces and ears were both red and they did not dare to make a sound. Ouyang Ku was lying amongst the straws and wood and listened attentively. Although he was starving, he did not dare to make any noise. The sky gradually turned dark. Cheng Yaojia's heart was thumping louder and louder. She heard Huang Yaoshi talking to himself, why hasn't that silly girl come back? Humph, that bunch of traitors better not give her any trouble. Turning his head to Lu Guanyin he said, tonight is your wedding night, why don't you light some candles? Yes. Lu Guanyin replied. He took a flint and lighted the candles. Under the bright candlelight he saw that Cheng de Xiaojia's, eldest Miss Cheng, hair on her temples were like a cloud of mist, her cheeks were as white as snow, her face showed a bashful and surprised feeling, it was truly hard to describe with words. Outside the door the insects were buzzing, the evening breeze swayed the bamboo trees, he felt like it was a dream. Huang Yaoshi took a wooden bench and placed it on the doorstep, then he laid down on it. Soon afterwards he was snoring lightly, looked like he was sound asleep. Lu and Cheng couple still did not dare to move. After a long time the red candle burned out, the flame died down and the room became dark. Lu and Cheng couple spoke to each other in low voices. Huang Rong leaned her head sideways trying to listen, but she could not hear what they were talking about. Suddenly she felt Guojing's body tremble, his breathing has quickened. Apparently his internal energy flow had reached a branched passage, so she busily helped him to overcome this obstacle. After his breathing turned normal she turned her attention to the room one more time. She saw the moonlight slanted down from the broken window outside. Lu and Cheng couple was still sitting side by side on the bench. She heard Cheng Yaojia speak in low voice, do you know what day is today? Today is our happiest day, Lu Guanyin replied. That goes without saying, Cheng Yaojia said, today is the second day of the 7th month, my third, maternal, aunt's birthday. Lu Guanyin smiled, you must have many relatives, he said, it must be difficult to remember all those birthdays. Huang Rong thought, your wife belongs to a big clan in Baoying, her maternal aunts, her paternal aunts, her nephews and nieces' birthdays will come and go, but can they be compared to you, the great leader Lu of the Lake Tai's stronghold? Suddenly she recalled something, today is the second day of the 7th month, Jing Gij will need until the 7th to recover. The beggar clan's general assembly is on the 15th at Yayang City. We have a very tight schedule. Suddenly there was a long whistle outside, followed by a loud laughter, shaking the roof tiles, it was precisely Zhou Batong's voice. He called out, Old Poison, you have been chasing me from Linen to Jiaxing and from Jiaxing back to Linen, one day and one night, throughout you can't overtake the old urchin. Victory or defeat between us two has already been decided. What else do you want to compete in? Huang Rong was startled, from Linen to Jiaxing and back is more than 500 lis, these two men's feet are truly fast. Ouyang Feng's voice was heard replying, even if you run to the end of the earth I will still chase you. Zhou Batong laughed, we want eat, we want sleep, we want even urinate or defecate, let's see who can run the longest. Do you dare to compete with me? Why not? Ouyang Feng replied, I want to see who will drop dead of exhaustion first. Old Poison, Zhou Batong said, you won't be able to compete with me in not urinating and not defecating. They both stopped talking and let out a long laugh instead, but the laughter seemed to come from more than a dozen of zhangs away already. Lu Guanyin and Cheng Yaojia did not know what kind of people these men were, who swiftly came and went in the middle of the night. They looked at each other in astonishment, then hand in hand they walked to the door to take a look. Huang Rong thought, if these two are competing their feet power, then father will surely want to watch. Sure enough, she heard Lu Guaniying's surprised voice, "Ah, where is Grandmaster?" "Look over there," Cheng Yaojia said, "there are 3 shadows, the last one looks like your Grandmaster." "That's right," Lu Guaniying said, "Ah, they are that far already. I wonder what kind of experts those 2 are. Too bad we did not have any chance to meet them." Huang Rong thought, "The old urchin is all right, but you'd better not meet the old poison." As Huang Yaoshi left, Lu and Cheng, 2 people thought that they were alone in that inn. Their hearts started to get devious. Lu Guaniying circled his arm around his newlywed wife's waist and asked in a low voice, "Maisie, little sister, term of endearment, what is your given name?" Cheng Yaojia said with a chuckle, "I won't say it, you guess." Lu Guaniying smiled, "If not Xiao Mao, kitten, then it must be Xiao Go, puppy." Cheng Yaojia laughed, "Neither. It's Mu de Zhong, mother big bug." "Ah," Lu Guaniying laughed, "then I must catch you." Cheng Yaojia wriggled and leaped over the table. Lu Guaniying laughed and chased her. One ran, the other chased, they were both laughing and giggling, running around the inn. The starlight was dim, Huang Rong was unable to see these 2 clearly, but she could hear their laughter clearly. Suddenly Guojing whispered in her ear, "Do you think he can catch Cheng de Xiaojia?" With a light chuckle Huang Rong replied, "Certainly." Guojing asked again, "After he catches her, then what happened?" Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat, she did not know the answer. She heard Lu Guaniying had succeeded in catching Cheng Yaojia, the couple then sat on the bench, hugging each other and talking in low voices. Huang Rong's right hand was holding Guojing's left. She felt his palm was getting hotter and hotter, while his body trembled faster and faster. She was frightened, busily asked, "Jing Gij, what happened?" After Guojing suffered a heavy injury, his internal strength considerably decreased. Practicing this 9-yin energy cultivation method required a clean heart, free from any devilish thought. Right now he heard that Lu and Cheng couple was talking and laughing intimately, at the same time right next to him was his own beloved beautiful girl. Gradually he lost control, his blood warmed up to the point of boiling. He turned around and stretched out his right hand to embrace her shoulder. But as she heard his rushed breathing and felt his burning hot palm, Huang Rong was frightened and busily said, "Jing Gij, be careful, quickly calm your heart." Guojing's heart was shaken, anxiously he said, "I can't." "Renjir, I he wanted to stand up." Huang Rong was very anxious, "You must not move," she said. Forcing himself, Guojing sat down. He tried hard to control his breathing, but his chest felt like it will almost burst open. "Renjir, help me," he begged. Once again he wanted to stand up. "Sit down," Huang Rong shouted, "if you don't, I'll seal your acupoint." "Right," Guojing said, "quick. I can't take it anymore." Huang Rong realized that if his acupoint was sealed, his internal energy flow would be blocked, then their 2 days of effort would be wasted and they would have to start from the beginning again. But his condition was critical, as soon as he stood up, his life would be in danger. So gritting her teeth, her left arm made a circle with the Lanhua Fu Shui Shou, orchid brushing acupoint technique, and struck the Zhang Men, sealing gate, acupoint on the 11th rib on his left chest. Her finger was right on target, but unexpectedly Guojing's internal strength was so profound that as soon as his body met an external force, the muscle automatically contracted and caused her finger to slip. Huang Rong successively struck twice, both times missed. She was about to strike for the 3rd time when suddenly he grabbed her left wrist. It was almost dawn. Huang Rong saw his eyes were bloodshot like they were on fire. She was shocked, but she felt that he was pulling her hand while his mouth was mumbling indistinctly, as if he was losing his mind. In desperation Huang Rong moved her elbow and ferociously bumped her shoulder against his arm. As the thorns on the soft hedgehog armor pricked his arm, Guojing felt a shot of pain and was startled. Right at that moment they heard the rooster crow in the village. It was like a strike of lightning clearing out Guojing's mind. Slowly he put Huang Rong's wrist down, his face showed great embarrassment. Huang Rong saw sweat dripping from his forehead, his face was pale and he looked so weary. But she knew the critical moment had passed. She said happily, "Jing Gij, we have passed 2 days and 2 nights. Slap." Guo Jing slapped his own face and said, "Very dangerous." He raised his hand to slap again. Huang Rong smiled and grabbed his hand. "That was nothing," she said, "you remember the old urchin. With that kind of skill he still could not bear to listen to my father's flute, much less you, who are seriously injured." In their excitement as Guo Jing was battling his own mind, they forgot to lower their voices. All Lu Guining and Qing Yaojia cared for was each other, so naturally they were oblivious of everything else. But lying down in the room Ouyang Ku was fully awake, with his keen hearing he heard everything, he could even vaguely recognize Huang Rong's voice. He was surprised yet happy. He tried to listen carefully, but no more sound was to be heard. Both of his legs were broken, he was unable to walk, but by using hands as his feet he could stand upside down and he came out of his hiding. Lu Guining and his newlywed wife were sitting side by side on the bench, with his left hand wrapped around her shoulder. Suddenly they heard rustling noise from the firewood. Turning their heads around they saw a man standing on his hands come out from the inner room. They were startled and quickly drew their weapons out. Ouyang Ke's injury was heavy, plus he had not had anything to eat for quite a long time, hence he was weak. Suddenly seeing the bright flickering light of the blade he felt dizzy and fell down on the ground. Lu Guining saw his sickly complexion, he rushed forward to help him sit on the bench with his back leaning against the table. "Ah!" Qing Yaojia called out in alarm, recognizing this man as the lecherous person who captured her at Baoying. Lu Guining saw her frightened expression, he said comfortingly, "Don't be afraid, his legs are broken." "He is a bad man," Qing Yaojia said, "I know him." "Ah!" Lu Guining exclaimed. Ouyang Ku slowly woke up. "Give me a bowl of rice, please," he said, "I am starving." Qing Yaojia saw his deep cheeks, his eyes dull, he was not the same arrogant man who hurled insults to her. She was tender-hearted, plus she was a newlywed, her heart was filled with happiness, thereupon she went to the kitchen and fetched a bowl of rice for Ouyang Ku. Ouyang Ku ate one bowl, he asked for another bowl. After eating 2 big bowls of rice his strength returned. He looked at Qing Xiaojia and his lewdness also returned. But he still remembered Huang Rong. "Where is Miss Huang?" he asked. "Which Miss Huang?" Lu Guining asked. "The Peach Blossom Islands Huang Yaoxi's daughter," Ouyang Ku replied. "You know my Huang Shirgu, martial, paternal, aunt?" Lu Guining asked. "I heard she has passed away." Ouyang Ku laughed. "Don't lie to me," he said, obviously I had just heard her voice. His left hand pushed the table, his body flipped and he walked around the room with his hands. He recalled that Huang Rong's voice came from the east side, but there was only a wall without any door on the east side. He considered carefully and came to the conclusion that there must be a secret in the cabinet. Immediately he pulled a table toward the cabinet, flipped his body over to sit on the table, and opened the cabinet door. Convinced that the secret passage must be inside, he was disappointed to see inside the cabinet was very dirty, unbearably filthy. He looked over carefully and saw some handprints on the dust-covered iron bowl. His heart was stirred. Stretching out his arm he grabbed the bowl and tried to lift it up, but the bowl did not budge. He turned it around and with some creaking noise the secret door inside the cabinet slowly opened, revealing Huang Rong and Guo Jing, 2 people sitting cross-legged inside the secret room. He was delighted to see Huang Rong, but was scared and jealous to see Guo Jing by her side. After staring at them for half a day he finally asked, "Maisie, are you training martial art in here?" Huang Rong had seen him through the small hole moving the table to the cabinet. She was sure they would be discovered soon, so she started thinking of ways to kill him. When the door started to move she whispered in Guo Jing's ear, "It'll lure him close, you finish him off with a dragon-subduing palm." Guo Jing said, "I don't have any strength in my palm." Huang Rong was about to say something else, but Ouyang Ku had already seen them. She thought, how can I deceive him so that he will go far away and let us pass these 5 days and 5 nights in peace? Initially Ouyang Ku was rather afraid of Guojing, but seeing his thin and pale complexion he remembered his uncle said that in the imperial palace he had injured him severely with the toad stance. If Guojing did not die, then his injury must be extremely heavy. Looking at their expression he knew that his guess was 70–80% correct. He wanted to try again, so he said, Maisie, why don't you come out? It's too stuffy and tight to hide in there. He held out his hand to pull Huang Rong's sleeve. Huang Rong raised her bamboo stick and with a bang to go to, stick hits dog's head, she struck the top of his head. Her movement was very fierce, it was one of the deadliest stances of the dog-beating stick technique. The stick carried a strong gust of wind, the oncoming force was swift and violent. Ouyang Ku hastily moved to the left to evade, but her stick suddenly swept horizontally. Ouyang Ku was startled, he somersaulted over the table and fell behind the table. If Huang Rong could pursue, she would take advantage of this favorable situation and launch the Fan Jie Go Tun, flipping up and cutting the dog's butt, certainly she would be able to harm his life. But she was sitting cross-legged and must not move, so she cried out inwardly, what a pity. Lu Guining and Qing Yaojia were shocked to suddenly see there were people inside the cabinet. By the time they saw clearly it was Guojing and Huang Rong, Ouyang Ku and Huang Rong had started fighting. As Ouyang Ku fell down, his hands pushed the ground and he leaped back to the table and sat back down. He used the Qin Na, grab and capture, technique trying to catch Huang Rong's hand across the secret room's door. Huang Rong's dog-beating stick technique was marvelous, but she could not move, besides, she had to take Guojing's internal energy situation into consideration so that she could not use too much strength of her own. Ouyang Ku's martial arts skill was actually several times better than hers, so after more than a dozen moves she fell into a desperately dangerous situation. Lu Guining husband and wife drew out their saber and sword and attacked from both sides. Ouyang Ku let out a long laugh and ferociously launched a palm strike hacking toward Guojing's face. At this moment Guojing was unable to exert any strength, so he simply closed his eyes waiting for death. Huang Rong was shocked, she lifted up her stick to block. Ouyang Ku flipped his palm over and grabbed the end of the stick, pulling it out from Huang Rong's hand. Huang Rong could not match his strength, her body staggered forward. She was afraid her palm would be separated from Guojing's palm, so she let the stick go. Immediately she reached into her pocket and threw a steel needle out. Those two were only several feet away from each other. By the time Ouyang Ku saw the flashing light, the steel needle was already in front of his face. Busily he bent his waist and threw his head backward, almost reclined on the table, thus evading the needle. Lu Guining saw his condition as if he was a sacrificial meat on the table, his saber chopped down toward Ouyang Ku's neck. Ouyang Ku rolled to the right and with a crack sound his saber hacked the tabletop. Right at that moment he heard swishing noise of a steel needle above him and suddenly felt his back numb, one side of his body was paralyzed. He wanted to move aside, but his right arm had already been grabbed by the enemy from behind. Qing Yaojia was shocked and rushed forward trying to help. Ouyang Ku laughed and said, "That's wonderful." His hand moved so swiftly and grabbed the front upper part of Qing Yaojia's gown. Qing Yaojia hastily hacked her sword down to cut his hand, while trying to leap backward at the same time. Rip! Her gown was torn by his hand. She was so scared that the sword almost fell from her hand, her face turned deathly pale and she did not dare to rush forward anymore. Ouyang Ku sat at the corner of the table. He turned his head around and saw the door to the secret room was already closed. Recalling his dangerous encounter with steel needles earlier he shuddered in fear. This little girl is really not easy to fight, he thought, aha. I got it. I am going to play around with this Qing de Xiaojia, let that kid surnamed Gua and the little girl hear it. Their concentration will be broken and thus their energy cultivation will be disrupted. I want to see whether by that time she won't listen to me nicely. Thinking to this point he was very happy. He further considered, this Huang family's little girl is like an angel, nevertheless I have to make her willing to follow me for the rest of her life. It won't be as much fun if I use force. I think it will be wonderful. Just marvelous beyond words. So he turned to Qing Yaojia and said, "Hey, Qing de Xiaojia, do you want him to live or to die?" Qing Yaojia saw her husband was in the hands of the enemy, she could not make any rash move. Hastily she said, "He has never wronged you, nor did he have any enmity with you. Please release him. You were very hungry a while ago. Didn't I give you some food to eat?" Ouyang Ku laughed. "How can 2 bowls of rice pay the price of a life? Hey, you've never imagined that one day you Chuanjin sect people will ask someone else's help, have you?" Qing Yaojia said, He is the Peach Blossom Island's disciple, don't hurt him." Ouyang Ku laughed, "Who told him to chop me with a saber? If I wasn't quick enough to evade, do you think my head will still be perched on my neck? Don't you use the Peach Blossom Island to scare me, Huang Yaoshi is my father-in-law." Qing Yaojia did not know whether he was lying or was telling the truth, she hastily said, "Then he is your junior. Just let him go, let him apologize to you later." Haha, Ouyang Ku laughed, "How can there be such an easy thing in this world? You want me to release him? That's easy, but you must do what I tell you to do." Qing Yaojia saw the lewdness in his face, she knew he must have malicious intentions, hence she lowered her head but did not say anything. "Look at me!" Ouyang Ku roared. Crack! His palm hacked down and cut the corner of the table, making a neat cut as if the table was cut by an axe or a saber. Qing Yaojia was stunned, she thought, even my Shifu does not have this kind of ability. Ouyang Ku had been training martial art under his uncle's tutelage since he was little, no wonder his skill surpassed Sun Bu'er who started to learn martial art in her adulthood. Seeing the frightened look on her face, Ouyang Ku was immensely puffed up. "You must do whatever I tell you to do," he said, "otherwise he'll do this to his neck." Then he made a hacking move. Qing Yaojia broke in cold sweats and called out in alarm. "Will you do it?" Ouyang Ku asked. Qing Yaojia reluctantly nodded her head. Ouyang Ku said with a smile, "Good. That's my good girl. Now go and close the door." Qing Yaojia hesitated, she did not move. "You are not listening." Ouyang Ku was angry. Qing Yaojia trembled in fear, she did not have any choice but stand up and close the door. Ouyang Ku said with a smile, "You two got married last night, I heard it clearly from the other room. It was your wedding night, but you did not take your clothes off. There is no such thing in this world. You don't know how to be a bride, so I am going to teach you. Now take your clothes off. All of them. If you leave even half a strand of silk, I am going to send your husband returning to heaven, and then you will become a young widow." Lu Guaniying could not move his body, but he could hear clearly. He was so angry that he felt his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He wanted to tell his wife to run away and forget about him, but his lips were unable to move. When Ouyang Ku grabbed Lu Guaniying, Huang Rong quickly closed the door to the secret room. She took her dagger out, waiting for his second attack. Suddenly she heard him ordering Qing Yaojia to take her clothes off. She was angry, but at the same time found it amusing. She was still childish, so even though she hated Ouyang Ku's despicable behavior, she also wanted to know whether this girlish and bashful Qing de Xiaojia would follow his order or not. "What's the big deal about taking off all your clothes?" Ouyang Ku said with a laugh, "Did you wear anything when you came out of your mother's belly? Do you want your pride or his life?" Qing Yaojia hesitated a moment, then with a sad voice said, "Just kill him." Ouyang Ku did not expect she would say such thing, he was slightly startled, but then he saw she lifted her sword horizontally across her own neck. Hastily he waved his hand, sending out a two-gu ding, bone-penetrating nail. Clank! Her sword fell down to the ground. Qing Yaojia was about to stoop down to pick her sword up when suddenly she heard someone knocking the door. "Innkeeper, innkeeper." Someone called out. It was a woman's voice. Qing Yaojia was delighted. Someone's coming, things may change, she thought. She busily bent down to pick her sword and leaped to open the door. There was a young woman wearing white standing outside the door, with a white cloth on her head and a dagger on her waist. Her face was thin and pallid, but it was obvious that she was a beautiful woman. Qing Yaojia did not care what kind of person she was, she already considered her to be her liberator. "Please come in, miss," she quickly said. That woman saw her exquisite clothes and adornment, her sweet and pretty face, also a sword in her hand. Never in her wildest dream would she expect a desolate inn in this rural village like this would have this kind of innkeeper. She was dumbstruck. "I have 2 coffins outside, may I bring them in?" she asked. If it were an ordinary house, the coffins may never enter in, but an inn was different. Besides, Qing Yaojia was hoping she would come in quickly. She would not care if it was 100 or even 1,000 coffins, let alone only 2 coffins. She busily said, "Wonderful, wonderful." That young woman was taken aback. She thought, what's so wonderful about coffins going into an inn? She beckoned outside and 8 porters carrying 2 black coffins came into the inn. That young woman turned her head and was surprised to see Ouyang Ku. With a chong lang sound she unsheathed the dagger on her waist. Ouyang Ku laughed a big laugh and said, "The heaven has destined us to be together. You can run away, but you cannot escape your fate. It has delivered us good fortune, so we commit a great sin if we do not enjoy this blessing." This young woman was precisely Mu Nianxi, who was once captured by Ouyang Ku. After she broke off with Yang Kong at Baoying, she cut her hair in grief, completely discouraged. Then she remembered there was one thing on earth she had to take care. Thereupon she rushed back to the capital to fetch Yang Taixin's husband and wife bodies and brought them to the south. She wanted to bury her adopted father and mother at their hometown, the Ox village of Linen, and then she was going to leave home and become a Buddhist nun. At that time the Mongolian army was launching a large-scale attack against the capital. They laid siege around the city. As a single woman traveling with 2 coffins in the turmoil and chaos of war, she experienced untold hardships, until finally she arrived at her adopted parents' hometown. She had left home since she was 5 years old, and had never been to the Ox village before. As she saw Shagusin, she was thinking of stopping by for some food and directions. Who would have thought that she came across Ouyang Ku here? At this time she did not know whether this beautiful woman wearing exquisite gown was her captor's accomplice or not. When Qing Yaojia was taken prisoner by Ouyang Ku, Mu Nianxi was already hidden away inside the empty coffin. These 2 women had never met each other, so Mu Nianxi thought Qing Yaojia was one of Ouyang Ku's concubines. She chopped her dagger toward Qing Yaojia, then darting toward the door trying to escape. She heard the rustling noise of a clothes, someone was leaping over her head. Mu Nianxi lifted her dagger up. Ouyang Ku's body was still midair, his right hand's index finger and thumb pinched the back of her dagger and pulled it away, while his left hand grabbed her wrist. Mu Nianxi was forced to let her dagger go. Her body leaped up and 2 people fell together on the doorway, halfway above the coffin. "Io!" The 4 porters cried out in alarm. The coffin fell to the ground, pinching 5, 6 of the porters 8 feet. Ouyang Ku's left hand embraced Mu Nianxi in his bosom, while his right hand stabbed the dagger randomly toward the back of those 4 porters. The porters screamed in terror and scrambled anxiously over the coffin to run away. The other 4 porters also dropped their coffin and ran outside the inn, without asking for their money. Lu Guanying tumbled down as he was free from the enemy's hand. Qing Yaojia rushed over to help him up. She was totally ignorant of what was going on around her. Her mind was set on how to get away from the enemy. With Mu Nianxi in his left hand, Ouyang Ku pushed the coffin with his right hand, and leaped back to the table. He snatched Qing Yaojia's belt and very soon she was also embraced at the crook of his right arm. Ouyang Ku sealed both women's acupoints and sat on a bench. He laughed and called out, "Huang Meizi, you have to come over here too." While he was feeling smug, a shadow flashed in from outside. A young gentleman came in. It was Yang Kong. After he went out from underneath Huang Yaoshi's legs along with Wanyan Honglai, Peng Lianhu, and the others, they ran away out of the Ox village. Everybody was angry at the humiliation they had just received. They hung their heads low and nobody said anything. Yang Kong thought if he wanted to seek revenge, he must find Ouyang Feng first, who had not returned from stealing the book in the imperial palace. Thereupon he asked Wanyan Honglai's permission and went back alone, waiting in the forest just outside the village. That night Zhou Baodong, Ouyang Feng and Huang Yaoshi, three people came and go in a flash. With Yang Kang's current skill level, he could not even see them clearly. Early the next morning he saw Mu Nianci bringing the coffins into the village. His heart pounded from excitement and he followed behind her quietly. He saw her enter the inn, and then saw the porters running away. He felt strange, so he peeked through a crack on the door and did not see Huang Yaoshi inside, but he saw Mu Nianci was embraced by Ouyang Ku in a frivolous way. Ouyang Ku saw him come in. He called out, "Xiao Wangya, young prince, you came back." Yang Kong nodded. Ouyang Ku saw his face looked unusual. He tried to console him. In the past Han Xian had also received humiliation by crawling underneath someone else's crotch. But a real great man can be bent and can be stretched. It was nothing. Just wait for my uncle, then you can extract your revenge. Again Yang Kong nodded his head. His gaze was fixed on Mu Nianci. Ouyang Ku smiled and said, "Young prince, what do you think of my two beautiful women?" Yang Kong nodded again. Ouyang Ku was not present when Mu Nianci and Yang Kong were jousting to find a spouse on the street of the capital, therefore, he did not know that these two had a deep relationship between them. At first Yang Kong did not think much of Mu Nianci, and then afterwards he saw how much she was passionately devoted to him. His heart could not help but be moved by her love, hence he promised to marry her. Right now he saw Ouyang Ku was hugging her. His heart swelled with hatred, but he maintained his composure. "There was a wedding in here last night," Ouyang Ku said with a smile. "There is some wine and chicken in the kitchen. Xiao Wangya, I'd like to bother you to fetch the food. I want to drink with you several cups. I am going to tell these two beautiful women to strip and dance to accompany your drinking." "Nothing better than that," Yang Kong replied with a smile. To suddenly seeing Yang Kong, Mu Nianci was pleasantly surprised. But when Yang Kong did not pay her any attention, she was mad. Now she saw his frivolous expression as he was going to join Ouyang Ku in humiliating her. Her heart turned icy cold. She was determined that as soon as her hands and feet were free, she would cut her own throat in the presence of this heartless fellow, and then she would forever be free from the anxieties of the world. She saw him turned around to go to the kitchen. He fetched the food and drink, then sat alongside Ouyang Ku. Ouyang Ku poured 2 cups of wine and held them up in front of Mu and Cheng, 2 women's mouths, and said with a smile, "Drink this wine first, it will help to make your dancing more interesting." The 2 women were very angry, but since their acupoints were sealed, they were unable to turn their heads away from the wine cups on their lips. Ouyang Ku managed to pour half a cup into their mouths. "Mr. Ouyang," Yang Kong said, "I admire your martial arts skill very much. Let me toast you 1 cup before we enjoy the dancing." Ouyang Ku took the cup Yang Kong handed over. He drank it in 1 gulp, then casually he released the 2 women's acupoints, but he placed his hands on the acupoints on their backs. He smiled and said, "If you listen nicely to what I say, not only you won't get hurt, but I will make you happy." He turned to Yang Kong and said, "Xiao Wangya, which one of these young girls do you like? I'll let you choose first." Yang Kong slightly smiled and said, "Thank you very much." Mu Nianci pointed toward the 2 coffins on the doorsteps and imposingly said, "Yang Kong, do you know whose coffins are those?" Yang Kong turned his head and saw on the first coffin there was a red piece of paper with this line of characters on it: "De Song Yi Shi Yang Tai Xian Ling Jiu, the beer of Yang Tiexin, a chivalrous warrior of the great Song dynasty." His heart turned cold, but his face did not show anything. He said, "Mr. Ouyang, can you hold them closely for me? I want to see which one has the smaller feet. I am going to choose her." Ouyang Ku laughed and said, "Xiao Wangye is truly smart. I think this one's feet are smaller." While saying that he rubbed Qing Yaojia's chin before continuing, "I have a special skill. I only need to look at a girl's face to know what her body looks like, from top to bottom." Yang Kong laughed, "Amazing. I am impressed. What if I bow to you and take you as my master? Then you'll teach me this special trick." While saying that he bent down under the table. Mu and Qing, both women, had decided that as soon as he touched their feet, they would kick his Tai Yang, sun, acupoint on his temple. Yang Kong smiled and said, "Mr. Ouyang, drink another cup of wine, then I'll tell you if your guess is correct." "All right." Ouyang Ku laughed, taking the cup with both hands. Yang Kong glanced upward from underneath the table. He saw Ouyang Ku was drinking the wine with his head thrown backward. Suddenly he took a broken spearhead from his bosom. He sent all his strength to his arm, from his arm to his wrist, lunged it forward and stabbed. The spearhead went 5-6 inches deep into Ouyang Ku's abdomen. Immediately he somersaulted backward behind the table. It was such a sudden change that Huang Rong, Mu Nianxi, Lu Guaniang and Qing Yaojia were all startled. They only knew something changed, but nobody saw what happened under the table. Ouyang Ku raised his arms and pushed Mu and Qing, two women. They fell under the bench, and then he threw the wine cup in his hand out. Yang Kong ducked to evade and crash. That cup hit the ground and turned into thousands pieces, indicating the power behind that throw must be astonishing. Yang Kong rolled on the ground, trying to escape to the door. Unfortunately, the door was blocked by the coffins. He turned his head to see Ouyang Ku was standing on his hands on the bench, his body bent forward, his face looked like he was smiling, yet he was not smiling, his eyes were staring at him with a weird expression. Yang Kong shuddered involuntarily. He wanted very bad to run away, but because of Ouyang Ku's stare, his body stiffened like a corpse, he could not move. Ouyang Ku looked upward with a laughter and said, "I, the one surnamed Ouyang, have been roaming the world for half of my lifetime. Unexpectedly I have to die under this kid's hands. One thing I don't understand, Xiao Wangye, why did you kill me?" Yang Kong moved his legs and leaped up. He wanted to escape outside the door before answering his question. While his body was still midair, suddenly he felt a gust of wind behind his back. The back of his neck was grabbed by a steel hook hand. He was unable to continue his leap and was forced to land on the coffin, along with Ouyang Ku next to him. Ouyang Ku said, "You are not willing to talk. Do you want me to die with my eyes open?" The acupoint on the back of Yang Kang's neck was grabbed by Ouyang Ku. He could not move his limbs. He knew he would not escape alive. He laughed coldly and said, "All right, I'll tell you. Do you know who she is?" While saying that he pointed his finger toward Mu Nianxi. Ouyang Ku turned his head and saw Mu Nianxi with a dagger in her hand, ready to pounce forward to help, but she was afraid she might hurt Yang Kong. Her expression was full of concerns, exactly like what Qing Yaojia showed toward Lu Guaniang. Suddenly it dawned on Ouyang Ku. He laughed and said, She. His words were cut short by coughing. Yang Kong said, "She is my fiancée, twice you have bullied her. How can I let you go?" Ouyang Ku said with a smile, "So that's how it is. We are going to hell together." Raising his hand high, his palm was ready to strike the top of Yang Kang's head. Mu Nianxi cried out in alarm. She rushed forward to save him, but it was too late. Yang Kong closed his eyes ready to die. He waited for Ouyang Ku's palm to strike down. Who would have thought that after waiting for a while there was nothing moving above his head? He opened his eyes and saw Ouyang Ku was still smiling with his hand still high in the air, but his left hand, which grabbed Yang Kang's neck, was actually relaxed. Hastily Yang Kong struggled free and leaped away. Ouyang Ku tumbled down on top of the coffin, his breathing had ceased. After staring blankly for half a day, Yang Kong and Mu Nianzi rushed to each other and held each other's hands. They had countless words to say to each other, but neither one knew where to start. They both looked at Ouyang Ke's body and still felt fear in their hearts. Qing Yaojia helped Lu Guanying up and unsealed his acupoints. Lu Guanying knew that Yang Kong was a Jin's envoy. Even though he killed Ouyang Ku, thus Lu Guanying was indebted to him, he could not make an enemy his friend, so he simply cupped his fists in respect, then without saying anything he took Qing Yaojia's hand and they both went away. These two people had just undergone a thrilling experience, escaping a life and death situation. They completely forgot about seeing Guojing and Huang Rong earlier. Huang Rong was very happy to see Yang Kong and Mu Nianzi were back together. She also appreciated the fact that Yang Kong saved Mu Nianzi from a possible disaster. Guojing also hoped that his sworn brother would change for the good. He exchanged a glance with Huang Rong, both of them broke into smiles. They heard Mu Nianzi say, "I have brought back your father and mother's bodies." Yang Kong said, "Actually it was my responsibility. I have bothered Maisie so much." Mu Nianzi did not want to bring up past events, she simply discussed with him how to bury Yang Tixin husband and wife. Yang Kong pulled the broken spearhead from Ouyang Ke's abdomen and said, "We have to bury him quickly. If his uncle finds out, even if the world is big, there will be no place for us to hide." Two people immediately buried Ouyang Ke's body in the backyard of the inn, and then went to the village to hire some people to help them carry the coffins and buried them in the backyard of Yang family's former home. Yang Tixin had left his home for a long time that everybody who knew him had died. Nobody asked them anything. By the time they finished burying their dead, the sky had already turned dark. That night Mu Nianzi slept at a villager's house, while Yang Kong spent the night in the inn. Early morning the following day Mu Nianzi went back to the inn. She was going to ask him what he wanted to do next. She saw him pacing back and forth in the inn, stomping his feet and complaining bitterly. She asked him what happened and Yang Kong said, "I was so muddle-headed to let those two people leave yesterday. I should have killed them to close their mouths. Now that they are gone, where can we find them?" "Why?" Mu Nianzi was surprised. Yang Kong said, "If this fact that I killed Ouyang Ku ever leaks out, won't that be a disaster?" Mu Nianzi knitted her brows in displeasure. "A real man is not afraid to take responsibility of his actions," she said. "If you are afraid, you shouldn't have killed him yesterday." Yang Kong did not say anything, he was busy thinking how to pursue and kill Lu and Qing, two people to close their mouths. Mu Nianzi said, "Even though his uncle is very fierce, we can run away to some faraway place, he won't be able to find us." Yang Kong said, "Maisie, sister/beloved, I have another thought, his uncle's martial art is unparalleled, I want to take him as my master." "Ah!" Mu Nianzi exclaimed. "I have had this thought for a while," Yang Kong continued, "but they follow a very strict rule, they only take one disciple per generation. Now that this man is dead, his uncle might take me as his disciple." He sounded very proud of himself. Hearing his words and looking at his expression, Mu Nianzi's heart turned cold. With a trembling voice she said, "It turns out the reason you killed him yesterday was not to rescue me at all, but you have another agenda in your mind." Yang Kong laughed and said, "You are overly skeptical. For you, even if my body is crushed to dust and my bones smashed up to pieces, I am most willing." "Let's talk about that later," Mu Nianzi said. "Right now, what are you going to do? Are you willing to be a loyal patriot for the great song, or do you still want to seek unlimited riches and honor, acknowledging an enemy as your father?" Looking at her beautiful face and smart appearance, Yang Kong was silently full of admiration, but listening to her talk exposing the content of his heart he was not pleased at all. "Riches and honor. Humph," he said, "what riches and honor do I have? The great Jin's capital has fallen to the Mongolian army. The Jins were defeated every time they went out to battle. The fall of Jin country is the present disaster we are facing." The more Mu Nianzi listened to him, the more displeased she became. The defeat of the Genes is precisely what we are earnestly wished for, she said with a stern voice, yet you actually feel sorry for them. Humph, what if the fall of Gene country is the present disaster? Is the Gene country your country? This why are we talking about other people's business? Yang Kong cut her off, I have been bitterly missing you since you left me. Slowly he went over to grab her right hand. Mu Nianxi could hear the tenderness in his voice, her heart softened, she let him pull her hand gently, without struggling she followed him, her face was slightly blushing. Yang Kang's left arm was about to embrace her shoulder when suddenly they heard bird cries high in the air, it was very loud and clear. They looked up and saw a pair of big white eagles spreading their wings flying across the sky. Yang Kong had seen this pair of eagles that day when Wanyan Honglai led a team of soldiers to pursue and kill Tuole, and he knew that later on Huang Rong took the eagles away. How did the white eagles come to this place? He thought. He pulled Mu Niance's hand and hurriedly walked outside. He saw the pair of eagles fly in circles overhead, while a young girl was sitting on a steed's back by the big tree outside, she was looking at a distance. That young girl was wearing a pair of leather boots, with a horse whip in her hand. She was wearing Mongolian attire, with a long bow on her back and a quiver full of arrows hanging on her waist. The eagles circled overhead for a while, then they flew along the road. A moment later they flew back. And then sound of hoof beats was heard coming from the road, a number of horse riders came speeding by. Yang Kong thought, apparently this pair of eagles is to lead the way so that these people can meet with this Mongolian girl. He saw dust rose on the road and 3 riders were coming fast toward them. A swishing sound was heard, an arrow shot out to the air, coming this direction. The Mongolian girl extracted a long arrow from her quiver, drew her bow and shot the arrow to the air. As the 3 riders heard the arrow, they called out in delight, and rushed their horses even faster. That young girl urged her steed forward to approach the riders. As they were about 3 zhangs apart from each other, the girl and one of the riders shouted and jumped from their saddles toward each other, their hands met in the air and together they landed on the ground. Yang Kong was secretly startled, the Mongolians are very proficient in riding and shooting techniques, even a young girl has this kind of ability. Is it a wonder that the Genes are defeated? Inside the secret room Guojing and Huang Rong also heard the birds cry and the hoof beats coming near. After a moment they also heard several people talking and walking toward the inn. Guojing was pleasantly surprised, how did she come over here? This is wonderful. He thought. Turned out the Mongolian girl was his fiancée, Huazheng, and the other 3 were Tuole, Jebei and Borchu. Huang Rong did not understand one word of Huazheng's babbling of talking and laughing in Mongolians, while Guojing's face turned green one moment and white another moment. His delight was replaced with anxiety. My heart has already had Renjir, so I can't marry her. But she has looked for me here. How can I break my promise? What should I do? He thought in his heart. With a low voice Huang Rong asked, Jing Gij, who is this girl? What are they saying? Aren't you feeling well? Several times Guojing had meant to tell Huang Rong everything once and for all, but always each time the words were already on his lips, each time he swallowed them back. Now that Huang Rong asked him, he could not hide anymore. She is the Mongolians' great Khan, Genghis Khan's daughter. She is my fiancée. Huang Rong was shocked, tears started welling up her eyes. You have a fiancé? She asked, why have you never told me? That day when Qiu Chuji and the 6 freaks of Jiangnan discussed Guojing's engagement in the inn at the capital, the 6 freaks of Jiangnan did mention that Genghis Khan had betrothed his beloved daughter to Guojing, but at that time Huang Rong had not arrived outside the window yet, therefore, she had not heard about it and all this time she was not aware about this engagement. Guojing said, now and then I wanted to tell you, but I was afraid you won't be happy. Sometimes I did not remember this matter. She is your fiancée, how can you not remember? Huang Rong asked. Guojing was at a loss. I don't know, he said, in my heart I always regard her as my sister, we are like brother and sister. I don't even want to marry her. Huang Rong raised her eyebrows in delight. Why? She asked. Guo Jing replied, the great Khan decided this matter for me. At that time I was not unhappy, but I was not happy either. I only thought that the great Khan's decision must be right. But now, Renjir, how can I leave you to marry another? What should we do then? Huang Rong asked. I don't know, Guo Jing replied. Huang Rong sighed and said, as long as in your heart you are forever good to me, I don't care if you marry her. But a moment later she said, however, if you marry her, I want like another woman to be with you all day. Perhaps one day I won't be able to control my temper and make a hole in her chest with a sword, and then you will hate me. Enough talking about this, why don't you listen to them and tell me what they say? Guo Jing pressed his ear to the small hole and heard Tuole and Huajing talk about what happened after they parted. It turned out that after Huang Rong and Guo Jing went down to the sea, the white eagles flew around in the wind and the rain looking for their masters. There was no place on the ocean for them to set their feet on, so they had to fly back to the mainland. They remembered their old home in the north, hence they flew to find their other master. Huajing was astonished to see the white eagles came back. She saw a piece of cloth tied on the eagle's foot, with some Chinese characters carved on it. She took the cloth to some Han people in the army to translate. Turned out they were the endangered two characters. Huajing was concerned, so she went south immediately to investigate. By this time Genghis Khan was busy supervising the military expedition against the Genes. Day after day the Mongolians engaged the Genes in fierce battles both inside and outside the Great Wall, so nobody stopped her when she expressed her intention to go to the south. The eagles understood their master's intention, they flew ahead several hundred lis to look for Guo Jing, and went back every night. In so doing they arrived at Linen. Guo Jing had not been found, they came across Tuole instead. Tuole was sent by his Fu Wang, father king, on a diplomatic mission to Linen, to solicit cooperation from the Song dynasty for a converging attack against the Jin country. But the Song ministers and officials were enjoying peace and prosperity in the southeast, they also were afraid of the Jin's army. They were thanking the heaven and the earth that the Jins did not attack them, how could they dare to pull a tiger's whisker? Therefore, they were very indifferent toward Tuole, they placed him in the guest house and did not pay any attention to him anymore. Fortunately Wanyan Kong was captured by Lu, father and son, at Lake Tai, otherwise the Songs would have received the Jin's order and have Tuole killed. Later on came the news that the Mongolian army was moving fast and the Jin's capital of Yanjing fell. The ministers of the Song dynasty changed their attitude immediately, now they treated Tuole as the fourth prince this and the fourth prince that, flattered him to no end. They went as far as agreeing immediately to form an alliance to attack the Jins. They thought if they could seize the opportunity to defeat their enemy without too much effort, then why not? Tuole was not happy, but he still agreed to sign the bilateral agreement with the southern Song dynasty to attack the Jins. That day he returned to the north, the Song's ministers respectfully sent him off outside the city gate. Tuole did not feel like performing perfunctory propriety, so he simply slapped his horse and left. Just outside Linen he saw the white eagles, he thought Guo Jing must be around, who would have thought that it was his own sister. Huajing asked, did you see Guo Jing and a Mongolian forsworn brother? Before Tuole could answer they heard clamoring noise outside the door, the sound of armors and horses. It turned out it was the Song dynasty's escort finally caught up with the Mongolian envoys. Yang Kong was standing quietly at the door, he saw the Song troops were carrying a banner with these large characters written on it, respectfully sending off the Mongolian fourth prince to return to the north. He was unable to restrain having a disquieting thought, an extreme regret in his heart. Just dozens of days ago he was also a prince, an honorable envoy, today he was alone in the world and nobody paid him any attention. He had tasted riches and honor all his life, so it would be very difficult for him to throw away everything he held dear. Mu Nianzi watched him with a cold eye, she noticed his unusual expression. Although she did not know what he was thinking, but remembering that he had never forgotten the glory and splendor of being a part of the enemy, she was unable to restrain from feeling hurt. The captain of the Song escort team went into the inn and respectfully appeared before Tuole. He spoke with Tuole for a moment before going back out and barked his order: "Go to every house and find out if there is someone surnamed Guo, Guojing, Guo Guanren, Master Guolit. Government official, living in this village. If he doesn't, ask where did he move to." The soldiers complied with one voice and immediately spread out. Not too long afterwards from the village noises were heard of chickens scrambling and dogs running, men crying out and women screaming, for the soldiers did not find the information they were looking for, so they helped themselves to plunder sheep and other belongings. How else would they punish the villagers for not giving out the information they wanted? Yang Kang's heart was stirred. If the troops can seize this opportunity to plunder, why can't I seize this opportunity to befriend these Mongolians? He thought, I will accompany them returning to the north and kill him along the way. That won't be difficult. The Mongolian Great Khan will think it is the work of a Song man, hence the alliance between the Mongolia and the Song dynasty will be broken. It will be a great advantage to the genes. Once his mind was decided, he told Mu Nianzi, "Wait here for a moment." And in big strides he entered the inn. The captain tried to stop him with a loud shout, holding up his hand in front of Yang Kang. Yang Kang lifted up his left arm and tossed the captain away. The captain fell backward and for half a day did not crawl back up. Tuole and Huazheng were startled. By that time, Yang Kang had already arrived at the center of the room. He took the broken spearhead from his bosom and lifted it high above his head, respectfully placed that spearhead on the table, and then he knelt down in front of the table, wailing loudly, "Guojing, oh, brother Guo, you died a miserable death. I surely must avenge your death, Guojing, oh, brother Guo." Tuole brother and sister did not speak Chinese, but they heard him keep calling Guojing's name. They were astonished. By that time the captain was crawling up with great difficulty. Hastily they told him to inquire. Yang Kang was crying and talking, tears streaming down his cheeks. In between sobs he said, "I am Guojing's sworn brother. Somebody killed Guodage, big brother, with this spearhead. That bastard is a Song dynasty military officer. I think he received the Prime Minister Shi Maiyuan's inciting." As Tuole and Huazheng, brother and sister, heard the captain translate what Yang Kang had said into Mongolian, it was as if they were struck by a thunder. They were speechless. Jebei and Borchu remembered their deep friendship with Guojing. The four of them wept and beat their chests. Yang Kang also brought up the fact that Guojing routed the Jin army at Baoying to save Tuole and the others, hence Tuolei's suspicion was gone. They asked Yang Kang how Guojing died and who killed him. Yang Kang told them the killer was a great Song's officer by the name of Duan Tianda, and that he knew this person's whereabouts, and that he was going to find him to seek revenge. It was a pity that Yang Kang was unable to do it without help. He was afraid this task would not be easy to accomplish. The story just flowed out of Yang Kang's mouth like it was a true story. In the other room Guojing heard everything clearly and he was frustrated. As Huazheng heard this story, she drew the dagger on her waist and was about to slash her own neck to commit suicide, but then she changed her mind and hacked the dagger into a table nearby. "I am not a human if I can't extract revenge for Guojing Anda." She made a vow. Yang Kang was very happy to see that his plan was halfway successful. He lowered his head and cried some more. Suddenly he saw the bamboo stick that Ouyang Ku snatched from Huang Rong's hand lying on the ground. It was deep green and clear like crystal, truly an unusual object. He knew it was an extraordinary stick, so he walked over and picked it up. Huang Rong was groaning inwardly, but she had no choice but to let him take it. The troops came and delivered food and wine, but Tuole and the others did not have any appetite. They urged Yang Kang to lead them to find Guojing's killer. Yang Kang nodded his head in compliance. He took the bamboo stick in his hand and walked to the door. He turned his head and called Mu Nianzi to join them. Mu Nianzi shook her head slightly. Yang Kang did not want to miss this good opportunity. their own personal affair could wait, so he went out the inn alone. Everybody else followed him. Guo Jing said with a low voice, "Didn't he kill Duan Tienda at the Cloud Village a long time ago?" Huang Rong shook her head, "I don't understand it myself. Wasn't it he who stabbed you with a dagger? This man is very sly, his thoughts are unpredictable." Suddenly outside the door there was someone reciting loudly, roaming to and fro, free without limitation, heart is free from greed, glorious body is free from disgrace. Ah! Miss Mu, why are you here? It was the Changchun Zi, eternal spring, Chiu Chuji. Before Mu Nianzi could reply, Yang Kong happened to be walking out of the inn. He saw his Shifu and his heart started thumping madly. This time they came face to face, there was no place he could hide, he had no choice but to kneel down and kowtow. Next to Chiu Chuji stood several people, they were Danyang Zi, Scarlet Sun, Ma Yu, Yuyang Zi, Jade Sun, Wang Chui, Qing Jing San Ren, Sage of Tranquility, Sun Buer, as well as Chiu Chuji's disciple, Yin Jiping. The previous day Yin Jiping was beaten by Huang Yaoshi and he fell down and half the teeth in his mouth came off. Hastily he went to Linen to give report to his Shifu. Chiu Chuji was startled and angry, he wanted to go immediately to find Huang Yaoshi. Ma Yu strongly advised against his intention. Chiu Chuji said, "The old heretic Huang shared the same honor as our deceased master. Among us 7 brothers and sister, only Wang Shidi, younger martial brother, has seen his face at Mount Hua. Xiao Di, little younger brother, always admire him and wanted to see him long ago, I don't want to fight with him, why did the Shige, first martial, older, brother, prevent me?" Ma Yu said, "I heard Huang Yaoshi's temperament is strange, while your own temperament is brash and explosive, if you two meet, chances are that we won't have an amiable situation. He spared Xiping's life, that means he is being lenient to us." However, Chiu Chuji was adamant in going, and Ma Yu did not have any way to persuade him not to. As it turned out, all Chuanjin 7 masters happened to be in the vicinity of Linen, thereupon they were summoned and the next day they went to the Ox village together. All Chuanjin 7 masters gathered together carried a strong power, but they fully realized Huang Yaoshi's ability, at the same time it was not clear whether he was a friend or a foe, therefore, they did not dare to be careless or indiscreet. Ma Yu, Chiu Chuji, Wang Chui, Sun Buer and Yin Jiping, 5 people went into the village, while Tan Chuduan, Lu Chuxian and Hao Datong waited outside the village, ready to help. Who would have thought that they did not see Huang Yaoshi, but saw Mu Nianzi and Yang Kong instead? Chiu Chuji only snorted seeing Yang Kong kowtow, and did not pay him any attention. Yin Jiping said, "Shifu, the master of the Peach Blossom Island bullied disciple in this inn." Initially he referred to Huang Yaoshi as the old heretic Huang Loxi, but after being scolded by Ma Yu and the others he changed the way he called him. In a loud and clear voice Chiu Chuji called out, "Chuanjin disciples Ma Yu and the others pay their respect to the Peach Blossom Island's Huang Daozhu, Island Master Huang." "There is no one inside," Yang Kong said. Chiu Chuji stomped his foot and said, what a pity we can't see him." Turning his head to Yang Kong he asked, "What are you doing here?" Yang Kong was already scared to see his master and martial uncles, so he did not know what to say. Hua Zheng had stared hard at Ma Yu for half a day, finally she rushed forward and called out, "Ah, you are the one who helped me capturing the eagles, you are the 3-hairbun uncle. Look, those little eaglets have grown this big." She let out a loud whistle and the pair of eagles came down and perched on her left and right shoulders. Ma Yu showed a faint smile, he nodded his head and said, "Are you going south to play?" Hua Jing cried and said, "Dao Zhang, Taoist priest, somebody killed Guo Jing Anda. Please avenge his death." Ma Yu jumped in fright, he translated what he just heard into Chinese. Chiu Chuji and Wang Chui were shocked, busily they asked further information. Hua Jing pointed her finger toward Yang Kong and said, "He saw it with his own eyes, ask him what happened." As Yang Kong found out that Hua Jing knew his de Shirbua, first martial, older, uncle, he was afraid that if they talked too much their suspicion would be aroused, and then his plan to swindle these Mongolians without any effort would be thwarted. However, he could not talk irresponsibly toward his master and martial uncles, so he told Tuole and Huazheng, "You go ahead and wait for me for a moment, I need to talk to these priests and then I'll come along immediately." Tuole listened to the captain's translation, he nodded his head, then led everybody to leave the village and going to the north. "Who killed Guojing?" Qiu Chuji asked with a stern voice, "Tell us, quick." Yang Kong considered his answer carefully, he thought, Guojing was clearly killed by me, whom should I accuse? He was undecided for a moment before he remembered, I'd better mention someone with a high level of martial art, let Shifu find him and thus delivering his own life, then I won't have any more problem in the future. Thereupon with hatred in his voice he said, it was the Peach Blossom Island's Huang Daozhu. The Chuanjin Seven Masters had known early on that Huang Yaoshi wanted to pursue and kill the 6 freaks of Jiangnan, so it made perfect sense if Guojing died under his hands, they did not have the least bit of suspicion. Qiu Chuji cursed the old heretic Huang as the most evil person, and he vowed not to rest before dealing with him. Ma Yu and Wang Qi were very depressed, so they could not say anything. Suddenly from a distance came the voice of laughter, followed by someone whose voice was like a broken cymbal, finally there was someone shouting in a soft voice, although the sound was low, it was heard clearly. 3 different voices went around the outskirt of the village, and then suddenly it was as if they came from a faraway place. Ma Yu was pleasantly surprised, that laughter sounds like Zhou Shishu, he is still alive. He heard 3 whistles from the east side of the village, going farther and farther away. 3 Shige already give chase, Sun Buer said. Wang Qi said, listen to that broken cymbal sound and that soft shout, it seems like they are chasing Zhou Shishu. Ma Yu was worried, those 2 people's martial arts skills are not below Zhou Shishu's, I wonder which experts are they. Zhou Shishu is facing 2 enemies, I am afraid he shook his head. All Chuanjin 4 masters leaned their heads to listen for half a day, until the sounds were gone. They knew those people had already several leagues away, so it was useless to pursue them. Sun Buer said, if Tan Shige and the others manage to catch up and render their assistance, Zhou Shishu does not have to worry. I am afraid they cannot overtake them, Qiu Chuji said, it would be best if Zhou Shishu knew we are here and run to this village. Huang Rong found their reckless surmise ridiculous to hear, she thought, my father and the old poison are competing leg strength with the old urchin, they are not fighting. If they were, and you a bunch of stinky ox noses, derogatory term for Taoist priest, want to help, do you think you are my father's and the old poison's match? She had just heard how Qiu Chuji was cursing her father, she was not happy, while she did not mind too much that Yang Kong brought a false charge against her father as Guojing's killer, because Guojing was in good condition and was sitting right next to her. Ma Yu waved his hand and everybody went into the inn to sit down. Qiu Chuji said, hey, are you now called Wanyan Kong, or is it Yang Kong? Yang Kong saw his master's eyes were glittering brightly, looking at him with a penetrating gaze, his face looked grim, he knew if he gave one bad answer, it would be difficult for him to keep his life. He busily said, if not because of Shifu, Ma Shibua, and Wang Shishu giving me directions, disciples still would have been in the dark today, regarding an enemy for a father, so naturally disciple's surname is Yang. Last night disciple and sister Mu here have just buried my deceased father and mother. Hearing him saying so, Qiu Chuji was delighted, he nodded and his face turned softer. At first Wang Qi reprimanded Yang Kong for jousting against Mu Nianci but not wanting to marry her, but now he saw these 2 people together he thought the 2 of them had sorted things out, his indignation toward Yang Kong vanished. Yang Kong took out the broken spearhead with which he killed Ouyang Ku and said, this is what's left of my deceased father's belongings, disciple always keep it with me. Qiu Chuji took the spearhead and caressed it gently, his heart was filled with sorrow. He heaved a sigh and said, 19 years ago, I came across your father and your uncle Guo. Very quickly more than a dozen years have passed, 2 old friends have come back to the yellow earth. The 2 of them are dead, leaving me suffering on this earth. I was powerless to save your parents' lives, it has been my lifelong regret. In the other room Guo Jing heard Qiu Chuji fondly remember his own father, he was grieved. Qiu Daozhang, Taoist priest, still remembers his friendship with my father, but I have never seen my father's face. Brother Yang was able to meet with his father, he is luckier than I am. Qiu Chuji then asked how Huang Yaoshi killed Guo Jing, and Yang Kong opened his mouth making up some stories. Qiu, Ma, and Wang, three people had known Guo Jing for a long time, they sighed incessantly. After talking for a while Yang Kong remembered he had to see Tuolei and Huazheng, his heart was restless. Wang Qi looked at him, and then looked at Mu Nianzi, have you two married? He asked. Not yet, Yang Kong replied. You'd better get married soon, Wang Qi said. Zhou Shige, why don't you make the decision for them? How do you think we should handle this matter? Huang Rong and Guo Jing looked at each other, they both thought, are we going to witness another wedding tonight? Huang Rong further thought, Mu Jiejie, older sister, is hot-tempered, she is a lot different than that Qing de Xiaojie. Perhaps before she agrees to get married she would challenge that kid surnamed Yang for a martial art contest. Now that would be interesting to watch. She heard Yang Kong delightfully reply, I rely on Shifu to make the decision. But with a clear voice Mu Nianzi said, I have one condition you must fulfill, otherwise I won't comply. Qiu Chuji showed a faint smile listening to her, he said, all right, what is it? Miss, please say it. Mu Nianzi said, my adoptive father was killed by that traitor Wanyan Honglai. Before we can get married, he has to avenge his father's death first. Qiu Chuji clapped his hands and called out, here, here. Miss Mu has just said what's in this old priest's heart. Condor, don't you agree? Yang Kong was very hesitant, he pondered deeply how to answer. Suddenly from outside the door a rough throaty voice like a mute's hissing was heard, singing the Lian Hua Luo, fallen lotus flower, and then a high-pitched throaty voice called out, Master, Lady, be merciful, spare this beggar some money. Mu Nianzi thought this voice was somewhat familiar, she turned her head and saw that two beggars stood at the doorstep, one fat, the other short and thin, so small that the fat one looked 3 times as big as he was. These two's postures were so unusual that even though it had been many years, Mu Nianzi still remembered that when she was only 13 she had tended their injuries. Hong Qigong was pleased that she had a good heart, for this reason he passed on some martial art to her for 3 days. She was about to go out and greet them, but ever since those two beggars entered the room, their eyes had never left the bamboo stick in Yang Kang's hand. They looked at each other and nodded their heads, then they walked toward Yang Kang, cupped their hands in front of their chests and bowed respectfully. Ma Yu and the others noticed the two beggars' steps and body movement, they knew these beggars were not weak, they also noticed that each beggar carried 8 coarse sacks on their backs, therefore, these two were the 8-bag disciple of the beggars' clan. Their positions were very high, but they were this respectful toward Yang Kang, Ma Yu and the others did not understand. The thin beggar said, I heard the brethren say that some people in Linen City saw the clan leader's stick. We went everywhere to investigate, and are fortunate to see it here. I wonder where did the clan leader go begging? Although Yang Kong took the bamboo stick, actually he did not know the stick's origin. Listening to this beggar's words he did not know how to respond, so he simply uttered an hum. There was a custom in the beggar's clan that seeing the dog beating stick was the same as seeing the clan leader himself, so even though Yang Kong did not pay any attention to them, they still looked respectful and cautious. The fat beggar said, the assembly at Yuezhou is getting closer, from the east elders Lu and Jian have headed west 7 days ago. Yang Kong became more and more confused, he uttered another hum. The thin beggar continued, in order to look for the clan leader's stick, disciples have been delayed for several days, so we must hurry along immediately. If your excellency decides to leave today, let disciples accompany and take care of you along the way. Yang Kong was inwardly excited, he had been trying to find a way to leave his Shifu, without caring what the beggar said, he wanted to grab this opportunity. Thereupon he prostrated himself in front of Ma Yu, Chiu Chuji and the others and said, "Disciple has some important matter to attend, I cannot accompany Shifu much longer. Please forgive me for taking my leave." Ma Yu and the others thought that Yang Kong must have some important connection with the beggar clan. The beggar clan was the largest organization in the world. The clan leader Hong Qigong was a martial art expert who shared the same reputation with their deceased master, Wang Zhenren, therefore, clearly they could not detain Yang Kong. Out of respect to the two beggars, they felt it was inappropriate to ask more questions, so they simply paid their respects according to the Jianghu custom. The two beggars had always admired the Chuanjin seven masters, knowing they were Yang Kang's masters, they were more modest, kept referring themselves as Wanbei juniors. Mu Nianzi talked about past events, the two beggars became more affectionate. Since she already had some connection with the beggar clan, she was also invited to the Yuezhou assembly. Mu Nianzi wanted very much to travel with Yang Kong, so she immediately nodded her head. Chiu Chuji was originally very angry with Yang Kong and wanted to cripple him to take his martial arts skill away, but remembering the deceased Yang Tiexin he did not have the heart to do so. Now, first, he saw that Yang Kong treated Mu Nianzi in an intimate manner, that simple joust to find a spouse affair turned out good after all. Second, Yang Kong seemed to learn good lesson from life experiences, he was willing to forfeit riches and honor, took the surname Yang as his own, so Chiu Chuji's loving care and teaching and giving him guidance was not in vain. Third, these two high-level beggar clan disciples seemed to respect him very much, it certainly would bring glory and honor to the Chuanjin sect. Therefore, the fury in his heart was replaced immediately into delight. He gently twirled the end of his long mustache and watched Yang and Mu, two people's backs, with a smile on his face. That very evening Ma Yu and the others slept in the inn, waiting for Tan Chuduan, three people to return. But all day the next day they did not hear anything about them, for people started to get anxious. Near midnight they heard a long whistle from outside the village. Hao Shige came back. Sun Buer said. Ma Yu returned the call with a low whistle. Not too long afterwards a shadow flashed by the door and Hao Datong flew in. Huang Rong had never seen this person, she pressed her eye into the small hole to take a look. It was the 5th day of the 7th month, the crescent moon shone its light through the window opening. Under the moonlight she saw this man was big and tall, his appearance looked like that of a government official. His Taoist robe had short sleeves, stopped at the elbow, it looked different than the ones Ma Yu and the others wore. Turned out before he became a priest he was a head of Shandong's Ninghai subprefecture's rich family, highly educated, even managed to sell his divination skill. Later on he bowed to Wang Chongyang at the Yanxia Dong, Smoky Red Cloud's cave, and took him as his master. Wang Chongyang took out his own robe, cut the sleeves and gave the robe to Hao Datong, saying, "Don't worry that it is without sleeves, you will complete it yourself." The word xiu, sleeve, was similar to the word shou, to teach/to instruct/to award/to give. The meaning was, no matter how much the master gives instructions, there will always be more to learn, whether the disciple enlightened or not, it depends on his own comprehension. He remembered his master's kindness very well, so afterwards he always wore the half-sleeve Taoist robe. Chiu Chuji was the most impatient. "How is Zhou Shishu?" he asked, "Is he playing around with others, or is he fighting them?" Hao Datong shook his head. "I am ashamed," he said, "Shao Dis, little brother, skill is superficial, I only managed to pursue them for 7-8 lis before Zhou Shishu's and the others' shadows disappeared." Tan Shige and Lu Shige were still ahead of Shao Di. Shao Di was powerless. "I tried to look for them one whole day and one whole night but did not have the slightest clue on where they were." Ma Yu nodded his head. "Hao Shidi, younger martial brother, is tired. Sit down and take some rest." Hao Datong sat cross-legged. He circulated his qi around his body one time, then he said, "On my way back at the Zhou Wang Miao, temple of King Zhou, dynasty, Shao Di saw 6 people. Their appearance matches Chiu Shige's description of the 6 freaks of Jiangnan. Thus Shao Di came over to talk with them, and indeed it was them. Qiu Chuji was delighted. The 6 freaks are very bold, he said. They unexpectedly went to the Peach Blossom Island. No wonder we could not find them. Hao Datong said, the head of the 6 freaks, Kujana, Kudaxia, Great Hero Ku, said that they had an agreement to see Huang Yaoshi, therefore, they went to the Peach Blossom Island to keep their promise. Who would have thought that Huang Yaoshi was not on the island? They heard Xiao Di mention Qiu Shixiang and the others are here. They said they are going to pay us a visit a little later. Guo Jing heard that his 6 masters were well, his heart was greatly comforted. By this time he had trained for 5 days and 5 nights, most of his injury has been healed. Toward the 9th hour, 3 to 5 p.m., of the 6th day, from the east of the village came a long whistle. Lu Shidi came back, Qiu Chuji said. A short moment later they saw Lu Chuxian, accompanied by an old man with white hair and white beard, walking toward the inn. That old man was wearing a yellow short robe, a pair of shoes made of coarse cloth on his feet, and a huge rush-leaf fan in his hand. He was talking and smiling while entering the inn. When he saw the Chuanjin 5 masters he simply nodded his head slightly, as if he did not regard them too highly. Lu Chuxian said, this is Tai Zhang Shui Shang Piao, iron palm floating above the water, Qiu Lao Qian Bei, Senior Qiu. It is truly our good fortune to see him today. Huang Rong heard this and almost burst out in laughter. She lightly bumped Guo Jing with her elbow. Guo Jing also thought it was funny. Both were thinking, I want to see how else this old scoundrel will swindle people. Ma Yu, Qiu Chuji, and the others had heard Qiu Qianren's fame for a long time. They had a profound respect toward him, so they talked to him with utmost respect and caution. But Qiu Qianren kept bragging unguardedly. After talking for a while Qiu Chuji asked if he saw their Shishu Zhou Batong. Qiu Qianren replied, the old urchin. He was killed by Huang Yaoshi. Everybody was shocked. Lu Chuxian said, how can it be? Just the day before yesterday Wan Bei, Jr., saw Zhou Shishu, only he ran so very fast that I could not overtake him. Qiu Qianren was confounded, he simply smiled without saying anything, his mind churning to find a good answer. Qiu Chuji interrupted, Lu Shidi, did you have a good look? The 2 people who chased Shishu are what kind of people? Lu Chuxian said, one was wearing a white robe, the other a dark green long gown. They ran really fast. Indistinctly I saw the one wearing green had a very queer facial appearance, almost like a corpse's face. Qiu Qianren had seen Huang Yaoshi at the Cloud Village, he quickly opened his mouth, that's right. The one that killed the old urchin was this green long gown wearing Huang Yaoshi. Other than him, who has the ability to do so? I was about to rush forward but I was one step too late. The old urchin died a miserable death. Tai Zhang Shui Shang Piao Qiu Qianren had a resounding reputation throughout the Wulin world, he was a senior with a high level of martial arts skill. How would the Chuanjin 6 masters know that he was a blabbering mouth? Immediately they felt exceptional grief and indignation. Qiu Chuji slapped the tabletop so hard producing an earth-shattering noise, again he scolded Huang Yaoshi as a dog with head drenched in blood. Huang Rong at the other room was very angry. She did not blame Qiu Qianren from spreading false rumor about her father, but she did blame Qiu Chuji for scolding her father repeatedly. Lu Chuxian said, Tan Shige's footwork is faster than mine, perhaps he saw how Shishu was killed. Sun Buer said, Tan Shige has not come back till now, perhaps he also suffered harm under the old thief's hand. Speaking to this point her face turned miserable, she stopped talking immediately. Qiu Chuji drew his sword and called out, let us go quickly to rescue and avenge people. Qiu Qianren was afraid they might meet Zhou Batong, he quickly said, Huang Yaoshi is aware that you are all gathered here, he could look for you any time. This old heretic Huang is so evil, the old man here cannot allow him to continue like this. I am going to find him, you wait for my good news in here. Everybody revered him as the senior, it would be inappropriate to defy his word, Also they were afraid they would miss Huang Yaoshe if they were out looking for him. It would certainly be better to wait here for the enemy to find them and conserve their energy at the same time. Thereupon they bowed to express their gratitude and sent Qiu Qianren off to the door. Qiu Qianren stepped over the doorstep and turned around to wave his hand. "You don't have to send me off too far. Although that old heretic Huang is fierce, I have a way to deal with him. Watch this." He drew the shining sharp sword from his waist and aimed it towards his own abdomen. "Hey!" With a grunt he thrust the sword in. Everybody called out in alarm. They saw more than half of the 3 feet sword went into his stomach. Qiu Qianren smiled and said, "Any sharp weapon in the world won't injure me. Please don't panic. If I can't find the old heretic Huang and he comes to find you here, don't fight him, avoid getting injured. Just wait for me to deal with him." Qiu Chuji said, "The enmity of Shishu, it is impossible for the disciples not to avenge it." Qiu Qianren sighed and said, "That's fine too, this is fate. If you want to seek revenge, there is one thing you must remember." Ma Yu said, "Please give us your direction, senior." Qiu Qianren's face turned serious. He said, "As soon as you see the old heretic Huang, kill him immediately. Don't bother talking to him, otherwise, this enmity will forever be difficult to avenge. Important. Very important." As he finished speaking he turned around with the sword still stuck in his abdomen. Everybody looked at each other in amazement. Ma Yu and the others had vast experience, yet they had never heard of a sharp sword entering the abdomen and nothing happening. They thought this man's skill must have reached a level beyond measure. They did not know that it was another trick of Qiu Qianren. That sword was actually consisted of 3 sections. As soon as a light force was applied to the tip of the blade, the first and second sections would automatically retract into the third section. The sword edge went through a seam in the waistband, hence for the spectator at a distance it looked like the sharp edge was entering the body. He had been hired by Wanyan Honglai to incite enmities among the Jiangnan heroes and warriors, so that when the Jin army attacked to the south they would not be united to fight the invaders. For the rest of the day the Chuanjin 6 masters were restless. They could not drink tea or eat their rice. They stayed awake until the midnight of the 7th day. They heard some faint whistles come from the north of the village. 2 people, one in front of the other, came swiftly to the outside of the inn. Ma Yu, all 6 people were originally sitting cross-legged on the straw training their breathing exercises. Because Yin Ziping's skill was lower, he was sleeping. Hearing this noise they all jumped up immediately. "The enemy is pursuing Tan Shidi," Ma Yu said, "all sure dis, be careful. Tonight was Guo Jing's last night to train and heal his injury. During these past 7 days and nights not only his internal injury gradually healed, his external wound was also closing up, and both Huang Rong's and his own internal strength had enjoyed tremendous advancement. These last several hours would be very crucial to the entire healing process." Listening to Ma Yu, Huang Rong was very concerned. If the incoming person is indeed father, all Chuanjin 7 masters will fight him immediately. "I won't be able to come out and tell them the truth," she thought. "I am afraid the Chuanjin 7 masters will be injured under father's hand. I don't care much for Chuanjin 7 masters, but Jing Gij has a close relationship with Ma Daozhang and the others. I know his character well, it would be difficult for him not to come out and help them. If he bravely steps forward, not only the entire exercise will be wasted, his life will also be in danger." Therefore, she quickly whispered in Guo Jing's ear, "Jing Gij, promise me that whatever happens, no matter what important incident, you must by all means not go out." Guo Jing just barely nodded his head when the whistle had already arrived at the door. Tan Shige, Qiu Chuji called out, "Tian Gang Bei Do, lit. Sky Stars North head the Big Dipper constellation, formation." Hearing the Tian Gang Bei Do for characters, Guo Jing's heart was stirred. He said to himself, "The Bei Do de Fa, Big Dipper Great Method, is mentioned several times in the 9 Yin manual as the foundation of learning the martial art. But the explanation of Bei Do de Fa in the manual is profoundly subtle, it was so difficult to understand. I wonder if Ma Daozhang and the others Tian Gang Bei Do has anything to do with the Bei Do de Fa. It's surely important to know. Busily he pressed his eye to the hole and looked out. His eye was barely on the hole when he heard a loud bang. The front door shook, and a Taoist priest flew in. But the priest's robe was lifted up, his left foot had already stepped over the threshold, suddenly he staggered back out of the door. It turned out the enemy had arrived behind him and had launched an attack. Qiu Chuji and Wang Qi flew together towards the door, standing at the entrance their sleeves rose up and two palms struck together. Bang! They collided with the enemy's palm. Qiu and Wang, two people were forced 2 steps backward, the enemy also drew 2 steps back. Tan Chuduan took this opportunity to enter the room. Under the moonlight his hair looked disheveled, with 2 traces of blood streaming down his face. The long sword in his right hand was only half of its original length, his overall appearance was a total wreck. As Tan Chuduan entered the room, without saying anything he sat down cross-legged. Ma Yu and the others also immediately sat in their respective positions. From the darkness outside came a woman's gloomy voice calling out, Tan Lao Dao, old Taoist, if I did not regard the face of your Shixiang Ma Yu, this old lady would have already delivered your life to the heaven early on. Why did you lead the old lady to come over here? Who had just exchanged palm strength with me? Tell it to Mei Chao Feng. In the stillness of the night listening to her owl cry-like voice, although it was the middle of summer, involuntarily a chill crept on everybody's back. As soon as she stopped talking the silence came back, outside the door the insect's buzz was heard clearly. A moment later a series of cracking noises were heard. Guo Jing knew the noise came from Mei Chaifeng's joints, in a moment she would start making her move. Yet another moment someone was reciting softly, once one make a dwelling one can stay for several dozens years. Guo Jing recognized it was Ma Ye's voice, the intonation was really gentle and soothing. Tan Chuduan continued, with disheveled hair walking all day long like crazy. His voice was straightforward and heroic. Guo Jing peeked outside and took a good look on the second master of the Chuanjin 7 masters. He saw a muscular face with thick eyebrows and big eyes, his body looked big and sturdy. Before he became a priest Tan Chuduan was a blacksmith in Shandong. After he entered Chuanjin sect, his title was Changjin, Eternal Truth, Z. The third Taoist priest was thin and small, his face looked like a monkey, he was Chongsheng, Eternal Life, Z, Lu Chuxian. He continued the recitation, Chongyang Z, from Wang Chongyang, underneath the Hei Tang Ting, Ocean Cherry Apple Pavilion. His stature might be small, but his voice was loud and clear. Changchun, Eternal Spring, Season, not Water Spring, Zi Qiu Chuji opened his mouth, Tai Yi Xian, I think he is a Taoist deity, in the lotus leaf boat. Followed by Yuyang, Jade Sun, Zi Wang Chui, nothing can get out of an empty shell. Guangning, Infinite Peace, Zi Hao Datong was next, there's someone who can reach enlightenment before being born. Lastly Qingjing Sanren, Sage of Tranquility, Sun Bua recited, leaving home with a smile without any obstruction. Ma Yu concluded, Cloud in the west lake, moon in the sky. Mei Chaofeng listened to these 7 recitations, each voice carried an abundant qi in it, a sign of their deep internal energy. She was secretly shocked, are the Chuanjin 7 masters really here this time? It can't be. Other than Ma Yu, the others' voices are not the same. On the peak of Mongolian desert cliff she had heard Ma Yu and the 6 freaks of Jiangnan pretending to be the Chuanjin 7 masters talking to each other. Her eyes were blind, so she depended a lot on her extremely keen ears, her memory was also superb, once she heard anything, she would not forget it. She did not know that Ma Yu was deceiving her that day. Ma Daozhang, you must be well since our last meeting. She said with a clear voice. She knew Ma Yu was showing her mercy the other day. Although she was vicious, she knew the good from evil. When Tan Chuduan could not overtake Zhou Batong he decided to return. On his way back he saw that Mei Chaofeng was using a living person to train her martial art. Being a man of chivalry and righteousness, he went forward to prevent evil. Who would have thought that he was not her match? Fortunately Mei Chaofeng recognized him as a Chuanjian sect priest. Out of her respect to Ma Yu she did not kill him, she only injured him and chased him away. Ma Yu said, "I am very fortunate. Thank you. The Peach Blossom Island does not have any enmity with Chuanjian sect. Is your honorable master coming soon?" Mei Chaofeng was startled. "Are you expecting my Shifu?" she asked. Xiao Chuji called out, "Which? Quickly get your Shifu over here to experience Chuanjian sect's real skill." Mei Chaofeng was angry. "Who are you?" she called out. "Xiao Chuji." Xiao Chuji said, "Haven't you, the demon, heard my name?" Mei Chaofeng cried out loudly, her body flew up to the direction of Xiao Chuji's voice. Her left palm was protecting herself, and her right claw striking downward. Guo Jing knew that this pounce by Mei Chaofeng was swift and ruthlessly fierce. It was really difficult to block. Although Xiao Chuji's martial art was good, he would not be able to take it head-on. Who would have thought that he was still sitting cross-legged on the ground? He neither parried nor evaded. Not good. Guo Jing shouted inwardly, how can Xiao Daozhang be this bold? He saw that Mei Chaofeng was about to grab the top of Xiao Chuji's head. Suddenly two palm winds came from left and right. It was Lu Chuxian and Wang Chuyi striking together. Mei Chaofeng's right claw continued to strike, while her left palm swept horizontally to block Lu and Wang two people's palm strikes. Who would have thought that these two palms were complementing one another, one yin, negative, the other yang, positive. The power, unexpectedly, was much stronger than the internal strengths of two people added together. Mei Chaofeng felt this surge of power in midair. It was like a cannonball pushing her upward. Hastily she changed her right claw into a palm, striking downward, then she flipped her body backwards and landed on the threshold. She was unable to restrain her shock, thinking that these two people's skills were very profound, certainly above the Chuanjian Seven Masters. Is Hong Qigong and Emperor Duan in here? She called out. Xiao Chuji said with a smile, we are the Chuanjian Seven Masters. What Hong Qigong or Emperor Duan? Mei Chaofeng was puzzled. Tan Lao Dao, old Taoist, was not my match. How come there is such an expert among his martial brothers? Could it be there is such a big difference in skill among them even though they came from the same school? Guo Jing in the other room was also puzzled. He thought that although Lu and Wang two people's martial arts skill was higher, they were more or less in par with Mei Chaofeng or with her senior. Even if those two combined their forces, they would not be able to casually throw her out like that. Only Zhou Baotong, Hong Qigong, Huang Yaoshi, Ouyang Feng, and other people of their caliber would have this kind of ability. How did the Chuanjian Seven Masters manage to do that? Mei Chaofeng's temper was very bold. Other than her own Shifu, she did not fear anybody in the world. The more she suffered setbacks, the more she would act recklessly. That day on the peak of the Mongolians' cliff, Ma Yu was speaking to her amiably, treating her in good manners and let her go without giving her too much difficulty. But today Xiao Chuji believed Xiao Qianren's lies that Zhou Baotong had been killed by Huang Yaoshi. He also believed Huang Yaoshi killed Guo Jing. His hatred toward the Peach Blossom Island went deep to his bones and marrows. He kept calling Mei Chaofeng Yao Fu, lit. Goblin/witch/devil/monster woman. Mei Chaofeng knew perfectly well that her enemies were not her match, but she was not willing to give up. She only hesitated for a moment before she reached into her waist to pull her Du Long Bian, poisonous dragon whip, out. Ma Daozhang. She called out, I must offend you today. Ma Yu replied, you flatter me. Mei Chaofeng said, I am going to use my weapon. Unsheath your swords. Wang Chuyi said, there are 7 of us while you are alone, plus your eyes cannot see a thing. Even if the Chuanjian Seven Masters are unworthy, we cannot use weapons against you. We will sit and not move, you can start. Mei Chaofeng coldly said, do you want to face my silver whip sitting motionless? Xiao Chuji scolded, tonight you will lose your life, what more do you want to say? Humph, Mei Chaofeng snorted. Her right hand flicked, the long whip full of hooks in her hand moved slowly like a big python straight towards Sun Bu'er. In the other room Huang Rong listened their conversation. She knew how fierce Mei Chaofeng's Du Long Bian was. The Chuanjin seven masters went as far as daring to take the whip sitting motionless and bare-handed. She wanted to know how they were going to do that. She pulled Guo Jing away from the hole and told him that she wanted to watch. She saw the Chuanjin seven masters sat in a formation inside the room. It suddenly dawned on her, this is the Big Dipper constellation. Right. Didn't Zhou Daozhang mention the Big Dipper formation? Huang Yaoshe was proficient in astronomy and the study of calendar calculation, almanac. When Huang Rong was small she often sat on her father's knees in a clear night, looking at celestial constellation, hence she immediately recognized the positions of the seven Taoist priests. The Chuanjin seven masters Ma Yu took the Tian Shu, sky pivot, position, Tan Chuduan took the Tian Xian, sky jade/gem, position, Lu Chuxian Tian Ji, sky pearl, Qiu Chuji Tian Quan, sky power/authority. These four people formed the head of the constellation. Wang Qi took the Yuheng, jade, measuring, weight, Hao Datong the Kai Yang, open sun, and Sun Bu'er Yao Guang, shaking ray, of light. These three were the handle of the Big Dipper. Among the seven stars of the Big Dippers, the light of the Tian Quan was the darkest, but it was the link connecting the head with the handle. It was the most important position, hence it was occupied by the strongest among the Chuanjin seven masters, Qiu Chuji. Among the handle, Yuheng was the most important, hence it was taken by the second strongest Wang Qi. Mei Chaofeng's Du Long Bian was moving toward Sun Bu'er's chest. It seemed slow but it was very fierce. Who would have thought that the Daogu, Taoist priestess, was still sitting motionless? Huang Rong followed the movement of the tip of the whip and saw that there was a skull embroidered on Sun Bu'er's Taoist robe. She was secretly amazed. Chuanjin sect enjoys the reputation as a Taoist orthodox school. How come her clothing resembles something from Mei Shiji's pathway? She did not know that when Wang Chongyang took Sun Bu'er as his disciple he drew a skull and gave it to her. His meaning was that somebody's life was short, that very quick death will come, and the person would change into a skull, so she must cultivate the true and admired way. Tao of the Taoist means the way. In memory of her deceased master, Sun Bu'er embroidered this skull on her robe. The Yin Bian, silver whip, seemed to move slowly, yet it carried a gust of wind. The tip of the whip was only about several inches apart from the embroidered skull on her robe. Suddenly with an abrupt movement the silver whip flew back, just like a python when its head was chopped with a knife, or like an arrow it flew straight back towards Mei Chaofeng. It was so strange and swift, Mei Chaofeng only felt that her hand was slightly shaken and the wind had already caressed her face. Quickly she ducked and the silver whip brushed through her hair. Dangerous! She cried out inwardly as she pulled the whip back and re-attacked. This time the whip was aimed toward Ma Yu and Qiu Chuji, who were still sitting motionless. Tan Chuduan and Wang Qi raised their palms and parried the whip away. After they exchanged several stances Huang Rong was able to see clearly that the Chuanjin seven masters always parry the incoming attack with one palm, while the other palm was holding the shoulder of the person sitting right next to them. Huang Rong pondered deeply and it dawned on her. It turned out that they are using the same method I used to help healing Jing Gija's injury. They are combining seven people's strength into one. How can Mei Shiji resist? The Big Dipper formation was Chuanjin sect's highest and most mysterious martial art, developed by Wang Chongyang with countless meticulous care. The main principle was combining forces in combat with a wide range of variations. It might even be used in the battlefield. When the enemy attacked, the one directly bearing the brunt did not need to exert any energy to resist. It was the companions on her flanks who would launch the counterattack. It was as if one person with several people's martial art. The power was truly irresistible. Several moves later Mei Chaofeng became increasingly panicked, since she realized that the enemy no longer fend the whip off and shake it away, but she felt the whip was being pulled and redirected so that the circle of the whip movement was decreasing, getting smaller and smaller. A short moment later, as the several zhang's long silver whip was moving halfway toward the enemy, she could not pull it back anymore. If at this time she has let the whip go and jumped back, she might escape unharmed, but she had spent innumerable painstaking efforts in training with this long whip. How could she just sit quietly when the enemy was trying to snatch the whip away from her hand? She hesitated only for a moment, but her opportunity to escape was gone. Once the Big Dipper formation started to move, all 7 people moved swiftly as if they were one person, unstoppable unless by the person occupying the Tian Quan position. By the time Mei Chaofeng realized her precarious situation, it was already too late for her to back off. The only thing she could do was clench her teeth, let go of the whip handle and stake it all. Lu Chuxuan's palm made a pulling action, with a loud bang. The whip flew and hit the wall, shaking the whole building. The roof tiles rattled loudly and dust and debris from the roof fell down to the ground. Mei Chaofeng's feet staggered, she could not resist this pulling force and was forced one step forward. Although this one step was only about 2 feet, it was crucial in determining victory or defeat. If Mei Chaofeng had let her whip go sooner, she would not be pulled forward and she could turn around and escape out the door. The Chuanjin 7 masters might not necessarily pursue her, because even if they did they might not necessarily able to overtake her. But now that she had moved forward one step, she knew the situation was unfavorable to her. She wielded her palms to the left and right, and they happened to meet with Sun Bu'er and Wang Chi's palms. As she slightly added her palm strength, Ma Yu and Hao Datong's palms came striking from behind. She knew perfectly well that if she moved another step, her situation would become more dangerous, but under the circumstances, she had no choice, so her left foot treaded half a step forward. At the same time, with a loud shout, her right foot flew up and successively kicked Ma Yu and Hao Datong's hands. Good skill. Qiu Chuji and Lu Chuxian cheered together, while simultaneously their palms struck, one from the front, the other from the back, to prevent her from continuing her attack. Before her right foot even landed, Mei Chaofeng's left foot flew up and like a flash kicking Qiu's and Liu's palms, but as her right foot landed she moved one more step forward. This way she went even deeper into the Big Dipper formation. She will not be able to escape unless she managed to overthrow 1 out of 7 people. As she was watching the battle, Huang Rong's heart was secretly anxious. Under the pale yellow moonlight she saw Mei Chaofeng's long hair flutter in the air as she was leaping around and her palms striking, her feet kicking. Each hand and each foot carried a light wind, like a tiger leaping or a leopard flitting about. The Chuanjin 7 masters were still sitting cross-legged. When the head is struck the tail responded, when the tail is attacked the head responded, when the middle is struck the head and tail responded, while all the time keeping her firmly inside the formation. Mei Chaofeng had successively used the Jiu Yin by Gu Zhua, 9 Yin White Bone Claw, and Cui Xin Zhang, devastating Heart Palm, trying to dash out of the tight encirclement, but every time she was forced to go back by the 7 masters' palm strength. In her anxiety she let out a strange wah cry. By this time if the 7 masters wanted to take her life they would be able to do so without too much effort, but all along they had never launched a deathly strike. Huang Rong watched for half a day before she realized what was happening. Ah, right. They are borrowing Mei Shiji to train this formation. It is not easy to find an opponent with her high level of martial art. I think they are going to weary her to death before they'll stop. Actually her guess was only half true. They were borrowing Mei Chaofeng to train their formation all right, but Taoism did not tolerate killing easily, therefore, they never had any intention to kill her. Huang Rong did not have a favorable impression toward Mei Chaofeng, but seeing the 7 masters humiliate her like this Huang Rong was seething with anger, so after watching for a moment longer she didn't want to watch anymore and gave the whole back to Guojing. She still, however, heard the gusts of wind in the other room sometimes intensifying and sometimes slowing down, a sign that the battle was still raging. At first Guojing was puzzled to see the fight. He did not understand why the 7 masters was fighting Mei Chaofeng by sitting in an irregular formation on the ground. Huang Rong whispered in his ear, they are sitting according to the Big Dipper constellation, 7 people's internal strengths are connected to each other. Do you see it? It was like a reminder to Guojing. He remembered the second part of the 9-yin manual mentioned the Big Dipper quite often. He had memorized this part by heart, yet he did not understand its meaning. Looking at the 7 masters launching palm attacks while sitting in a formation, suddenly he understood what the manual was talking about. The more he watched, the happier he became. Finally he was unable to restrain his excitement and stood up. Huang Rong was shocked and quickly pulled him back. Guojing shivered in fear and immediately sat down. He pressed his eye against the hole and watched the fight again. This time he more or less understood the essence of the Big Dipper formation. Although he did not know how to use it, each move and every style the 7 masters used was like showing him the trick of the trade mentioned in the 9-yin manual. The 9-yin manual was the result of a martial art expert senior's comprehension over ancient Taoist canon. Wang Chongyang developed this formation before he saw the manual. However, the martial art study within Taoism came from the same root. The basic essence originally did not differ much, therefore, the variations within the formation were not far from the manual's basic content. The other time on the Peach Blossom Island, Guojing had watched Hong Qigong fight Ouyang Feng and he had gained tremendous advantage. However, he was slow, plus the Northern Beggars and the Western Poisons martial arts were not based on the manual, therefore, his comprehension was somewhat limited. This time the 7 masters' martial art and the position they assumed were based on the same Taoism essence with the manual. Everything seemed to fit perfectly, and this time he truly gained great benefit. He saw Mei Chao Feng was in a difficult situation, but the 7 masters' palm strength was also gradually weakened. Suddenly he heard someone on the doorstep speak, "Yao Xiong, are you going to act first, or do you want brother to try first?" Guojing was startled. It was Ouyang Feng's voice. He did not know when he came in. The 7 masters were also surprised to hear his voice. They turned their heads toward the door and saw 2 men standing side by side on the threshold. One was wearing dark green long robe, the other was dressed in white. They were the 2 people who chased Zhou Batong the other night. The Chuanjin 7 masters made a low whistling noise, stopped fighting, and stood up. Huang Yaoshi said, "What a fine sight." 7 mixed-up hairs, derogatory term for Taoist priests, join forces against my lone disciple. Feng Xiong, if I teach them some lessons, will you say I am bullying some juniors? Ouyang Feng said with a smile, they were being rude to you first. If you do not show your skill, these juniors will not understand the master of Peach Blossom Island's ability. Wang Qi had seen the Eastern Heretic and the Western Poison at Mount Hua. He was going to step forward to pay his respect to them when suddenly Huang Yaoshi's shadow flashed and struck with the back of his palm. Wang Qi stepped back to evade, but he was too slow. Slap! His cheek was squarely hit, he staggered and tumbled down. Qiu Chuji was shocked, quickly returned to position. He called out, but slap! 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 Tan, Lu, Hao and Sun, 4 people were slapped by a palm. Qiu Chuji only saw a dark green shadow flashing by, a palm hacked down right in front of him, the palm shadow suddenly fluttered. Qiu Chuji did not know where the attack would come from. Desperately he raised his sleeve, striking toward Huang Yaoshi's chest. Qiu Chuji's martial art was the chief among the Chuanjin 7 masters. This strike was not a small matter. Huang Yaoshi had underestimated him a bit too much. Unexpectedly he was struck by Qiu Chuji's sleeve and he felt pain on his chest. Hastily he retracted his hand to protect his chest. His left hand went up and grabbed the sleeve, his right hand moved fast toward Qiu Chuji's eyes. Qiu Chuji struggled with all his might and ripped his sleeve. At the same time Ma Yes and Wang Qi's palms came to rescue him. Huang Yaoshi moved very fast. As soon as his strike to Qiu Chuji failed he leaped behind Hao Datong's back and raised his left leg. Bang! He kicked Hao Datong, sending him rolling down on the ground. This time Guojing let Huang Rong look through the small hole. She saw her father greatly demonstrate his invincible might. She was very happy. If she did not remember that Guojing still needed 2 to 4 hours to recover, she would have already jumped up and cheered. Ouyang Feng loudly laughed and called out, Wang Chongyang had accepted this group of rice buckets as his disciples. Ever since Qiu Chuji started learning martial art, he never suffered such a defeat. "Return to positions," he repeatedly shouted. But Huang Yaoshi flashed to the east and swayed to the west, and in a short moment launched 7-8 deathly strikes. Everybody was having a hard time to parry. How could they return to their formation? A couple of crack sounds was heard. Huang Yaoshi snapped Ma Yes and Tan Chujuan's swords. He broke and tossed them to the ground. Qiu Chuji's and Wang Chuyi's pair of swords continued to move upward with the Chuanjian sect's subtle variation sword technique. As the pair of swords attacked together, their power increased exponentially. Huang Yaoshi did not dare to be negligent. With concentrated attention he launched several counterattacks. In the meantime Ma Yu took this opportunity to return into his Tian Shu position while launching a palm attack at the same time, giving Tan, Lu, and the others the opportunity to return to their respective positions. As soon as this Big Dipper formation was assembled, the battle situation changed. Tian Quan and Yu Heng faced the enemy from the front. Tian Ji and Kai Yang sent out palm attacks from both sides. Yao Guan and Tian Xian from the back circled to the front. With 4 whooshing noise Huang Yaoshi sent out 4 palm attacks toward 4 people. Feng Xiong, he laughed and said, "I did not know Wang Chongyang left behind this kind of skill." His voice sounded effortless as his hands parried each opponent's palm attack, each one substantially different from the other. Each one of these 7 people's attack carried an enormous power. It was incomparable to when they were fighting individually. Immediately Huang Yaoshi used his Luoing Shen Jian Zhang Fa, falling, leaves, divine sword palm technique. His body moved swiftly as if he was skating around randomly while his palms flew as if they were everywhere. Huang Rong thought, when father taught me this Luoing Shen Jian Zhang Fa, I only know 5 voids 1 solid, or 7 voids 1 solid, with the voids to distract the enemy. But I didn't know that these 5 voids and 7 voids can be changed into solids. This amazing fight was certainly not the same as when the 7 masters were fighting Mei Chaofeng earlier. Not only did Huang Rong watch the fight with bated breath, Ouyang Feng with his level or martial arts skill was also startled. Mei Chaofeng was standing on the side, listening to the wind generated by the battle. She was both joyful and frightened on the inside. Suddenly she heard an ah, followed by a bang. Turned out Yin Jiping was watching 8 people fight. He became dizzy as if the world was spinning around him. He saw many Huang Yaoshis moving around in front of him, his vision blurred and he fell backward, passed out. The Chuanjian 7 masters firmly held their positions, doing all they can to resist the enemy. They knew only one slight mistake was needed, and the 7 of them would not live to see the day. Along with their demise, the Chuanjian sect would see its fall. Huang Yaoshi was also groaning inwardly. If only he launched deathly attack a moment ago, he would be able to kill 1 or 2 enemies, then the Big Dipper formation would be broken. But because he had shown leniency he knew victory would not be achieved easily, while he simply must not lose. Both sides were like riding on a tiger's back, they could not back off easily. All they could do was fight with all their strengths. Within less than 2 hours Huang Yaoshi had used 13 different martial arts just to be even with the opponents. 8 people were inseparable until the dawn arrived, the roosters crowed and the sun started to cast its light into the room. By now Guojing had finished his 7 days and 7 nights training. Although the fight in the other room shook the sky and turned over the earth, his mind was very peaceful, his eyes closed, his internal energy was warming up his entire body, starting from his Wei Lu, tail gate, going to his Shengguan, kidney pass, from his spine through both passes it ascended to Tianzhu, sky pillar, and Yuzhen, jade pillow, finally to Ni Gong, restrained pill palace, at the top of his brain, paused for a moment and then pushed his tongue against his jaw. His inner breathing went down from his face, Shenting, divine courtyard, to Kei Chiao, magpie bridge, and back again until it arrived at Huang Ting, yellow courtyard, Qi Shui, air pocket, and slowly down to his Dan Tian, pubic region. Huang Rong saw his face was ruddy and resplendent in divine brightness. Her heart was overjoyed. She pressed her eyes against the small hole again to look outside, and she was shocked. She saw her father's steps were sluggish. He moved according to the Ba-Gua-8 diagram, while slowly launching palm attack by palm attack. She knew her father would not easily use this highest footwork technique. She knew that victory or defeat will soon be decided. It was a defining moment of life and death. The Chuanjin Seven Masters were also fighting with all their might while shouting encouragement to each other. The top of their heads were emitting steaming mist, their robes were stuck to their sweating bodies. Their condition was totally different from when they were leisurely fighting Mei Chaofeng earlier. Ouyang Feng was standing at the side with his sleeves down, looking intently at the Seven Masters' Big Dipper formation. He was hoping that Huang Yaoshi would be exhausted and suffer a serious injury so that on the second sword meet of Mount Hua he would have one less powerful enemy. Who would have thought that Huang Yaoshi's martial art came out one after another? Even though the Seven Masters were not defeated, it was obvious that they would not achieve victory easily either. The old heretic Huang is really good, he thought. He saw both sides move slower and slower, a sign that the situation had become more critical than ever. In less than the time to drink a tea this battle would reach its conclusion. Huang Yaoshi sent out 2 palm attacks towards Sun Bu'er and Tan Chuduan. They raised their hands to parry, while Lu Chuxian and Ma Yu came to their rescue. Ouyang Feng let out a long whistle and called out, "Yao Xiong, let me help you." He squatted down and thrust both palms ferociously toward Tan Chuduan's back. Tan Chuduan was using all his power to fight Huang Yaoshi. Suddenly he felt an earth-shattering force coming from behind with a lightning speed. Not only his martial brothers and sister did not have time to rescue, he also did not have time to evade. Bang! His whole body was thrown forward. "Who wants your help?" Huang Yaoshi roared angrily. Right at that moment Qiu Chuji's and Wang Chi's palms arrived together. He brushed his sleeve to neutralize those attacks, while his right palm blocked Ma Yes and Hao Datong's palms. Ouyang Feng laughed and said, "All right, let me help them then." Suddenly his palm struck toward Huang Yaoshi's back. When he attacked Tan Chuduan, he was only using 30% of his strength, but now he was using all of his lifelong cultivated energy, taking the opportunity while Huang Yaoshi was busy blocking the attack of 4 masters. He wanted to strike Huang Yaoshi down in one blow. He had planned it carefully. He would kill one of the 7 masters and then kill Huang Yaoshi. As soon as the Big Dipper formation was broken, he would not be afraid of their revenge. This evil scheme of his was perfect. Even if Huang Yaoshi's skill were higher he would not be able to resist 4 masters and Western poison on his back all at once. "I am finished." Huang Yaoshi secretly sighed. He had no choice but to concentrate his chi on his back, staking his all to receive the brunt of Ouyang Feng's toad stance attack. Ouyang Feng's push carried an enormous force, but the speed was slower. He was sure his plan would prevail. He was secretly delighted. All of a sudden a dark shadow flashed by. Someone from the side flew toward Huang Yaoshi's back, receiving the hit with a loud shout. Huang Yaoshi, Ma Yu, and the others stopped fighting immediately and leaped back. They saw that the person who risked her life to protect her master was Mei Chaofeng. Huang Yaoshi turned his head around and coldly laughed. "The old poison is really poisonous, you truly live up to your reputation." As his attack accidentally hit someone else, Ouyang Feng cried out in his heart, "What a pity." He was aware that if Huang Yaoshi joined hands with the Chuanjin 7 masters, his life would be difficult to protect. With a loud laugh he flew out the door and ran away. Ma Yu stooped down to hold Tan Chuduan and he was shocked. Tan Chuduan's body was askew, his head was drooping to the side. It turned out this one strike of Ouyang Feng had broken the ribs on his back and his spine. Seeing his sure this life was cut short, Ma Yes' tears flowed down like rain. Qiu Chuji pursued out with a sword in his hand, only to hear Ouyang Feng calling out from afar, "Old heretic Huang, I helped you breaking the Wang Chongyang's formation, I also punished the Peach Blossom Island's renegade disciple on your behalf. You can take care of the remaining 6 mixed-up hairs by yourself. We'll see each other again later. Humph. Huang Yaoshi snorted. He knew Ouyang Feng was spreading his poison again, trying to incite tension between him and the Chuanjin sect by placing the blame of the killing of Tan Chuduan on his shoulder, so that the Chuanjin sect would seek their revenge on him. He understood very well Ouyang Feng's ill intention, yet he was not willing to explain anything to Chuanjin 7 masters. Slowly he held Mei Chao Feng up, he saw the blood spurting out from her to the ground, he knew she would not live. Qiu Chuji pursued for dozens of zhangs but he could not see which direction Ouyang Feng took. Ma Yu was afraid if he was chasing on his own he would also fall into Ouyang Feng's poisonous hand, so Ma Yu shouted, "Qiu Shidi! Come back!" Qiu Chuji's eyes were on fire, he came back in big strides, pointed his finger to Huang Yaoshi and scolded him, "What enmity do you have with the Chuanjin sect? You are a wicked ghost. First you killed our Zhou Shishu, now you harmed our Tan Shigu. Why did you come over here?" Huang Yaoshi was startled. "Zhou Baotong?" he asked. "I killed him." "You still don't want to admit it?" Qiu Chuji said. Actually Huang Yaoshi was having a race with Zhou Baotong and Ouyang Feng. They had run for several hundreds lis and were inseparable from each other, nobody was willing to give up. While they were running, Zhou Baotong suddenly remembered he left Hong Qigong alone at the imperial palace. Hong Qigong had lost his martial arts skill, if he was discovered by the palace guards, his life would be in danger. So he said, "The old urchin has a business to attend. I don't want to race anymore." Once he said he did not want to race, he did not want to race. Huang Yaoshi and Ouyang Feng could not make him do otherwise and were forced to let him go. Huang Yaoshi had wanted to ask Zhou Baotong for news about his beloved daughter but all along he did not have the opportunity to do so. Tan Chuduan and the others were pursuing behind, but very soon they lost track of the three's shadows. However, Huang Yaoshi and the other 2 could see them clearly. So as the old urchin left to tend his business, the Eastern Heretic and the Western Poison 2 people decided to return to the Ox village without expecting what was waiting for them over there. By now Qiu Chuji was stomping his feet in fury, Sun Bu'er was crying while holding Tan Chujuan's body. Everybody wanted to stake it all to fight Huang Yaoshi. Huang Yaoshi knew there was a misunderstanding here, but being a man of his position he simply laughed coldly without saying anything. Tan Chuduan opened his eyes slowly and in a low voice said, "I am leaving." Qiu Chuji and the others quickly gathered around him, sitting cross-legged on the ground. They heard Tan Chuduan softly recite, holding hands the departed soul like a bead of pearls forcing itself to leave. Heart opens to hear the sound of nature unlike the blowing flute. As he finished reciting he closed his eyes and died. The Chuanjin 6 masters lowered their heads to pray. Finished praying Ma Yu held Tan Chujuan's lifeless body in his arms. Qiu Chuji, Yin Jiping and the others followed behind without even looking back. At this moment Qiu Chuji, Sun Bu'er and the others realized that with the death of Tan Chuduan the Big Dipper formation was broken. If they continued fighting Huang Yaoshi they would only deliver 6 more lives. Therefore, the revenge had to wait some other day. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 26. Fresh Alliance of an Old Pledge. Huang Yaoshi reflected on how had incomprehensibly come into conflict with the Chuanjin 7, and even more incomprehensibly established a deep grievance with them. There'd really been no reason for it at all. Seeing Mei Chao Feng wheezing ever fainter, he thought of the grudge he'd held for over a decade, and he felt a great, unbearable anguish within him. Tears began to fall. A hint of a smile appeared on the corners of Mei Chaifeng's lips. "Teacher," she said, "please treat me like that way you used to, the kind way you treated me before. I've wronged you too much, too far. Let me be by your side forever to serve you. I'm dying fast. Time's almost up." An imploring look covered her face. Huang Yaoxi's eyes were brimming with tears. Very well, very well. I'll treat you just like I did back when you were little, he said. So from today, Ruohua better be a good girl, and pay attention to what teacher says. Mei Chaifeng's betrayal of school and teacher was the greatest regret of her life. But now, facing death, she had somehow gained forgiveness from her teacher, who was once again calling her by her childhood name of former days. Beside herself with joy, she clasped Huang Yaoxi's right hand, gently trembling, in both of hers. Ruohua will pay attention forever, she said. Teacher, I want to learn how to be 12-year-old Ruohua again. Teacher, tell me how. She rose up with all her strength, determined to perform the rite of acknowledgement. After her third kowtow, she stiffened, never to move again. From the other room, Huang Rong had witnessed these heart-moving, soul-stirring events unfold in succession, but hoped only that her father would stay a bit longer so she could come out and meet him the moment Guojing was respiring smoothly. She watched as Huang Yaoshi stooped, about to gather Mei Chaifeng's body in his arms. Suddenly, there was the sound of a horse neighing outside the sound, in fact, of Guojing's little red. Then Sha Gus's voice could be heard, well, this is Ox Village. How am I supposed to know if there's someone here called Gua? Are you called Gua? Someone else, in a hugely impatient tone, answered, with such few households in the village, how come you don't know everybody around here? At this, the door burst in, and several people entered. Behind the open door, the look on Huang Yaoxi's face suddenly changed. Those entering were exactly who had been hunting as fruitlessly as if had been treading in broken iron shoes the 6 freaks of Jiangnan. As it happened, they'd gone to Peach Blossom Island for the appointment, but whether they turned east or west, they ended up in circles, and found no way into Huang Yaoxi's residence. Later, they chanced upon one of the island's mute servants, and realized there that had already left. When the freaks saw the little red dashing around in the forest, Han Baoju brought it under control, and the 6 then came to Ox Village looking for Guojing. The freaks had just stepped through the doorway when the soaring bat Kuzhina, whose hearing was acute, suddenly sensed the sound of breathing coming from behind the door. Someone's here. He shouted. The 6 turned around instantly, and got a big shock. Huang Yaoshi, carrying the dead body of Mei Chaofeng across his arms, stood blocking the doorway, as if to stop them from escaping. Zhu Tsong gave a deep bow. Master Huang, he said, his hands folded respectfully, my best wishes to your good health. The 6 of us observed the summons to visit Peach Blossom Island and pay our respects, but it so happened that the master was engaged with other business. How fortunate it is that today our paths should cross here. Huang Yaoshi had just intended to strike immediately and kill the 6 freaks, but with a glance at the pale face of Mei Chaofeng, he reconsidered. The freaks were her mortal enemies. Today, she might have died the sooner, but it'll enable her to kill off the 6 with her own hands still. Should she learn of it in the netherworld, she'll definitely be pleased. His right hand holding the corpse and his left hand raising her wrist, in a sudden flash he was bearing down on Han Baoju, aiming Mei Chaifeng's palm at his right arm. In a panic, Han Baoju tried to dodge, but it was already too late. There was a loud crack as his arm took the hit. As if using Mei Chaifeng's palm as a weapon, Huang Yaoshi channeled his martial arts through the dead hand, transmitting a massive force of astonishing power. Although it didn't snap Han Baoju's arm, it left half his body tingling in paralysis. For the freaks, nothing could be more horrifying. Huang Yaoshi, without a single word, had immediately advanced and issued a vicious strike in using the corpse of Mei Chaofeng as a weapon, too. There was a chorus of shouts as each drew their armaments, but Huang Yaoshi couldn't care less. Raising high the body of Mei Chaofeng, he shot straight over, and Han Xiaoying was in the firing line. She saw the eyes of Mei Chaofeng, still round and staring after death, the long hair draping the shoulders, the mouth edged with brimming blood twisted in a terrifying grimace and the right hand held high, then violently pounding down towards the top of her own head. Scared, her hands and feet went numb, dodging and blocking forgotten. With the wave of a shoulder pull and the flick of a counterpoise, Nan Shiren and Quan Jinfa launched simultaneous attacks at Mei Chaifeng's arm. Huang Yaoshi pulled back the right arm of the corpse and swung out with the left arm, hitting Han Xiaoying right in the waist. In pain, she squatted straight down. Han Baoju, tilting as he stepped up diagonally, unfurled his golden dragon whip, but Huang Yaoshi strode forward with his left foot and stamped firmly on the whip's point. Han Baoju tried to free it with a mighty pull, but how could he move it one iota? In the space of a blink, Mei Chaifeng's claw was slashing at his face. Stunned, Han Baoju ditched the whip and recoiled, rolling away immediately. Feeling his face searing with agony, he touched it with his palm and saw it come away covered in fresh blood. 5 nail scars had already been gouged in him. It was fortunate that Mei Chaofeng was dead and therefore unable to unleash the 9 white bone claw form, and that the fierce poison on her nails had dissipated with the exhaustion of her qi. Otherwise, this one claw would have been instantly fatal. After just a few exchanges, it was as if the freaks were fighting for their lives on every side. If it hadn't been for Huang Yaoshi intending Mei Chaofeng to kill with her own hands in posthumous vengeance, and deciding to use her limbs to destroy the enemy, the 6 would have died long ago or been taken to the edge of death by injury. And even so, the 6 were still living breath by breath against the master of Peach Blossom Island, whose moves would come and go like a phantom's. In the other room, Guo Jing had been overjoyed when he heard Zhu Tsong hailing Huang Yaoshi. But then, had listened as the 7 fought, his 6 beneficent teachers panting for breath and crying out as they held on with all their strength. The situation was desperately critical. The qi in his dantian had yet to stabilize, but with the gratitude he owed to his teachers for raising him being no different to that he owed his parents, how could he just keep his hands in his sleeves? Immediately restricting his qi and concentrating his breath, he launched out a palm. There was a loud bang as his strike shattered the secret door. Huang Rong was shocked. She'd seen that he hadn't fully completed his progress. There was still a bit more effort left, and yet, at this point, he was using his strength to unleash a palm. Fearing he was endangering his life, she cried urgently, "Jing Gij, don't do it." As soon as Guo Jing had sent out the palm, he felt the qi in his dantian surge upwards, a heat firing his insides. He hurried to restrain and close in the qi, forcing his inner breath hard back into his dantian. Seeing the cupboard door suddenly shatter and reveal Guo Jing and Huang Rong, Huang Yaoshi and the 6 freaks leapt back from each other, startled and delighted at the same time. Suddenly seeing his beloved daughter, Huang Yaoshi was unsure if he was dreaming. He rubbed his eyes. "Renjir, Renjir," he called out, "is it really you?" Huang Rong, still holding one palm enjoined with Guo Jing's left, gave a slight smile and nodded her head, but said nothing. At this, Huang Yaoshi's joy exceeded all expectation. Putting other thoughts behind him, he laid Mei Chaifeng's body down on a bench, went over to the cupboard, and sat down cross-legged. One touch of his daughter's wrist, and he felt her pulse and breathing firm and steady. Then, reaching through the cupboard doorway, he pressed his left palm against Guo Jing's right. The many currents of sizzling qi boiling and bubbling inside Guo Jing's body were already unbearable in the extreme. By this point, there'd been several times when he'd wanted to leap up screaming and shouting to relieve the pressure. When Huang Yaoshi's palm came to enjoin with his, a stream of inner power flowed through with tremendous force, and instantly he felt a gradual settlement. Using his right hand, Huang Yaoshi set about kneading and massaging all the critical acupoints on Guo Jing. So profound was his nigong that, in just the time it took to make a bowl of rice, he had saved Guo Jing's life. Guo Jing, now regulating his qi with miraculous ease and circulating his inner breath freely, leapt through the cupboard doorway, bowed towards Huang Yaoshi, and immediately went to kowtow to his 6 teachers. On the one side, Guo Jing was telling his teachers about the ins and outs of the situation. On the other side, Huang Yaoshi was leading his daughter by the hand and listening to her giggly chatter, her narrative punctuated with laughter. At first, the freaks followed what Guo Jing was saying. But he was a dull talker, struggling to convey what he meant in words. Huang Rong, however, not only had a clear, crisp voice, but also a splendid turn of phrase, and when she got to the thrilling bits, her depictions scintillated with 100 extra tones and colors. One by one, the 6 involuntarily went over to listen. Guojing, too, finally shut up, turning from a speaker to a listener. Huang Rong did almost an hour's worth of talking. With her expressions taking full flight, now grave, now comic, everybody listened enraptured to her pearls of wit, as if savoring a charming vintage wine. Huang Yaoshi, upon hearing his beloved daughter had somehow become the chief of the beggar gang, was utterly bewildered. "What a bizarre move from Brother Qi," he remarked. "And how heretical of him. Perhaps he's thinking of stealing my nickname, no longer being the Northern Beggar, and instead being the Northern Heretic. The 5 greats would then be the Eastern Beggar, Western Venom, Southern Emperor, Northern Heretic, and Central who knows what." Her tale having reached the fight between Huang Yaoshi and the freaks, Huang Rong gave a laugh. "That's all," she said. "There's no use me saying what happened next. Huang Yaoshi announced, "I'm going to go and kill those 4 bastards Ouyang Feng, Lingji, Qiu Qianren and Yang Kong. Come with me and watch the fun, kid." He was talking about killing people, but because he was looking fondly upon his beloved daughter, his face was all smiles. Taking a glance at the freaks, he felt rather contrite. Yet although he knew himself to be clearly in the wrong, he was still unwilling to hang his head and admit a fault to anyone, only offering, "The movement of Qi hasn't turned out too badly. It didn't make me harm someone good by accident." As for Huang Rong, she had originally resented the freaks for prohibiting Guojing from getting married with her. But now that Mu Nianxi and Yang Kong had gotten engaged, this issue had already been resolved. "Daddy," she giggled, "how about admitting to the teachers that you made a mistake?" Huang Yaoshi gave a snort. "I'm going to go and find Western Venom," he said, changing the subject. He added, "Jing'er, you come too." Fundamentally, he felt deeply displeased at this crude, block-headed Guojing. "I, Huang Yaoshi, am absolutely brilliant," he had mused. "But with such a dumbass as a son-in-law, wouldn't that make those in Wulin laugh their lips off?" He had consented to the engagement with great difficulty. It then so happened that Zhou Baodong, not telling apart the silly and the serious, had cracked a reckless joke claiming Guojing had borrowed Mei Chaifeng's 9 scripture and made a copy. In the midst of his rage, he had believed this to be true, and was furious at Guojing's dirty underhandedness. But after having sent off Hong Qigong, Ouyang Feng, Zhou Baodong and the others, had immediately realized that the text of the 2nd volume scripture that Guojing had learnt was far clearer than that in the 2nd volume held by Mei Chaofeng. Moreover, this was without considering let alone nowadays, and so on. Guojing just couldn't have copied from Mei Chaifeng's handwritten text, and anyway, Huang Yaoshi had known long ago that Zhou Baodong was telling lies. Later, had mistakenly believed Lingzi's made-up news of Huang Rong's death. Now, wild with joy at finally seeing his beloved daughter again, the grievance he held against the freaks had momentarily vanished. It was just that he was unwilling to admit a fault or to make an apology, but he hoped in future to be able to help them with some serious matter, as a way of making amends. Looking back on Mei Chaofeng who, in sacrificing herself to save him from great ruin, had not forgotten her gratitude to her teacher, not unto death, he pondered, Ruohua and her martial brother Xianfeng were in love. If they'd come and informed me about it, and petitioned to marry, I wouldn't necessarily have forbidden them. There was no need to be rash and take the big risk of running away from Peach Blossom Island. But I've been moody throughout my life, never settling on joy or rage. The 2 of them must have considered it from every angle, and in the end didn't dare to open their mouths. Now suppose Renjir, because of this eccentric temper of mine, were to end up just like Ruohua. The thought made him shudder. By calling out this word Jing'er, he was actually acknowledging Guojing as son-in-law. Huang Rong was delighted. From the corner of her eye, she glanced at Guojing, who looked totally unaware of the implications held by this one-word title of Jing'er. "Dad," she said, "let's go to the palace first and bring teacher out." At this point, Guo Jing confessed to his teachers about Huang Yaoshi assenting to the marriage on Peach Blossom Island, as well as the situation with Hong Qigong accepting him as a disciple. A pleased Kuzhina said, "You've somehow set things up so that you can call the divine nine-fingered beggar your teacher, and you've duped the master of Peach Blossom Island into letting you marry his beloved daughter. We're more than happy with it, where's the sense in refusing?" It's just that the Mongolian Khan, recalling that Genghis Khan had granted Guo Jing the title Prince Consort of the Golden Blade, this was now something of an awkward matter which, if brought up, would surely provoke Huang Yaoshi into fury. For a moment, he wondered how he could mention it. Suddenly, there was a creak as the main door was pushed open. In came Sha Gu laughing, holding a piece of yellow vellum twisted into the shape of a monkey. "Sister," she said to Huang Rong, "are you done eating watermelons? Oldie asked me to give you this monkey to play with." Huang Rong, assuming Sha Gu was just being silly and thinking nothing of it, reached out and took the paper monkey. Sha Gu added, "Harry Oldie says don't get angry, he'll definitely find teacher for you." When Huang Rong heard that she was obviously talking about Zhou Batong, she looked at the monkey and saw that there were words written on the paper. Hurrying to unravel it, the following was revealed in a crooked scrawl over the surface: "Old beggar was nowhere I looked, old urchin was ever so good." Huang Rong gave a worried gasp. "How come he didn't see teacher?" she said. Huang Yaoshi muttered to himself for a while. "Old urchin might be deranged," he said, finally, "but his martial arts are terrific. As long as Qigong's still alive, he can surely rescue him." More immediately, the beggar gang are facing a big problem. "What problem?" asked Huang Rong. Huang Yaoshi replied, "The bamboo stick the old beggar gave you was taken away by Yang Kong. Although that brat's martial arts aren't great, he's still a nasty scoundrel. Even such a person as Ouyang could die by his hand. Now he's got hold of the bamboo stick, he'll definitely go stirring up a storm, to make trouble for the beggar gang. We ought to catch up with him and retrieve it, or else the old beggar's brethren are going to suffer generations of serious hardship and you, as chief, won't be reflected in glory." Normally, the beggar gang being in trouble wouldn't prey on Huang Yaoshi's mind in the slightest, on the contrary, had rejoice in their disaster and take pleasure in their ruin, seeing it as a great spectacle of fun. But now that his beloved daughter had become the chief of the beggar gang, how could he still keep his hands in his sleeves? One after the other, the 6 freaks nodded their heads. "But he's already been gone for days," said Guo Jing. "I'm worried catching up will be hard." Han Baoju pointed out, "Your little red horse is here just when you could use it." Delighted, Guo Jing rushed out the door and made a whistle to summon it. Seeing its owner, the red horse bounded and galloped over, brushing up close against him and neighing incessantly with excitement. "Renjir," said Huang Yaoshi, "you and Jinger hurry and grab that bamboo stick. This red horse goes at a speedy pace, I expect you'll soon catch up." Having said this, he noticed a smiling Sha Gu standing by the side, with an expression exactly like that of Chu Lingfeng, his own disciple. A thought occurred to him. "Are you called Chu?" he asked her. Sha Gu laughed and shook her head. "Don't know," she said. Huang Yaoshi had long been aware that his disciple Chu Lingfeng had a daughter, and calculated that her age also appeared to fit. "Dad," said Huang Rong, "come and look." Leading him by the hand, she went into the secret room. Huang Yaoshi, seeing that the separated arrangement of the secret room was completely in a pattern he himself had originated, felt that it was surely the work of Chu Lingfeng. "Dad," said Huang Rong, "take a look at the things in that iron chest. If you can figure out what they are, I guess that makes you an expert." But Huang Yaoshi ignored the iron chest. Going over to the southwest corner and lifting up the sideboard at the foot of the wall, he revealed a cavity. Reaching inside, he pinched out a scroll of paper and right away leaped out of the secret room. Huang Rong hastily followed him out. Coming up behind her father, she saw the scroll unfolded in his hands, the paper's surface covered in dust and its edges browned and broken. Written on it, in crooked handwriting, were a few rows of words addressed most respectfully to Venerable Senior Master Huang of Peach Blossom Island. Disciple has acquired, from within the palace, assorted calligraphy, paintings, and other artifacts, which he wishes to present for Master's appreciation. Disciple respectfully refers to Master, not daring the presumption to utter beneficent teacher even if, in disciple's dreams, he still utters beneficent teacher yet. Misfortune has had it that disciple was encircled by palace guards and is survived by a daughter. The writing having reached the word daughter, there was nothing further except for a few splattered marks which could faintly be discerned as bloodstains. At the time of Huang Rong's birth, all the disciples had already suffered expulsion from Peach Blossom Island, and Chu Lingfeng had suffered it the earliest. Huang Rong, knowing that each person under the tutelage of her father had been a terrific individual, couldn't help feeling alarmed at seeing today this report left behind by Chu Lingfeng. By now, Huang Yaoshi had already understood the heart of it. He knew that, after Chu Lingfeng had been expelled from his teaching, he had agonized hard over gaining readmittance to the school of Peach Blossom Island. Recalling that Huang Yaoshi was fond of treasures, antiques, and samples from the work of famous painters, he had taken the risk of going to the imperial palace and committing robbery. This had gone favorably for a few times, but in the end, he had been discovered by the imperial guards. After a fierce fight, he had sustained a serious wound. Returning home to write his final will, he must have struggled to finish it because of the seriousness of his injury. When, not long after, the master guardsman came in pursuit, both sides ended up dying right here. Huang Yaoshi was already remorseful after having seen Lu Qingfeng that last time. Now, with the recent death of Mei Chaofeng and the sight of such dedication from Chu Lingfeng, he felt even more guilt. Turning his head and spotting the grinning Sha Gu standing behind him, he had a thought. "Did your father teach you how to fight?" he asked, in a stern voice. Sha Gu shook her head. Running over to the door, she closed it and then furtively took peep after peep through the crack in the doorway, throwing a few punching moves. But as the punches came and went, they were all of the same 6 or 7 unpolished moves from the blue wave palm form, and nothing else. "Dad," Huang Rong commented, "she taught herself by spying when martial brother Chu was practicing martial arts." Huang Yaoshi nodded his head, murmuring, "I expected Lingfeng wouldn't have such a nerve as to dare pass one's martial arts to others after having left my tutelage." He added, "Renjir, try attacking her footwork. Trip her up." Huang Rong stepped up, giggling. "Sha Gu," she said, "let's practice some martial arts. Look out." Throwing a feint with her left palm, she immediately followed with a matching ducks joined by a ring, launching 2 kicks with unrivaled speed. Sha Gu, dumbstruck, had already taken Huang Rong's left kick on her right hip before she hurriedly stepped back. But she didn't know that Huang Rong's right leg, placed in advance, was waiting behind her. She was still unsteady from her step back when her momentum made her trip and she toppled face up. Leaping up immediately, she shouted, "You cheated. Little sister, let's go again." Huang Yaoshi's face darkened. "Who's the little sister?" he said. "It's Auntie." Sha Gu, who didn't know the difference between sister and auntie anyway, laughed. "Auntie. Auntie," she said, obediently. Huang Rong had already understood. She thought, "Daddy basically wanted me to test her footwork." Both of martial brother Chu's legs were broken, so when he was practicing martial arts by himself, he obviously didn't practice using his legs and feet. Therefore, Sha Gu wouldn't have been able to spy on any footwork. If he had trained her personally, then he'd have taught her skills for all areas, upper body, midsection, and footwork. By calling out the word auntie, Huang Yaoshi was finally accepting Sha Gu back under his tutelage. "Why the heck are you so silly?" he asked her. She laughed, Sha Gu." Huang Yaoshi scowled. "Where's your mum?" Sha Gu put on a crying face, answering, "Gone to Granny's place." Huang Yaoshi then asked 7 or 8 questions in a row, but he didn't get anything that mattered. He could only give a sigh and leave it at that. When Chu Lingfeng was still in his tutelage, he was aware that he had a silly daughter who wasn't very bright. That, for sure, was Sha Gu. There and then, they buried Mei Chaofeng in the back garden. Guo Jing and Huang Rong carried out the skeleton of Chu Lingfeng and buried it next to Mei Chaofeng. Although the 6 freaks were mortal enemies with the twin specters of the Black Winds, the death of a person was what was important. They too all kowtowed before the grave, offering wishes and dismissing their prior grievance. Huang Yaoshi, gazing at the 2 new graves for a long while, felt 100 feelings mixed together. "Renjir," he said, sadly, "let's go and look at your martial brother Chu's treasures." At that, father and daughter walked back into the secret room. Looking at the things Chu Lingfeng had left behind, Huang Yaoshi was silent for a long time. Shedding tears, he said, "Among the disciples under my tutelage, Lingfeng had the strongest martial arts and the brightest mind. If his legs hadn't been broken, even 100 palace guards wouldn't have been able to hurt him." "That's a matter of course," said Huang Rong. "Dad, are you going to teach Sha Gu martial arts personally?" "I'll teach her martial arts," he murmured. "And I'll teach her verse writing, qin playing, the mysteries of the 5 elements, all the skills that back then your martial brother Chu wanted to learn but didn't learn. I'll teach her, comprehensively." Huang Rong stuck out her tongue, and thought, heretical thoughts from a heretical man. Daddy's letting himself in for a lot of stress. Huang Yaoshi opened the iron chest, looking through it layer by layer. The more valuable the treasures, the more sorrow he felt. Seeing rolled-up paintings and calligraphy, he sighed, remarking, "No doubt it's great to use this stuff as a pleasing diversion from frustration, but as for expending ones will over playthings that must never happen." How fine were the pictures of flowers, birds and figures painted by the Taoist ruler, Emperor Huizong. Yet having depicted the rivers and mountains in all their splendor, he rolled them up and gifted them to the genes. As he spoke, he furled and unfurled the scrolls. He said, suddenly. Huang Rong asked, "Dad, what is it?" Huang Yaoshi pointed out a landscape in splash ink, saying, "Look here." In the painting was a towering mountain, with a total of 5 steep peaks. Among them, one peak was outstandingly tall, bolt upright and pointing to the heavens. It pierced the clouds with its colossal height and overlooked a deep chasm below. A row of pine trees grew by the mountainside. Twigs tipped with snow, each winding trunk curved to the south, suggesting the utter ferocity of the north wind. To the west of the summit was a lone pine, old, but stiff and upstanding, and rising with an elegant majesty. Beneath this pine, vermilion brushstrokes profiled a general, twirling his sword in the face of the wind. The figure's features were hard to discern, but the sleeves of his clothes rose in a flutter, and his bearing escaped the ordinary. The entire picture was a monochromatic landscape, but this man alone was a fiery, blackish red, making him seem all the more outstanding and exceptional. The painting was without a signature. It was annotated only with the following poem: "My clothing covered with the marks of many years, in special search of Emerald Haven's fragrant heights, I've never seen enough of hills and rivers fine as cavalry by moonlight hurries to retreat." A few days ago, Huang Rong had seen this poem as written down by Han Shizhong on the Emerald Haven pavilion in linen, and recognized the handwriting. "Dad," she said, "this was written by Han Shizhong. The verses are of the late, mighty you." Huang Yaoshi nodded. "That's right, my clever Renjir," he said. But this poem of the late you was actually describing the Emerald Haven of the mountains in Qizhou. The mountains in the painting make a treacherous scene, they're no Emerald Haven at all. Although this painting style has a fine firmness, it's short on implication and tasteful accent, it's not by the hand of a master. That day at the Emerald Haven pavilion, Huang Rong had seen Guo Jing reluctant to leave, tracing his fingers along the stone inscription and brushing over the remains of Han Shizhong's handwriting. Knowing that he'd be fond of it, she said, "Dad, let Guo Jing have this painting." Huang Yaoshi laughed. "Girls, by birth, are extroverts," he said. "What else is there to say?" Handing it over to her freely, he reached into the iron chest again and picked up a necklace, remarking, this string of pearls is each and every one of the same size, that's truly hard to come by. After he gave it to Huang Rong to wear around her neck, she threw herself into his arms, and he reached out and held her in a hug. Father and daughter smiled at each other, nestling cheek against cheek, both feeling a never-ending warmth. Huang Rong had just rolled up the painting when suddenly, she heard several harsh, urgent cries of eagles overhead. Huang Rong, who was highly fond of that pair of white eagles, remembered that they'd already been taken back by Huazheng, and felt very unhappy. Wanting to play with them again for a bit, she emerged from the secret room in a hurry. Outside the doorway, she saw Guo Jing standing under the big willow tree, one eagle pulling the shoulder of his clothes with its beak and leading him somewhere, the other eagle circling him and crying repeatedly. Sha Gu, watching in amusement, was wheeling round and round Guo Jing, clapping and giggling. Guo Jing had an agitated look. "Renjie," he said, "they're in trouble. Let's hurry and go save them." "Who?" asked Huang Rong. Guo Jing replied, "My sworn brother and sister." Huang Rong threw a pout with her little lips. "Well, I'm not going," she said. Guo Jing, unaware of her feelings, was baffled. "Renjie, don't be so childish," he said, urgently. "Come on." Harnessing the red horse, he slung himself into the saddle. "Then do you still want me or not?" said Huang Rong. Guo Jing scratched his head in further bafflement. "How could I not want you?" he said. "I can go without my own life, but I can't go without you." Holding the reins with his left, he stretched out his right hand to receive her. Huang Rong gave a beautiful smile and called out, "Dad, we're going to the rescue. You and the 6 teachers come too." She leaped over, latched onto Guo Jing's right hand with her left, and pulled herself up to sit behind him on the horse's back. Guo Jing, on horseback, bowed ceremoniously to Huang Yaoshi and his 6 teachers, and prompted the horse forward. Ahead, the pair of eagles led the way, giving a long cry in unison. The little red horse had been separated from its master for very long. Now that it was carrying him once again, it felt an inexpressible happiness. Invigorated in spirit, it galloped onwards as if hauled by lightning and sped by the wind. Although the 2 white eagles were fast flyers, the little red somehow kept up with them. Not long after, the eagles dived down into a dark, dense forest ahead. The little red, not waiting for its master's guidance, also raced straight towards the forest. Arriving just outside the forest, they suddenly heard a voice like a cracked cymbal emanating from within the trees. "Brother Qianren, long have I known your mighty reputation as the venerable hero of Iron Palm. Younger brother has a great desire to admire, and marvel at, the virtuosity of your divine arts. It's a pity that senior brother couldn't participate at the Mount Hua duels back then. Right now, let's throw brick to lure jade. Firstly, younger brother will use his trivial skills to finish off one of these, then, how about senior brother letting loose in the awesome spirit of Iron Palm?" Following this, someone gave a loud cry of misery, the treetop swayed in the forest canopy, and a big tree came crashing down. Shocked, Guo Jing dismounted and rushed into the forest. Huang Rong dismounted too. Patting the little red's head, she pointed back at the direction they'd come from, and said, "Quick, go bring my daddy here." The little red turned around and zoomed off. "I just hope daddy comes quick," thought Huang Rong, "or else, we're going to get it from old Venom again." Hiding herself behind the trees, she crept quietly into the forest. One glance later, she couldn't help feeling astounded. Tuole, Huazheng, Zibi and Boru had all been tied up separate from each other against 4 big trees, and in front of them stood Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren. Against another tree which had collapsed there was also someone tied, covered in brightly colored clothes and armor. This was actually the Song commander who'd been escorting Tuole back north. Had been given a push from the stone-splitting, tree-snapping force that was Ouyang Feng's palm. The front of his body was totally coated in blood, and the eyes in his drooping head were shut, had already been killed. The many soldiers had, to a man, disappeared without a trace. They'd presumably been routed by the 2. Qiu Qianren, who dared not compare palm power with Ouyang Feng, was just about to say a few things to bluff his way through when he heard the sound of footsteps behind him. Turning around to see Guojing, he felt both alarm and glee just in time to make use of Western venom to eliminate him. All he had to do was induce the two of them to get fighting, and then there'd be no need to take action himself. Ouyang Feng saw that Guojing had borne the powerful force of his own toad art, and yet hadn't died. This was highly unexpected. Guojing Gij, cried out Huazheng in delight, "You're still alive. Super, super." Seeing the situation before her, Huang Rong had already concluded her calculations. While waiting for Daddy to come, she planned, "I ought to delay things for a bit." "Bastards!" shouted Guojing. "What are you two oldies doing here? Planning murder again?" Ouyang Feng, intending to get a clear look at Qiu Qianren's martial arts, gave a slight smile and didn't respond. "Why aren't you bowing down before Master Ouyang, boy?" shouted Qiu Qianren. "Bored being alive, are you?" From within the secret room, Guojing had listened to Qiu Qianren saying all sorts of outrageous things to stir up controversy, and now he was trying to murder people. Hating him to the core, he strode forward 2 paces and let out a shout, throwing a repentance of the haughty dragon at Qiu Qianren's chest. By now, his ability with the 18 dragon subduing palms was no small matter. This particular palm was 4 parts release and 6 parts restraint, its power unleashed and instantly withdrawn. Qiu Qianren tried to dodge the oncoming force by hurriedly tilting his body but still had to deal with the arriving palm wind, and helplessly, he dropped forward instead of moving backwards. Guojing gave a yell and threw a left-handed reverse palm, aiming for a tongue-splitting, tooth-dropping hit, after which Qiu Qianren would never again profit from waggling his tongue and provoking a storm. Although this palm was strong in force, it was thrown quite slowly, but in placement it was just right, making it impossible for Qiu Qianren to dodge. It looked like it was about to hit him in the cheek when suddenly, Huang Rong called out, "Hold it." Guojing instantly converted his left hand into a grappling palm. Seizing Qiu Qianren by the back of the neck, Guojing lifted him up, then turned his head and asked, "What?" Huang Rong was worried that, if Guojing wounded this oldie, Ouyang Feng would immediately go on the attack. "Quick, let go," she said. The facial martial arts of this senior master are phenomenal. Once your palm hits his face, its force will be fired back at you, you won't avoid internal injury. Guojing, not knowing she was speaking in ridicule, was incredulous. "There's no such thing," he protested. Huang Rong added, "Senior Master Qiu can strip the hide off an ox with just a gust of his breath. Why aren't you getting out of the way?" Guojing was even more incredulous. But realizing that she surely had some intention, he duly put Qiu Qianren down and let go of his neck. Qiu Qianren cackled loud with laughter. "Young miss sees the danger yet," he said. "With you little kiddies, I've no grievance, no enmity. By the abundant goodness of heaven above, how could I being the senior do as the big bully the small, and injure you as I please?" Huang Rong smiled. "That's well said," she replied. "I'm a great admirer of Senior Master's skill. Today, I'd like to seek advice on expert moves. But don't you injure me." At that, she put her guard up, her left hand raised, she rolled her right into a hollow fist, brought it to her mouth, and blew a few times. "Hey, race a move called tooting one's own conch," she laughed. "En garde. Young miss has some gall," said Qiu Qianren. "The name of Master Ouyang is pervasive under heaven. Your ridicule is unacceptable." There was a smack as Huang Rong threw a surprise right-handed slap, landing a crisp, clean hit on his face. Giggling, she said, "This move's called the backlash of the facetious cheek." Suddenly, from outside the woods came the sound of laughter, and someone said, "Excellent." And the same once again. Hearing the voice, Huang Rong realized that her father had now arrived. Immediately growing more daring, she gave a call of agreement and duly motioned to throw a right-hand slap. Qiu Qianren hastily ducked in avoidance, but didn't know that her move was actually a feint. The slap was instantly pulled and followed up with a left palm. Using the through-arm style of Six Harmony Fist, he tried to swing out a block, but hadn't figured that his opponent's attack was still a feint. Seeing her two tiny little palms fluttering up and down before his eyes like a couple of jade butterflies, his concentration slipped, and his right cheek took a slap yet again. Qiu Qianren knew that, if the fight carried on, things could get positively out of hand. Shouting, he threw out two punches which forced Huang Rong to retreat a couple of steps, then straightaway leapt aside with a cry of "Hold it!" "What?" said Huang Rong, laughing. "Had enough?" Qiu Qianren gave her a stern look. "Miss," he said, "you've already sustained an internal injury. Hurry off to a tranquil room to convalesce for 7 times 7 days. And don't so much as peep outside, or else there's no guaranteeing your little life." Seeing him speak so seriously, Huang Rong couldn't help being startled for a moment before bursting into giggles of uncontrollable laughter, her body trembling like the stem of a flower. By now, Huang Yaoshi and the 6 freaks of Jiangnan had already caught up, and were puzzled at the sight of Tuole and the others tied against trees. Ouyang Feng had naturally heard that the martial arts of Qiu Qianren were astonishing. In one former year, had beaten the master warriors of the Hengshan school which had rocked the southern realms with its might until they lay dead or dying, using only his pair of iron palms. There and then, Hengshan suffered irrecoverable collapse, never again able to hold its position in Wulin. But today, how come he couldn't even beat a little girl like Huang Rong? And could it be true that he had facial nigong, able to injure opponents by firing their force back at them? Not only was this unheard of, it didn't look like it, given his situation. Just as Ouyang Feng was hesitating, he raised his head and suddenly spotted a document pouch of Sichuan brocade hanging aslant from Huang Yaoshi's shoulder, with a camel embroidered in white silk on its surface, the property, as it happened, of his own nephew. Deep down, he couldn't help feeling dread. Having left after killing Tan Chuduan and Mei Chaofeng, he had come back again just to collect his nephew. Could it be that Huang Yaoshi has actually killed the lad in vengeance for his disciple? He thought. In a trembling voice, he asked, "What's happened to my nephew?" "What's happened to my disciple Mei Chaofeng is also what's happened to your nephew," replied Huang Yaoshi icily. Ouyang Feng felt half his body go cold. Ouyang Ku had been born because of an illicit liaison between him and his sister-in-law, nephew by name. He was actually his dear son, and he loved this illegitimate son like life itself. He had felt that, although Huang Yaoshi and the Chuanjian Taoists had established deep grievances with him, all of these people were renowned champions in Jianghu. With Ouyang Ku unable to move either of his legs an inch, there was no way they'd cause him trouble. He just had to wait for them to disperse, before taking his son to a quiet place where he'd recuperate from his injuries. Little did he know that Ouyang Ku had already met with brutality. Huang Yaoshi watched him standing there, eyes staring straight ahead, about to launch a sudden attack any moment now. He knew that this would be unleashed with a mountain-moving, ocean-churning violence, an unstoppable force. Inwardly, he readied himself. "Who's the killer?" growled Ouyang Feng. "One of yours, or one of Quanzhen's?" He knew that, with Huang Yaoshi's exalted status, he'd never kill with his own hands someone who had 2 broken legs. He must have got somebody else to do it. By now, Ouyang Feng's naturally harsh voice had become even more ear-piercingly jarring. Huang Yaoshi answered coldly, "A brat who's studied Chuanjian martial arts plus some skills from Peach Blossom Island, and who's well acquainted with you. You go and look for him." Huang Yaoshi was actually talking of Yang Kong, but when Ouyang Feng thought about it, Guo Jing instantly came to mind. Bursting with rage and anguish, for a moment he aimed a ferocious glare at Guo Jing, and then turned his head to Huang Yaoshi. "What the heck are you doing taking my nephew's document pouch?" he asked. "If the master map of Peach Blossom Island was with him, I had to take it back," said Huang Yaoshi. "In digging down to search for the map, it was necessary for me to trouble your excellent nephew after his burial with the sight of daylight once again." Of that, I feel rather regretful. It's a shame that although he had the document pouch on him, within the pouch, that master map was nowhere to be seen, the search ended up being a waste of heretic Huang's efforts. Still, we definitely gave the remains of your nephew a proper resting place, we dared not have it the least bit deficient. Well said, remarked Ouyang Feng. He was aware that victory and defeat against Huang Yaoshi would be hard to tell apart until after 1 or 2,000 moves had been exchanged, and that had not necessarily be the one standing in the ascendancy. Fortunately, had already gotten his hands on the 9 scripture, and anyway, there was no impatience for the day of revenge. But if Qiu Qianren could beat up the Jiangnan 6, Guojing and Huang Rong and afterwards, come to his assistance, the two of them joining forces might take the life of Huang Yaoshi there and then. At this time of bereavement, from the sudden news that his dear son had been killed, he was still capable of coolly appraising the situation between himself and the enemy, and having calculated the chances of winning were higher, he wasn't willing to let the opportunity go. He turned his head to Qiu Qianren. "Brother Qianren," he said, "you massacre these 8, while I deal with heretic Huang." Qiu Qianren laughed and gave a few gentle waves of his big cattail leaf fan. "That's fine," he said. "I'll come and help you after I've massacred these 8. "Precisely," said Ouyang Feng. And with that one word, he fixed his glaring eyes on Huang Yaoshi, and slowly began crouching down. Huang Yaoshi, his legs in a half-nail, half-V stance, stepped eastward into a Z-tree position. In a moment, the two men were about to use world-class martial arts to distinguish the strong and the weak, the living and the dead. "Massacre me first," giggled Huang Rong. Qiu Qianren shook his head. "Young miss is so cute and lively," he said, "I almost can't bear to do it. Oh shit. Oh shit." He was suddenly clutching his belly with both hands and bending over at the waist. At this time, of all the rotten coincidences, what? Said Huang Rong, puzzled. "You wait a moment," said Qiu Qianren, a strained look on his face. "I've suddenly got a stomachache. I must be excused." Huang Rong spluttered, for once not knowing what to say. Qiu Qianren, his brows knitted in an expression of discomfort, gave another moan. Clutching his crotch with both hands, he ran off to one side, a limp in his step. From the look of things, had a sudden stomachache and, unable to hold it in, had pooped into his pants. Huang Rong, aghast, had a feeling that he was 8/10 faking it. But worried that he really did have diarrhea, she looked on wide-eyed and let him run past, not daring to get in his way. Zhu Tsong took out a piece of straw tissue from his pocket. With flying steps, he caught up with Qiu Qianren and tapped him on the shoulder, saying pleasantly, "Have some toilet paper." "Thanks a lot," said Qiu Qianren. Going into some bushes by a tree, he squatted down. Huang Rong picked up a stone and threw it at the small of his back, calling out, "Go a bit further." The stone was just about to hit Qiu Qianren when he reached behind with his hand and caught hold of it. "Does the smell offend you, miss?" He laughed. "I'll just go a bit further away, then. And the 8 of you better wait for me, don't be taking the opportunity to slip away." As he talked, he pulled up his pants and walked further and further, behind a line of low groves over 10 zhang away, he squatted down again. "Second teacher," said Huang Rong, "that old bastard wants to escape." Zhu Tsong nodded his head, remarking, "That old bastard might be thick-faced, but he's slow-footed, too, he won't be able to escape, I'm afraid." He added, "Hey, race a couple of things for you to play with." Huang Rong saw that he had a sharp sword and a cast-iron palm in his hands, and knew that had lifted them off Qiu Qianren's person when had patted the oldie on the shoulder just now. From the secret room, she had already witnessed Qiu Qianren fooling the Chuanjin 7 with the sword stabbed through the belly stunt. She had known immediately that it was clearly a sham, but hadn't been able to guess its mechanism. Now, seeing straight away that the sword had a retractable blade in 3 sections of interlocking sheaths, she laughed so hard she fell over. Then, she got the idea of messing with Ouyang Feng's mind. Going over to stand in front of him, she smiled and said, "Uncle Ouyang, I just can't bear to live. Raising her right hand, she stabbed the sword violently into her stomach. Both Huang Yaoshi and Ouyang Feng, who were just then accumulating power in preparation to attack, were shocked to see her do this. Huang Rong promptly held up the sword, showing off the three-section blade and pulling out the unsheathed tip, and laughing as she explained Qiu Qianren's trickery to her father. Could it be true, thought Ouyang Feng, that this oldie has whipped up a phony reputation, cheating his way to worldly renown with a lifetime of deception? Huang Yaoshi, noticing him slowly straightening to a stand, had already guessed what he was thinking. He took the cast-iron palm from his daughter's hands. The hollow of the palm, he noticed, was engraved with the word Qiu, and the back of it had a carving in a wave pattern. This is the leadership token of Qiu Qianren, the chief of Hunan's Iron Palm Gang, he said. 20 years ago, this token was really of the utmost significance in Jianghu. No matter whose hands it was in, it brought an irresistible right of way, from as far east as Zhejiang to as far west as Chengdu. Followers of both right and wrong would without exception offer odd obedience at the sight of it. In the past few years, the name of the Iron Palm Gang has long been unheard of, and it's unknown whether or how it's disbanded. Could this shameless, pathetic, big-talking oldie really be the owner of the token? With doubts in his mind, he returned the iron palm to his daughter. Seeing the iron palm, Ouyang Feng peered at it from the corners of his eyes, an expression of great surprise on his face. This iron palm could turn out to be a lot of fun, giggled Huang Rong. I want it. That deceitful guy has no further use for it. Lifting the three-section iron sword, she called out catch. And raised her hand to throw it. But seeing the distance to Qiu Qianren was very far, she didn't have enough strength in her hands, her throw definitely wouldn't reach. Smiling to her father, she handed him the sword. Dad, she said, you throw it to him. Huang Yaoshi, whose suspicions were aroused, had been intending a further test of whether or not Qiu Qianren had any real ability at all. Raising his left hand, he lay the iron sword flat atop his palm with the tip of the sword pointing away from him, and flicked its handle with the middle finger of his right hand. There was a light clang as the sword shot off sharply, faster and harder than if fired from a taut, powerful crossbow. Huang Rong and Guo Jing clapped their hands and cheered. Ouyang Feng, secretly shocked, thought, what terrific divine flick skill. While they roared in acclaim, the sword flew straight at Qiu Qianren. When its tip appeared to be only meters from him, he remained squatting on the ground, unmoving, and in the blink of an eye, the point of the sword had already plunged into his back. Although the three-section sword wasn't sharp at all, this one flick from Huang Yaoshi had sent it in handle deep. Even if it were a blade of wood or bamboo, let alone an iron sword, this oldie, if he wasn't dead, was surely heavily injured. With flying steps, Guo Jing went over for a closer look. Suddenly, he gave a loud cry of astonishment. There was a yellow KO hemp jacket on the ground. Picking it up and waving it in the air again and again, he shouted, oldie sneaked off long ago. As it happened, Qiu Qianren had taken off his jacket and hung it over the stem of a small tree. Not only was he far apart from the others, the grass and woods were also blocking the view, and had somehow pulled off this molt of the golden cicada trick. Just now, Huang Yaoshi and Ouyang Feng were concentrating on facing their opponent, their eyes on nothing else, and those two were in turn being watched by Zhu Zong and the rest. In the end, they'd all been deceived by Qiu Qianren. Eastern Heretic and Western Venom, giving each other a glance, couldn't help bursting simultaneously into loud laughter, both feeling secret cheer at having one less powerful enemy in the world. Ouyang Feng knew that Huang Yaoshi was quick-witted in thought, and not straightforward like Hong Qigong. It wasn't easy to connive against him and succeed. But seeing him laughing in an easygoing manner, totally off guard, how could he not take advantage of this opportunity to land a vicious strike? He gave 3 clanging laughs, a noise just like the din of gold clashing with iron, then stopped abruptly, as quick as lightning, making a sudden bow low towards Huang Yaoshi. Huang Yaoshi, still laughing with his head held high, raised his left palm sharply and clenched his right in a hook and clasped his hands, returning the courtesy. Both men swayed slightly. His surprise attack failing to connect, Ouyang Feng stood unmoving, before suddenly retreating 3 steps. "Heretic Huang," he shouted, "we'll meet again." With a shake of his long sleeves, cloth swirled as he turned to go. There was the faintest change of expression on Huang Yaoshi's face. He thrust out his left palm in front of his daughter, shielding her. Guo Jing had also recognized that Western Venom, in the midst of this turn, was stealthily unleashing his ruthless, sinister skills, and was about to use an air-splitting palm-type technique to launch a sneak attack on Huang Rong. But both in reactions and making his move, he wasn't as quick as Huang Yaoshi. Seeing the danger, it was already too late to help. So with a loud shout, he threw a double punch straight at Western Venom's stomach, hoping to force him to counterpunch in self-defense. The power applied in the sneak attack on Huang Rong would then not be enough. The force unleashed by Ouyang Feng had just been repelled by Huang Yaoshi. Exploiting the momentum, he immediately swung it around to attack Guo Jing instead. This move augmented the original force from himself with energy borrowed from Huang Yaoshi's block, amplifying its power. Guo Jing, in a critical position, ducked and rolled away. Leaping up afterwards, his face was already pale with shock. "Good little boy," swore Ouyang Feng. "I don't see you for a few days, and your skills improve yet again." Just now, his counterattacking move borrowing an opponent's strength to injure another, an unfathomable variation delivered with unspeakable speed had somehow been dodged by Guo Jing. That was completely beyond his expectations. The 6 freaks of Jiangnan, seeing both sides go on the attack, had clustered into a semicircular barrier behind Ouyang Feng. Paying no attention to them in the slightest, he dashed straight through, taking big strides. Quan Jinfa and Han Xiaoying, not daring to obstruct him, stepped aside to get out of his way and watched wide-eyed as he left the forest. If Huang Yaoshi had wanted to avenge Mei Chaofeng right now, he could have got everyone to join forces, surround Western Venom, and overwhelm him. But being proud and arrogant by nature, he was unwilling to let anyone say a word about him using the many to persecute the few, and would rather seek him out again in the future, alone. Following the figure of Ouyang Feng with his gaze, he gave a cold laugh. Guo Jing, Quan Jinfa and the others untied Huazheng, Tuole, Zibi and Boru. Already beside themselves with joy at the sight of Guo Jing still alive, they loudly cursed Yang Kong for his deceitful rumor-mongering. That young character said that he had to hurry to Yuezhou for something, fumed Tuole. I thought he was just a decent person, so I wasted 3 fine horses on him as a gift. Earlier, they'd been told of Guo Jing's tragic loss. In the midst of their grief they heard Yang Kong talking on and on about wanting to avenge his sworn brother, and had fallen for his spiel. That evening, while they were staying together at an inn in a small town north of Linen, Yang Kong had wanted to go and stab Tuole to death. But he hadn't expected that Fatty and Skinny, the 2 beggars who'd seen him holding the stick of the chief's authority, were guarding him vigilantly, taking turns on night watch outside his window. Yang Kong had several times been just about launch his attack, only to see if not Fatty then Skinny, patrolling to and fro in the courtyard with blade in hand. After waiting a whole night and from start to finish not getting an opportunity, he just gave up. The next day, he cheated Tuole out of 3 fine horses, and rode off westward along with the 2 beggars. Tuole and the others, unaware that the previous night they'd nearly died a brutal death, were about to head north when they saw the pair of white eagles turn around and fly south. Waiting for half a day, there was no sign of them coming back. Tuole knew that the eagles were unusually intelligent and that there must have been a reason for them to go south. As there was fortunately no urgency at all to return north, they therefore waited in the inn for a couple of days. When the 3rd day arrived, the eagles suddenly flew back, crying incessantly at Huazheng. Tuole and the others followed in a group as the pair of eagles led the way, once again traveling south. Unfortunately, they then chanced upon Qiu Qianren and Ouyang Feng in the forest. The Jin Empire had conferred a mission upon Qiu Qianren, incite the champions in Jiangnan to get fired up against each other, so that the Jin army could come south. While talking trash to Ouyang Feng in the forest, had spotted Tuale the Mongolian ambassador and, together with Ouyang Feng, had instantly gone on the attack. Although Zibi and the others were extraordinarily brave, how were they a match for Western venom? The two eagles had actually flown south because they'd discovered the tracks made by the little red horse, but had ended up unwittingly leading their master into a catastrophe. And if they hadn't brought Guojing and Huang Rong over just in time, Tuoliai's entire group would have inadvertently lost their lives there and then in the forest. Of these particulars, there were some Huajing knew of, and there were some she was oblivious to. Tugging at Guojing's hand, she chattered away endlessly. Huang Rong, seeing the manner between Huajing and Guojing so intimate, was already somewhat unhappy. Even more uncomfortably, Huajing was speaking entirely in Mongolian, which Huang Rong couldn't understand a single word of. She had become an outsider. Huang Yaoshe noticed the odd expression on his daughter's face. "Renjir," he asked, "who's this barbarian girl?" "Brother Jing's wife-to-be," answered Huang Rong, morose. Hearing this, Huang Yaoshe almost couldn't believe his own ears. "What?" he asked, insistently. Huang Rong hung her head. "Dad," she said, "go and ask him for yourself." Zhu Tsong, nearby, had recognized in advance that things were getting inauspicious, and hastened forward. Delicately, he raised the circumstances of Guojing's already having gotten engaged with Huajing earlier in Mongolia. Huang Yaoshe, unable to restrain his anger, cast an accusing glance at Guojing. Icily, he said, "So it turns out that, before coming to Peach Blossom Island as a suitor, had already set on an engagement in Mongolia?" "We ought to think of a way to satisfy both parties," stuttered Zhu Kong. "Renjir," said Huang Yaoshe sharply, "Dad's going to do something, and you'd better not get in the way." "Dad, what is it?" asked Huang Rong, her voice trembling. "That disgusting boy, that worthless girl, il't slaughter both of them together," said Huang Yaoshe. "How could we allow anyone to disgrace the two of us, father and daughter?" Huang Rong dashed forward a step and grabbed her father's right hand. "Dad," she said, "Brother Jing said wholeheartedly that he really, really loves me, that he's never taken this barbarian girl to heart." "Well, fine," snorted Huang Yaoshe. Raising his voice, he shouted, "Boy, hurry up and kill the barbarian girl, to display evidence of your own feelings." Guojing had never in his entire life met with such an awkward situation. Naturally hesitant in his thoughts, he heard what Huang Yaoshe just said and felt totally at a loss, standing there in a daze, dumbfounded, he didn't know what to do. "You'd already set on a marriage beforehand," continued Huang Yaoshe frostily, "yet you still came to me in suit. Whoever heard of such a thing?" Seeing Huang Yaoshe's ashen expression, the Jiangnan freaks knew that Guojing was one sudden flick of a palm away from fatal misfortune. Furtively, each of them went on guard. But with their ability so far inferior by comparison, they'd actually be helpless to assist should the fighting get serious. Guojing had always been unable to tell lies. Having heard these questions, he answered with the plain truth, "All I hoped for was to be with Renjir for the rest of my life. Without Renjir, there's no way I can live." Huang Yaoshe's expression softened slightly. "Very well," he said. "If you don't kill this girl, that's fine, but from now on, you cannot ever see her again." Guojing, faltering, had yet to respond, when Huang Rong asked, "You definitely need to see her, don't you?" "I've always treated her just like a dear sister," said Guojing. "If I can't see her, sometimes I do worry about her." Huang Rong gave a beautiful smile. "Just see who you'd like to see, I don't mind," she said. "I have faith that you don't really love her. And how could it be that I don't compare to her?" "Fine," said Huang Yaoshe. "I am here. The barbarian girl's family are here. And your 6 teachers are here, too. Now you better say it loud and clear, the one you want to marry is my daughter, and not that barbarian girl." It was already greatly against his nature to concede repeatedly like this, but out of respect for his beloved daughter, he restrained himself with all his might, and tolerated it. His heart had also softened briefly since Mei Chaofeng lost her life while shielding her teacher. Lost in thought, Guo Jing hung his head. Stashed around his waist, he glimpsed both the golden blade granted to him by Genghis Khan, and the small dagger gifted to him by Qiu Chuji. Going by the will of father, he pondered, Yang Kong and I should be good brothers, not changing through life and death. But how can I keep faith in this Tai if he acts like he does? And going by the will of Uncle Yang Tixin, I should take Sister Mu as a wife. But that obviously can't be right. It looks like I don't always have to follow the orders laid down for me by elders. The engagement between myself and Sister Huazheng was made by Genghis Khan. How can it be that, because some person said a few words, Renjir and I have to spend our lives apart? Having thought this far, had already made up his mind. He raised his head. By now, Tuole had clarified with Zhu Tsong what had been spoken about in the exchange between Huang Yaoshi and Guo Jing. He saw Guo Jing dithering and ruminating, seemingly embarrassed, and he realized that he truly felt no sentiments towards his sister. Bursting with rage, he took a long, wolf-fanged and vulture-plumed arrow out from his quiver, and gripped it in both hands. "Brother Guo Jing!" he called out. "Everywhere under heaven, one's word is one's bond is the conduct of the true man. Now that you've treated my sister heartlessly, how could the heroic sons and daughters of Genghis Khan seek sincerity from you? The brotherly tie between you and me from now, I demand it severed. As for the bond of life and death the two of us had when we were children, and also your saving the lives of father and me, let's keep kindness and grievance clearly separated. Because your mother's in the north, they'll certainly provide for her, properly and respectfully. But if you want to see her come south, they'll be sure to send people in escort. There won't be the least bit of neglect, no way. A real man's words are set in stone. You put your mind at rest." Done with talking, there was a loud crack as he snapped the arrow in two, flinging the shards before the horse. Tuole had spoken with a steely finality and an iron will. Deep down, Guo Jing felt in awe, and he suddenly recalled all kinds of heroic deeds that him and Tuole had got up to during their youth in the Great Desert. He said, "A real man's words are set in stone," thought Guo Jing. The agreement to marry Sister Huazheng was from my own mouth. To go back on one's word, how is that the way to behave? Even if Master Huang kills me today and Renjir hates me for the rest of her life, I can't be seeing it like that. Immediately, he raised his head high. "Master Huang, my 6 kind teachers, Brother Tuole, and Masters Zibi and Boru," he announced, "Guo Jing really isn't the type who has no honor, no virtue. I have to marry Sister Huazheng." He made this announcement in Chinese, and separately, in Mongolian. For everyone, it was far off what they'd expected. Tuole, Huazheng, Zibi and Boru were surprised but delighted. The Jiangnan freaks privately praised their disciple for being a true man of hard backbone, and Huang Yaoshi, casting him a sideways glance, gave a cold sneer. Huang Rong was deeply heartbroken. After a moment's pause, she took a few steps towards Huazheng, and assessed her carefully. She noticed Huazheng's athletic figure, her large eyes and dashing eyebrows, her features everywhere noble, and she couldn't help giving a long sigh. "Jing Gij," she said, "I understand. You and her are the same. The two of you are a pair of white eagles rising over the great desert. But I'm just a little swallow, sitting under a willow branch in Jiangnan." Guo Jing stepped over to her. "Renjir," he said, grasping her hands, "I don't know if what you said is right or wrong. In my heart, there's only you and you know it. Who cares what others say we should or shouldn't do? They can burn my body till the ashes blow away, but I'll only be thinking of you." "Then why did you say that you'll marry her?" said Huang Rong, tears welling in her eyes. "I am a fool," said Guo Jing. "I don't know about any reasoning. I only know this, the promises that you make, you just can't take back. But I'm not lying when I say that, no matter what, you're the only one in my heart. There's no way I can be apart from you. I would rather die." Huang Rong felt a confusion inside, feelings of love and of pain. After a moment, she gave a faint smile. Jing Gij, she said, if I'd known things would be this way, would never have returned from the island of Rubicon Clouds. Wouldn't that have been great? Huang Yaoshi, raising an eyebrow, suddenly shouted, that's easy. With a flap of his robe sleeves, he swung out a hand, chopping at Huazheng. To Huang Rong, her old dad's intentions had been plain to see. Spotting a cold glint in his eyes, and knowing an attempt to kill was imminent, she had preemptively dashed to obstruct him before had thrown out his hand. Huang Yaoshi, afraid of harming his beloved daughter, at once stopped his hand's momentum. Huang Rong had already grabbed Huazheng by the arm and pulled her off her horse when Huang Yaoshi's hand struck the horse on the saddle, making a loud noise. Initially, the horse didn't seem unduly affected at all. But gradually, its head drooped and its legs bowed as it curled, paralyzed, into a ball on the ground where, in the end, it died. This was a sturdy horse from a renowned Mongolian breed. Although it wasn't as fabulous as the treasured blood-sweating horse, it was still a fine, muscular animal, strong-boned and with a high, bulky body. But with just one wave of Huang Yaoshi's palm, it had died under his hand. Martial arts this extreme were a rare sight indeed. The hearts of Tuole, Zhu Tsong and all the others were pounding wildly. If, they thought, this hand had struck Huazheng, how would she have survived? Huang Yaoshi hadn't expected his daughter would actually take action and rescue Huazheng. He was stunned for a moment, before understanding why. If he killed the barbarian girl, Guo Jing would surely turn against his daughter, and they'd become enemies. He snorted, thinking, to turn against is to turn against, how could I even be scared of this boy? But with one glance at his daughter, he saw her expression was one of misery and pain, but obviously also of feeling intertwined with someone in 1,000 ways, unable to part, unable to leave. Deep down, he couldn't help trembling. This was exactly the same look that his wife, on the verge of death, had on her face. Huang Rong had always been very similar in looks to her departed mother. Back then, that emotional event had affected Huang Yaoshi like a dementia, like a madness, although it had been 15 years, every day since, it was as if it was still right before his very eyes. Now, to see it suddenly appear on his daughter's face, made him realize that her feelings of love for Guo Jing were already rooted bone deep. Reflecting that this was precisely the natural character of her father and mother, self-willed and disposed towards irresolvable passion, he gave a long sigh, and intoned, earth and heaven are a stove, nature is the worker. Yin and yang areas charcoal, thousand things are copper. Huang Rong stood still, teardrops falling slowly. Han Baoju gave Zhu Tsong's lapels a tug. What's he singing about? He asked, in a whisper. It's from a composition written by someone called Jia, during the Han dynasty, answered Zhu Tsong, also whispering. It's saying that existence on this world for mankind and the 10,000 creatures is an anguish just like that of suffering incineration inside a huge furnace. He's trained to such a high standard. Spluttered Han Baoju. What anguish can he have? Zhu Tsong, shaking his head, gave no response. Renjir, said Huang Yaoshi gently, after we go back, you are never to see this boy again. Dad, no. Said Huang Rong. I still have to get to Yuezhou. Teacher told me to go and be the chief of the beggar gang. Huang Yaoshi smiled faintly. Being the head of the tramps, he said, is a serious hassle, and it's not much fun. I promise teacher I'd do it, said Huang Rong. Well, try it out for a few days, then, sighed Huang Yaoshi. When you're really sick of it, hand it over to another straight away. And afterwards, are you going to see this boy or not? Huang Rong took a glance at Guo Jing and saw him gazing back at her. The look in his eyes was one of overflowing tenderness, of a love infinite in depth. She turned her head back towards her father. Dad, she said, he's going to marry someone else, so he'll marry someone else, too. I'm the only one in his heart, just as he's the only one in my heart. Huang Yaoshi laughed. The daughter of Peach Blossom Island cannot lose out, so that's not too bad. Now, suppose the man you marry doesn't let you be friends with him. Huang Rong gave a snort. Who'd dare to stop me? She said. I'm your daughter. Silly girl, said Huang Yaoshi. It won't be a few more years before Dad dies. Dad, sobbed Huang Rong. The way you treat me, would I really be able to live on for much longer? So are you still going to be with this heartless, faithless boy? Inquired Huang Yaoshi. Each extra day I stay with him is an extra day of happiness, said Huang Rong. She said this gently, but with an expression of utter misery. While father and daughter asked and answered each other like this, the Jiangnan freaks, despite being eccentric in character, couldn't help but listen agape. In the Song era, the prescriptions advised by propriety were followed with the most particularity, but because Huang Yaoshi was a man who opposed Tang and Wu and despised Zhou and Kong and who perversely went against the conventions of the age, it had led to everyone calling him by the given title of Eastern heretic. As for Huang Rong, she had been molded by her father since youth, and regarded marriage as marriage and love as love. When had thoughts of rectitude and chastity ever passed through her little head? This kind of conversation, shocking by the standards of the time, would set tongues wagging incessantly in disapproval among anyone overhearing it. But father and daughter were even talking as if it were only natural, just like common, idle, household chat. Despite the open-mindedness of Kuzhina and the others, they couldn't help shaking their heads quietly. Guo Jing, who was feeling very bad, wanted to say a few comforting words to Huang Rong, but had always been wooden in speech. Now, he knew even less what was the right thing to say. Huang Yaoshi glanced at his daughter, then glanced at Guo Jing. Lifting his head towards the heavens, he suddenly roared long and loud. The sound shook the treetops and echoed from the mountain valley, startling some magpies. They rose in a flock and flew around the forest. Magpies, magpies, called out Huang Rong. The cowherd meets the weaving girl tonight. Why no hurry to build the bridge? Huang Yaoshi grabbed a handful of loose stones from the ground and hurled them up into the air. One by one, a dozen magpies dropped, most dying where they fell. What bridge is there to build? Shouted Huang Yaoshi. Deep passion, great love, all empty fantasy in the end. More fitting that it die an early death. He spun around and floated off. In just the space of a blink, the others saw his blue-robed figure disappear beyond the back of the woods. Tuale hadn't understood what they'd been talking about. He knew only that Guo Jing was unwilling to turn his back on agreements from the past. Brother, he said, happily, Heirei's hoping you soon succeed with your big objective. See you again when you're back north. Huajing added, keep this pair of white eagles by your side, and come back someday soon. Guo Jing nodded his head. Tell my mum, he said, that I'm sure he'll put the enemy to the blade, and get revenge for father. Zibi and Boru also took their leave of Guo Jing, and the four rode out of the forest together. What are your plans? Han Xiaoying asked Guo Jing. Guo Jing said, to plan firstly to go and find teacher Hong. Kuzhina nodded his head. That's right, he remarked. Master Huang went to our households, our families must have been very worried. We ought therefore to return. When you see Chief Hong, you must invite his eminence to come to Jiaxing and convalesce. Well, keep a firm guard over him, and assure you his safety. Guo Jing promised to do so, took leave of his 6 teachers, and then returned to Linen with Huang Rong. That evening, the two of them went back into the palace for a careful look around the imperial kitchens, but there was no sign of Hong Qigong anywhere. They found and interrogated several eunuchs, all of whom said that there hadn't been any intruders or trespassers appearing in the palace these past few days. Guo Jing and Huang Rong felt they could put their minds at rest somewhat. Although Hong Qigong had lost his martial arts, he still had the resourcefulness and experience of a great master. They expected he'd surely had a plan of escape. And by now, it was already drawing near to the time of the beggar gang's big meeting. They couldn't delay any longer. Early next morning, they immediately rode westward together. At this time, half of China was already occupied by the Jins, the boundary a line from the river Huai in the east to Sangguan in the west. What remained for those of the southern Song were 17 provinces in all, eastern and western Liangzhi, eastern and western Huainan, eastern and western Jiangnan, northern and southern Jinghu, southern Jingxi, the 5 regions of Bashu, Fujian, and eastern and western Guangnan. The nation's influence was in faltering decline, its territory shrinking by the day. On this particular day, Guojing and Huangrong were coming to the border of western Jiangnan province. While going along a mountain ridge, there was a sudden blast of cold wind across it, and a big layer of jet-black clouds came floating over fast from the east. Right now, it happened to be the height of summer, but rain falls as it pleases. Even before the dark, rumbling clouds had arrived overhead, there was a thunderclap, and it was already showering down with soybean-sized raindrops. Guojing opened an umbrella and went to shelter Huangrong with it, but a violent, unexpected gust of wind burst over, ripped off the parasol, and carried it far away, leaving only a naked umbrella handle in Guojing's hands. Huangrong, laughing loudly, said, "How come you've got a dog-beating stick, too?" Guojing laughed with her. Looking ahead along the ridge, there was nowhere in sight where they could escape from the rain. Guojing took off his jacket, wanting to use it to shield Huangrong. "We can cover up for a bit longer," said Huangrong, smiling, "but we'll still get wet." "Then let's walk quicker," said Guojing. Huangrong shook her head. "Jingij," she said, "here's a story from a book. One day, it was raining down hard. Everybody traveling on the road was rushing to and fro. But there was one man who just walked at an unhurried pace. The other people were surprised, and asked him why the heck he wasn't running. The man said, "It's raining down hard ahead of me, too. Won't running over there still get me soaked just the same?" "True," laughed Guojing. The issue of Huajing suddenly arose in Huangrong's mind. The future ahead is already doomed with misery and heartbreak, she thought. No matter how we run, in the end we can't escape, can't hide. It's just as if wet encountered rain while along the ridge of a mountain. There amidst the downpour, the two of them walked slowly until they'd left the ridge. Seeing a peasant household, they went into shelter from the rain. As both were totally soaked from head to toe, they changed into clothing borrowed from the peasant family. Huangrong put on the worn garments of an old farmer's wife, which she found amusing, when suddenly she heard a series of disappointed groans from Guojing in the neighboring room. Rushing over, she asked, "What is it?" Guojing, an upset look on his face, had in his hands the painting given to him by Huang Yaoshi. It had so happened that the painting had been damaged by rainwater during the downpour just now. "What a shame!" repeated Huangrong. Taking the canvas from him for a look, she saw that its paper was torn, its strokes of paint blurred. There was already no way it could be refitted and restored. She was just about to put it down when she suddenly noticed that a few extra lines of dim writing had appeared by the side of the poem annotated by Han Shizhong. A closer look revealed that these words had been written on paper interleaving between the painting and the sheet it had been mounted on. If it hadn't been for the painting getting soaked, they definitely wouldn't be visible. The disintegration of the rain-soaked paper had made the writing fragmented and difficult to distinguish, but by looking at the form in which it was arranged, Huangrong could make out there were 4 sentences in all. With careful discernment, she read out slowly, "Posthumous writings of the late, Iron Palm, Middle Peak, Second Joint." The remaining words were so damaged that there was absolutely no way they could be identified. "It's about the posthumous writings of the late general," called out Guojing. "Indeed," said Huangrong. "There's no doubt. That bastard Wanyan Honglai assumed the writings were hidden by the side of the palace's Tsuehan Hall. But although he got the stone box, the writings were nowhere to be seen. It looks like the location of the writings hinges critically on these 4 lines of text." After murmuring "Iron Palmetto Joint" for a while, she added, "That day at the Villa of the Gathering Clouds, at one point I heard Marshal Brother Liu and your 6 teachers discussing that deceitful guy, Chiu Qianren. They said he was the chief of the Iron Palm Gang or something. Daddy said that the might of the Iron Palm Gang rocked Sichuan and Hunan, its prestige and reputation really were awesome. Could it be that the writings actually have something to do with Chiu Qianren? Guo Jing shook his head. As long as it's Chiu Qianren playing up, he said, I'm not believing any of it. I wouldn't believe it either, said Huang Rong, with a little laugh. On the 14th day of the 7th month, they arrived within the borders of northern Jinghu province. The next day, before the stroke of noon, they'd already reached Yuezhou. Leading their horses and loosing the eagles, they asked around for directions, and came by path to Yeyang Tower. After going up into a nearby restaurant and ordering food and drink, they admired the scenery of Dongting Lake, a sweeping vastness of one blue-green hue spread across 10,000 qing. Towering mountains stood out in every direction, a ring of misty, lofty peaks arrayed in an arc of awe-inspiring majesty. Compared to the hazy waters of Tai Lake, this spectacle was something else entirely. While they enjoyed the view, the food arrived. The cuisine of Hunan was very heavily spiced, and Guo Jing and Huang Rong both felt that it wasn't to their taste, but with such big dishes and such long chopsticks, it nevertheless had a rather generous spirit to it. The two of them ate some of the food and looked around at the verses inscribed on the four walls. Guo Jing perused Fan Zhongyan's remarks on Yeyang Tower in silence, but he couldn't help reading out loud when he reached the sentence, be first under heaven to worry and last under heaven to rejoice. What do you think about this couplet? Asked Huang Rong. Guo Jing reread it silently, pondering to himself and giving no immediate response. The writer of this essay was Fan, the just official, said Huang Rong. At that time, he rocked the Western Xia with his might, a literary talent and an astute tactician. You could say that he had absolutely no equal on earth. Guo Jing asked her to describe some of Fan Zhongyan's achievements, and listened as she talked about his various childhood hardships, the poverty of his family, the early death of his father, the remarriage of his mother and, after he had attained wealth and honor, everything he did in consideration for the common folk. A grave feeling of reverence rising unstoppably within him, Guo Jing solemnly poured a rice bowlful of wine. Be first under heaven to worry, and last under heaven to rejoice, he said. This is surely what's in the mind of great heroes and great champions. With that, he lifted his head and drained the wine in a single shot. Huang Rong laughed. Although this sort of person is good for sure, she said, there's so much worry under heaven and so little joy that wouldn't he never get to rejoice in his life? I couldn't be like that. Guo Jing gave a slight smile. Jing Gij, continued Huang Rong, her voice getting lower, I don't care whether there's worry or joy under heaven. If you aren't by my side, I'm never going to be joyful. Her brows were knitted with despair. I won't be joyful either, remarked Guo Jing, hanging his head. He knew that she was thinking about how the two of them were going to end up, and he had no way of comforting her. Huang Rong suddenly raised her head and laughed. Never mind, she said. All this is childishness, anyway. Have you heard anyone sing Fan Zhongyan's poem Spurn the Silver Lantern? I haven't heard it, of course, said Guo Jing. Could you tell it to me? Huang Rong said, the concluding passage of the poem goes like this, the life of man is Buta 100 years in all, infatuated youth ends up with aged Paul. Only in between there's time, briefly youthful in one's prime. Why grasp on fleeting fame, catch hold of first-class rank and 1,000 gold? For how to flee white hairs of old? She followed this by explaining the general meaning of the poem. Guo Jing commented, he was telling people not to waste their best years by using them up in seeking fame, gaining office, getting rich, and so on. And that's very well said. Huang Rong, in a whisper, recited, wine into the worried stomach changes into lovesick tears. Guo Jing gazed at her. Is that a poem of Fan Zhongyan, too? He asked. Yes, said Huang Rong. Great heroes and great champions also aren't the heartless sort, you know. The two of them drank a few cups to each other, and Huang Rong had a look at the guests in the restaurant. On the eastern side, she saw 3 middle-aged beggars sitting around a square table. Although they wore many patches, their clothes were clean and fresh. By the look of them, they were important figures within the beggar gang who'd come to attend tonight's big meeting. Besides them, the other guests were all the usual officials and merchants. The incessant chirp of cicadas could be heard coming from a big willow tree outside the restaurant. All day long, said Huang Rong, these cicadas call out Ji Lu endlessly, but whatever they know is unknown. Basically, even among insects there are guys who boast shamelessly. It makes me think of a particular person, and I rather miss him. Who? Demanded Guojing. That big talker of bull, said Huang Rong, smiling, the iron palm's chill floats over water Qianren. Guojing laughed loudly. That old trickster. He began. He hadn't finished speaking when suddenly, from a corner of the restaurant, they heard somebody speaking in a mysterious voice, looking down even on floats over water elder Chiu of Iron Palm. That's some big talk. Guojing and Huang Rong glanced at where the voice was coming from and saw a middle-aged beggar, with a swarthy complexion clad in a tattered jacket, squatting by the corner and looking at them in snickering laughter. Guojing, seeing that he was a beggar gang figure, immediately relaxed. Noticing that he had an agreeable expression, Guojing clasped his hands in respect and said, "Senior, how about joining us and drinking a cup or 3? "Sure," said the beggar, coming over at once. Huang Rong ordered an extra cup and set of chopsticks from a waiter. Pouring the cup with wine, she said with a smile, "Please take a seat and drink up." "Beggar here doesn't deserve a seat," he answered. Sitting right there on the floorboards, he took out a broken bowl and a pair of bamboo chopsticks from a pocket. Extending the bowl, he said, "The leftovers you're finished with dump some over, and they'll do for me." "That'd be a bit too disrespectful," said Guojing. "Whatever dishes Senior would like to eat, well, order them up from the kitchen." "A beggar does as a beggar looks," said the beggar. "If he's one in name only, just feigning the accent and affecting the appearance, might as well not be a beggar. If you agree to hand it out, then hand it out. If not, I'm going someplace else to beg for food." Huang Rong took a glance at Guojing. "Indeed." She laughed. "You said it right." They then tipped all their leftover food into the broken bowl. The beggar grabbed a few clumps of cold rice from inside a pocket and, along with the leftovers, began eating them up zestfully. Secretly, Huang Rong counted the number of pockets on him. There were 3 pockets to a cluster, and 3 clusters in total, in sum, 9 pockets. Having another look at the 3 beggars around the other table, each of them was wearing 9 pockets as well, but on their table was a lavish spread of food and drink. Those 3 acted as if they hadn't seen this one beggar, and all along had never so much as glanced at him, but at times, their expressions carried a faint look of disgust. As the beggar continued eating heartily, they suddenly heard the sound of footsteps on the staircase, and 3 people started coming up. Guojing turned his head and looked towards the stairs. The first 2 people were fatty and skinny, the 2 beggars who'd attended Yang Kong at Linen's Ox Village. The third person was Yang Kong himself. Poking his head up, he got a big shock at the sudden sight of Guojing, still alive. After a moment of panic, he abruptly turned back and descended the stairs in terror, speaking about something as he left. Fatty followed him down, but Skinny went over to the table of the 3 beggars and said a few things to them in a low voice. The 3 immediately stood up and departed down the stairs. Meanwhile, the beggar sitting on the floor just carried on eating, taking no notice of them at all. Huang Rong went over to the window and looked down from it, seeing Yang Kong thronged by a dozen beggars departing westward. He hadn't gone far when he turned his head and glanced up. Happening to make eye contact with Huang Rong, he looked away instantly and quickened his pace. The beggar, having finished eating his meal, licked the bottom of the bowl clean and clear with his extended tongue, gave his chopsticks a few wipes on his clothing, and put everything into a pocket. Huang Rong looked at him carefully. His face, covered with wrinkles, expressed anxiety and hardship. His hands were unusually big, almost double those of an ordinary person, and on their backs were raised blue veins, attesting to a lifetime of hard toil. Guo Jing stood up and folded his hands in respect. "Senior," he said, "please take a seat and we can have a talk. I'm not used to sitting on stools," laughed the beggar. "You two are the disciples of Chief Hong. Although you're young, we're actually in the same generation. But as I'm older by several years, you can address me as Big Brother. My name's Lu, I'm called Lu Youjiao." Guo Jing and Huang Rong cast a glance at each other, both thinking, so he already knows our background. "Big Brother Lu," said Huang Rong with a smile, "this name of yours really is interesting." Lu Youjiao answered, "It's often said, a pauper without a stick gets harassed by the dogs. I'm indeed without a stick, but what I do have is a pair of stinky feet. If a doggy comes to harass me, I take aim straight at the mongrel's head, and that son of a b****** h gets a foot like so. Then, it's off running to the wilds with its tail between its legs." Huang Rong laughed and clapped her hands. "Super, super," she said. "If dogs knew the meaning of your name, they'd always be keeping their distance." "From what Brother Li Sheng's been saying," remarked Lu Youjiao, "I know the deeds the two of you did at Baoying. Having ideals comes not from having advanced years, lacking ideals, one lives to 100 in vain." "How true! It really is a cause for admiration. No wonder Chief Hong has favored you like this." Guo Jing rose and demurred modestly. Lu Youjiao continued, "Just now, I heard you two chatting about Qiu Qianren and the Iron Palm Gang. It seems you're very much unaware of his circumstances." "True," said Huang Rong. "I ought to ask for your advice." "Qiu Qianren is the chief of the Iron Palm Gang," said Lu Youjiao. "This gang holds huge influence in the regions of Hunan, Hubei and Sichuan. The gang's hordes commit murder and robbery, there's no evil they won't do. At first, they used to collaborate with local officials. Now, they're getting nastier and nastier, bringing out the cash to bribe ministers, they're starting to become officials themselves. Even more despicable is their secret liaison with the Jin nation, with whom they've struck a deal to work from within in accord with those outsiders." "That oldie Qiu Qianren is only good at tricking people," said Huang Rong. "How'd he be able to handle such serious power?" "Qiu Qianren is dangerous in the extreme," insisted Lu Youjiao. "You ought not to look askance at him, miss." Huang Rong smiled. "Have you met him?" she asked. "As it turns out, no," admitted Lu Youjiao. "I hear he lives in seclusion among obscure mountains, practicing the divine art of the iron palm. He hasn't descended for at least a decade." "You've been tricked," said Huang Rong, laughing. "I've met him a few times. I've even fought him. And as for whatever divine art of the iron palm," remembering how Qiu Qianren had feigned diarrhea and run away, all she could do was just gaze at Guo Jing and giggle. Lu Youjiao gave her a stern look. He stated, "Although I'm not aware of what dirty tricks they've been playing, the Iron Palm Gang has rather flourished in recent years, you really ought not to belittle them lightly." "Well said, Big Brother Lu," offered Guo Jing hurriedly, worried he was getting angry. "Rengier just loves to joke around." "Since when was I joking around?" said Huang Rong with a laugh. Clutching her abdomen and imitating Qiu Qianren's voice, she added, "Ouch, ouch. I've got a stomachache." Her antics made Guo Jing recall that particular spectacle, and he couldn't help letting out a laugh too. Huang Rong saw he was laughing as well, but instantly restrained her mirth and changed the subject by asking, "Big Brother Lu, are you acquainted with those three who were dining here just now?" Lu Youjiao gave a sigh. "The two of you aren't outsiders," he said, "so you may have already heard Chief Hong mention the internal division of our gang into two groups, the clean clothes and dirty clothes factions." "Haven't heard teacher talk of it," said Guo Jing and Huang Rong together. "The division within the gang is fundamentally not a good thing," said Lu Youjiao. Chief Hong is extremely unhappy about it. His Eminence has expended an enormous amount of thought and effort, but all along hasn't been able to get these two factions to join together as one. Now, under Chief Hong, the beggar gang has 4 elders in all. This I've heard teacher mention, interjected Huang Rong. Because Hong Qigong was still in this world, she didn't want to raise the issue of him having charged her with taking over the chief's position. Lu Youjiao nodded his head. "I'm the 4th-ranked elder," he continued. "All those 3 who were here just now are also elders." "I get it," said Huang Rong. "You're the head of the dirty clothes faction, and they're of the clean clothes faction." "Eh? How did you know?" asked Guojing. "Look how dirty Big Brother Lu's clothes are," said Huang Rong. But the others' clothes were really clean. "Big Brother Lu, I reckon the dirty clothes faction are no good, dressing so stinkily, so sloppily it isn't comfortable in the slightest. People in this faction of yours should wash their clothes more often. Wouldn't that just make both factions the same?" Lu Youjiao was furious. "You're a little miss from a moneyed family," he fumed. "Of course you'd be annoyed by stinking beggars." With a stamp of a foot, he stood up. Guojing moved to apologize for the offense, but the angry Lu Youjiao just stormed off down the stairs, without even turning his head. Huang Rong stuck out her tongue. "Jing Gij," she said, "I offended that Big Brother Lu. Don't tell me off." Guojing just smiled. Huang Rong added, "I was really worried just now." "Worried about what?" said Guojing. Huang Rong had a serious expression. "Just worried he'd lift up his foot and give you a kick. Wouldn't that have been awful for you?" "Whyd he kicked me all of a sudden?" asked Guojing. "Even if you said something to offend him, there's still no use kicking people." Huang Rong, pursing her lips with a slight smile, didn't respond. Guojing just sat there in stupefaction, pondering uncomprehendingly. Huang Rong sighed, and said, "Why don't you think a little about what his name implies?" Guojing had a sudden realization. "So," he shouted, "this is your roundabout way of calling me a dog." He leaped up, motioning to tickle her as punishment. Huang Rong, giggling, dodged his outstretched hands.